Hello friends. This is Fictional Vortex. How are you all? So in this video, we will see what if Naruto was the son of Magma Dragon King. A difference in parentage can make a large change. When Igneal's heritage is changed, it results in a new element of Dragon Slayer magic for Natsu. Now Natsu will strive to live up to his father's legacy as the former Magma Dragon King by becoming the strongest Dragon Slayer and the new Magma Dragon King. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Location unknown. Year X 100 Giltena continent. The land shook and burned. From the force of magic exuded by the two colossal dragons that stood before one another. For the first time in almost 200 years, two royal dragons had engaged in a mating ritual display. The male dragon, known to all of Dragonkind as Fire Dragon King Ignis, was burning everything around him simply by exuding a fraction of his magic upon the land. Across from him stood the female dragon, known to Dragonkind as Earth Dragon Queen Terraniel, the land suffering constant quakes as she exuded her own magic in a show of power against her potential suitor. "Your power is everything the legends speak of, Terraniel," Ignis roared out in apparent joy. The land around quickly scorched black. "Flattery will get you nowhere, Ignis. Come and show me how powerful you really are if you hope to mate me." Terraniel roared back, the land around the two mighty dragons fracturing into massive chasms from her power. It was shortly after this mating display that a large area of land all but disappeared from the Giltena continent. A successful royal dragon mating ritual would do no less damage to the landscape. This collateral damage, along with how prideful royal dragons were known to be, was why royal dragons often didn't try and court one another. However, from the union of the Fire Dragon King Ignis and the Earth Dragon Queen Terraniel, a new royal dragon was born, Magma Dragon King Igneal. 272 years later, Alakatasia. Igneal sniffed the air as he emerged from the cave he had been sleeping in. It appeared the mighty Magma Dragon King would be having a visitor today. From out of the forest surrounding the cave he had taken up residence in, a young man emerged. Black hair, with red eyes and dressed in a black cloak with gold designs, the young man reeked of powerful, but cursed, magic. He also appeared to have some sort of large, by human size standards at least, object wrapped in thick cloth on a small cart he was pulling behind him. Upon seeing the massive dragon, the young man stopped and let go of the cart he was pulling so that he could bow low to the dragon before him. "Are you the dragon known as Igneal?" the young man questioned from his bow. "That is Magma Dragon King Igneal. Human, you'd do well to remember it." Igneal rumbled back to the young man. "Yes, of course, Magma Dragon King. I meant no disrespect. I have come seeking a favor that is beyond my human power to acquire," the cursed young man replied, still bowed at the waist. Then look up and speak your request. I shall hear you out." Igneal responded as he fully emerged from the cave and stood tall in front of the young human. "Thank you, Magma Dragon King. I've but one request. Please save my brother. I've done something horrible in my quest to help him," the young man said as he pulled the cloth from the wrapped object, revealing a much younger human floating inside of a glass tube. "I see, he reeks of demon," Igneal replied after taking a sniff of the tube. "He also smells slightly of decay. You tried to bring him back to life, didn't you?" "Yes, I tried to use living magic to breathe life back into my brother Natsu. But the only thing that showed any success at creating life with living magic was demon particles. But it only made him into a rampaging monster that lacked control. I sealed this ethereal form and power into this book," the young man stated, a tear escaping his eye as he held up a book with E.N.D. on the cover. "So that is how you ended up cursed so horribly. You tried to tread in the domain of your gods. You humans truly don't learn from the lessons of your ancestors, do you? Why do you think there aren't any living magic mages in this world? They all went too far into their research and were cursed for it," Igneal declared with a snort of smoke. The cursed man only looked down in shame at what he'd done to his little brother. "Tell me your name, cursed one, and then tell me how you expect me to save your sibling," Igneal demanded as he looked down at the young man that was trying to collect himself. "Zirf, my name is Zirf Dragneal, Magma Dragon King. I've heard tales of human dragonslayers that are raised by dragons. They practically become dragons themselves. Surely you could save my brother with the power of a dragon. Zirf pleaded with Igneal. You do not know of what you speak. Zirf Dragneal. Igneal roared out, causing every animal in the forest to flee in panic. The dragon soul ritual is not something that can be done halfway, any bastard. IZED form of it will only lead to instability and a desire to consume the flesh of dragonkin to try and fix that instability. Eventually the fate of any that use a bastardized form of the ritual will be to undergo dragonification and become a mindless dragon that destroys everything in its path. Is that what you want for your brother? No, I want nothing like that for Natsu. But if it means saving him from becoming the monster I made him into, then wouldn't he be better off as a dragon? Zirf yelled back with tears running down his face in self-loathing. I see, so you would be okay with your brother undergoing the full dragon soul ritual, to become my son in every way that matters, to have him become a dragon in human flesh. The dragon soul ritual will burn away everything about him that isn't natural. The demon seed that resides within him will be destroyed, as will his connection to that book you hold. He won't remember you or much of his past. He will only know himself and that he is my son. Are you sure you want this fate for him? Igneal questioned while looking down at Zirf as if judging the cursed human's resolve. If it will grant him a life of his own and free him from the cursed existence that I forced upon him, then I'd prefer he be a dragon in human flesh that doesn't remember his foolish, cursed older brother. Zirf replied with determination as he stared into Igneal's eyes unblinking. So be it then. Igneal replied with what could only be considered a grin by dragon standards. I'll take Natsu as my own son. The ritual only requires that he spend a prolonged amount of time suffused in my draconic magic to facilitate the change. I will keep him inside of that tube of yours until the ritual is complete. He should wake up once he no longer needs that tube to survive. You will not return here though, Zirf Dragneal. He will no longer be your concern but will be my son, Natsu Dragneal, the Magma Dragon Slayer. Yes, that would be for the best. Zirf replied, a small smile on his tear-streaked face. Please take care of him. Hopefully I'll find a way to put an end to my curse without needing to meet him again. With that, Zirf turned and walked back into the forest, leaving behind the cart and the tube that contained his little brother Natsu. Let's get the dragon soul ritual started, my son. Igneal said fondly. He used two of his claws to pick up the tube and carried it back into the cave. He gently laid the tube on the cave floor before encircling it with his body as he laid down to sleep, the large ammo of dragon magic that naturally diffused from his body washing over the tube with the intention of changing the one inside of it into the son of a dragon king. 1 year later, Alakatasia. I've got you this time, Dad, called out the young pink-haired Natsu as he rushed towards his father Igneal. Magma Dragon's burning fist. Natsu's fist and forearm were coated in a layer of lava as he jumped towards his dragon father and tried to punch him in the face. Igneal's tail smacked him out of the air, gently by dragon standards, and sent Natsu careening into the small pond that was near their cave. Steam erupted from the pond where Natsu impacted as his lava-encased fist boiled the water on contact. Natsu quickly resurfaced, sputtering and spitting out water as he paddled his way to the edge of the pond and got out of the water. Not fast enough yet, hatchling. Igneal chuckled at his son, causing Natsu to growl at him. Are you two fighting again? Called a soft voice from the forest. Both Natsu and Igneal turned their heads to look at who was coming to visit them. A blonde woman with a face and body that would only be described as beautiful by men walked out of the forest with a smile at the father and son pair. Wearing elegant red and white robes with a high-collared cloak, the woman also wore a keyhole blouse and a long dress. Anna, Natsu yelled with a smile as he ran over to the woman and hugged her. It's good to see you too, Natsu, Anna said with a smile of her own as she hugged the 5-year-old. Igneal is teaching me how to use magic now. It's super cool. Wanna see? Huh, do you? Natsu asked excitedly as he bounced around the blonde woman. After our lessons, Natsu, go ahead and get your things so we can start, okay? Anna lied with another smile when the young dragonslayer pouted at not getting to show off before he headed back up towards the cave to collect his parchment and books for his lessons from Anna. Once Natsu was out of hearing range, Anna turned to Igneal with a serious look. The Eclipse Gate is being constructed. in a few years we'll be ready to enact the plan. I hope that Natsu and the other children will be ready by then. Of course, Acnologia has hidden himself away to try and recover through hibernation. My mother and father did a severe amount of damage to him from what I've heard. Igneal replied with a grimace at the thought of the black dragon. Yes, though you have my condolences for your loss. It can't be easy to lose both your parents. Anna stated sadly looking down. My father and mother died in a manner befitting of royal dragons, battling a usurper to their status and power. Had Acnologia not hidden himself away, I'd have finished what my parents started. Though without his left arm and with a body covered in burn scars that will never fully heal, it wouldn't have been much of a fight. Igneal snorted smoke with clear pride at his parents' accomplishment in their last battle. Perhaps, but we can't forget that Acnologia will more than likely awaken in a few more years, ready to finish off the remaining dragons. After his hibernation, I'm not sure if you and the other 4 will be able to defeat him. Anna frowned, not liking the thought of Acnologia returning at all. That is why we'll leave a fragment of our essence within our children when we send them through the gate. It will ensure the development of antibodies that will prevent them from undergoing a mindless dragonification. It will also enable them to perform the Dragon Soul ritual themselves. That way the Magna Carta we entered into with you and your people can be upheld. Igneal replied as he laid his head back down on his arms. Thank you again for offering the protection of dragons to humans. We humans may be the ones that eventually determine the path towards the future, but we can't face threats like Acnologia by ourselves. So the continued PSA-ND protection from the dragons is a blessing I'm sure we'll need in the future. Anna thanked while bowing to Igneal. While we dragons may not be here, our dragon children will be there to propagate more dragons in human flesh. More dragon slayers, to continue to watch over the world. Igneal replied as he picked up the sound of Natsu running back towards Anna with his books and parchment. Natsu will be back soon. Speak nothing of this to him. Of course, that was the plan and I've agreed to it. Anna responded as she turned to smile at Natsu coming into view. I'd like to make Natsu a gift. Would you mind saving some of your shed scales? Once the magic leaves them, I'm sure I could knit them into something for him to wear. If you want, Igneal replied as Natsu bounded up to Anna, asking her about the day's lesson. 3 years later, year X 376. Natsu quietly stalked his way through the rocky terrain on the border between the giant forest that he and Igneal lived in the mountains to the west. He was out here performing his first solo hunt of a dragonkin. His target was a salamander, a large fire-breathing lizard that roamed mountains and volcanic areas. As a member of the dragonkin, creatures that shared common ancestry with dragons, the salamander was both powerful physically and magically, though not very intelligent. According to Igneal, only true drive, Aegons had higher intelligence and the ability to converse and share ideas. Dragonkin were all only about as smart as the average apex predator of any given area, excellent hunters, but incapable of any higher functions other than fighting, eating, and making nests or burrows. Natsu had been tracking the salamander for a few hours and was slowly closing in on the large beast. Igneal had hunt D1 for their dinner some time ago, and Natsu found a favorite food in roast salamander. With a grin, and a small bout of drool, Natsu crept up to the top of a large rock outcropping and peered over it, spotting his prey below. The salamander in question was around 20 feet in length from snout to tail, with bright orange scales mixed with darker brown and red scales. The salamander could definitely blend in with the reddish-brown rocks scattered about the area. Its large fangs and long sharp claws were currently buried in the burned carcass of some kind of antelope-like animal that it was feasting on. Sorry to interrupt your meal, but you're about to become mine. Natsu whispered to himself with a grin as he jumped off the outcropping and plummeted towards the unaware salamander. Magma dragon's piercing talons, Natsu called out as both of his feet were engulfed in lava. With his feet pointed straight down and aimed at the back of the salamander, the large reptile only had a moment to register the sound of Natsu's attack before it was struck. Natsu's lava-covered feet smashed into the salamander's back, directly on its spine, causing the beast to let out a loud roar in pain. Natsu jumped back and landed on the ground before having to dodge a swipe from the salamander's tail. Well, you're pretty tough, aren't ya? Natsu questioned excitedly, dodging another tail swipe that smashed the large boulder it hit into pebbles. Fire dragon's roar. Natsu roared out as he spewed a large amount of fire at the salamander. The reptile charged its way through the flames without much trouble before trying to bite Natsu with its jaw full of fangs. Natsu dodged backwards from 3 separate bites before slamming his foot on the ground. Earth Dragon's stone spears. Natsu called out in excitement, sending a multitude of sharp spears of rock out of the ground to impale the salamander. While most of the spears broke against the salamander's magically resist ant scales, 2 of them stabbed into the large reptile and held it in place. The salamander's pained cry was followed by it launching a large wave of fire at Natsu from its mouth. Natsu simply grinned before opening his own mouth and sucking in all the flames. "Hey, not bad, your fire tastes pretty good," Natsu called out happily before rushing the trapped salamander for the finishing blow. "Magma Dragon's scorching claw," Natsu cried out as he buried his lava-coated hand into the salamander's side and straight into its chest cavity, destroying its heart. The salamander went limp instantly without further struggle, allowing Natsu to pull his arm out of the dead reptile and take a few steps back. "I did it! I did it!" Natsu cheered before he threw his head back and let out the loud Saint Draconic roar that his 9-year-old body could produce. "Now, how do I get this back to the cave?" Natsu wondered as he crossed his arms over his chest and tilted his head in confusion. He vag. Yuli thought he might have faintly heard Igneel laughing back at the cave. This slight, real or imagined, against him caused Natsu to rant about Igneel laughing at him while trying to remove the carcass from the earth spikes. 6 months later. "Natsu, as you know, in about half a year you'll be 10 years old. You know what that means, correct?" Igneel asked his son while Anna stood next to him across from Natsu. "Yeah, Dad, it means I'll be old enough to leave the nest. You'll let me go traveling and find out what I want to do with my life, right?" Natsu replied with a smile. "Correct. Hatchlings that prove themselves on their hunts are pushed from the nest and out into the world at 10 years of age. You're strong enough then to not need to rely on me for protection anymore." Neil explained, causing Natsu to grin and punch at the air in front of him a few times. Anna giggled at Natsu's display of strength, causing the young dragonslayer to pout at her. "Well, since you'll be going out on your own, Igneel and I both think you'll need to know something very important about life before you go. We want to tell you this now in case you have any questions about it before you leave, okay Natsu?" Anna explained with a smile which got Natsu to grin in return. "Sure thing, Anna, so what are you two gonna teach me about?" Natsu asked expectantly. "It has to do with mating." Igneel replied evenly while Anna nodded her head gently. "What's mating?" Natsu questioned, not realizing that he'd regret asking that question for the next month afterward. He'd also find it hard to look Anna in the eye for the next 3 months. 6 months later, year X 377. It was the day of Natsu's departure from his and Igneel's cave. He was finally ready by Igneel's standards to go out into the world and see what it had to offer. He'd been told that Anna and her clan of people had made a magical gate that would send him off to somewhere in the world where he could have a safe start to his journey. Natsu had questioned why he needed the gate, but Igneel teased him, saying that it was so Natsu wouldn't get homesick and run right back to the cave. That had led to an hour-long fight between the two, with Igneel laughing at Natsu's attempts to hurt him. Igneel flew the two of them towards the location Anna had mentioned, and for the first time Natsu got to meet other Opal besides Anna and even 4 other dragons. "Hey Igneel, do you know these dragons?" Natsu questioned with his head tilted as he looked up at the large dragons. One was covered in metal plate like armored scales and had a black-haired child standing in front of him. Another one that Natsu could smell was female, had white feathers covering her wings and a portion of her body. She had a blue-haired girl in front of her, probably a year or 2 younger than Natsu, that was currently hugging her right front leg. The next dragon Natsu looked at was white with antlers on his head and a long beard with a ridge of fur going down his neck along his spine. He had a blonde-haired boy about the same age as the blue-haired girl in front of him. The final dragon Natsu saw was all black with red eyes and had another black-haired boy in front of him, but he was the same age as the blonde boy and the blue-haired girl, while the first black-haired boy was Natsu's age. "Yes, Natsu, I do. The sky dragon is Grandini. The iron dragon is Metallicana. the white dragon is Wislogia, and the shadow dragon is Skiadrum. They are dragons that have also adopted humans as their own children. Igneel explained as Natsu gained a look of recognition that he wasn't the only dragon child. He quickly ran over to talk to the other children with the white scale scarf Anna made for him flailing in the breeze of his sudden movement. Hey, I'm Natsu Dragneel, son of Igneel the Magma Dragon King. Who are you guys? Natsu introduced himself while looking expectantly at the 4 other Dragonslayers. Nice to meet ya, Sting Eucliffe, son of Wislogia the White Dragon. The blonde boy answered as he sniffed at the air, getting an impression of this new person's scent. I'm Rogue Cheney, son of Skiadrum the Shadow Dragon. The younger black-haired boy replied politely. I'm Wendy Marvell, the daughter of Grandini the Sky Dragon. The blue-haired girl said shyly as she head towards the ground quickly after introducing herself. TCH, I don't plan to be all buddy with you anyway, so why'd I gotta introduce myself? The older black-haired boy questioned with a scowl. Gajiel, Metallicana growled at his son. Fine, whatever, Gajiel Redfox, son of the Iron Dragon Metallicana. That good enough for you? The older black-haired boy questioned with a huff. Now all of you be good, Anna said with a smile as she walked over to the group of children. When we get the gate ready, you'll all walk in one at a time. The gate will send each of you to a safe place to start your own journey into the world. You could very well end up meeting each other again fairly soon, depending on how close or how far apart the gate transports you. But, had if we end up someplace scary and all alone? Wendy asked nervously, afraid to end up by herself somewhere unfamiliar. Don't worry Wendy, you'll be safe, I promise the gate will only send you to a safe place. Anna reassured the younger girl as she hugged her. TCH, whatever, can we just get on with this? Gajiel questioned as he looked away from everyone. Anna smiled at the Iron Drago Slayer before playfully ruffling his long hair, causing Gajiel to growl at her and move away from her hand. Alright, I'll go activate the gate, say your goodbyes to your parents. Anna acquiesced. As she and a few other mages from her clan moved towards the gate. Later, Igneel, I'm gonna train for a few years while I see the world, and then I'm gonna come back here. Natsu proclaimed with a grin up at his father. Oh, why is that? Are you going to get homesick by then? Igneel questioned with a chuckle. Heck no, I'm gonna get so strong that I'm gonna beat you in a fight when I find you. So get ready for it, Natsu proclaimed as he punched his fist into his other palm. Ha ha ha, you're a century too young to try and challenge me, boy. You'll have to be the strongest Dragonslayer to have a chance at beating me. Igneel teased his son, causing Natsu to proclaim that he would be the strongest and he would kick Igneel's scaly butt. This just brought more laughter from Igneel and more fuming from Natsu. Grow up strong, Sting. I know you'll succeed at whatever you choose to do, Wislogia told his son kindly, causing the blonde boy to blush at the praise before smiling up at his dad. You got, Dad, I'll find something awesome to do and be the best at it, Sting proclaimed, getting the dragon equivalent of a smile from his father. Rogue, find people that are important to you. They will give your life meaning and make it better than you can imagine, Skiadrum told his son, getting a nod back from Rogue. I will, father. I'll find those I can call friends and family and enjoy my time with them. I hope to see you again someday as well, Rogue replied with a bow to his father, causing Skiadrum to smile at his son. You'll do amazing things, Wendy. Your sky magic can help many people. Just have confidence in yourself, child, Grandini said soothingly to Wendy, who was currently hugging her mother for all that she was worth. I'll try, Grandini. I hope I'll find some nice people to stay with for a while though, Wendy replied with tears at the corner of her eyes. Still going to have that foul look in your eyes even when we part ways? Metallicana questioned his son. Hey, shut up. I don't have a foul look in my eyes. You have a foul look in your eyes, rust face, Gajiel yelled back at his father, causing Metallicana to chuckle at his son's predictable reaction. Live strong, Gajiel, grow up and find a good mate for yourself, Metallicana told his son with a grin, causing Gajiel to sputter in embarrassment. This isn't the time for that kind of talk, rust face. Gajiel finally got out, though his face was still red. Gajiel, Metallicana grumbled out affectionately. Alright, fine, I get it. But I ain't accepting any weakling just because she cute. I'm going to look for a strong one. Gajeel replied with a smirk. As long as you love each other, that's what's important. Metallicana teased, watching his son go red-faced all over again. Okay, the gate is ready now. Anna called over to the children as they all walked over towards their human teacher. We took the liberty of preparing some supplies for your trip, children. She told them while motioning to the 5 rucksacks off to the side of the gate. They each have your name on them and enough supplies to help you get started wherever you get sent. You'll find a couple days of food supplies and some water. There are also tools to help you catch food and make shelter like I taught you. Just in case you end up in a forest and have to find your way out. Thank you, Anna. Natsu, Sting, Rogue, and Wendy thanked the blonde woman while Gajeel just mumbled his thanks. Anna smiled at the children before motioning them to start into the gate one at a time. Well, hopefully I'll see you guys again soon. Just remember about our fight, Igneal. I'm definitely gonna win when I see you again. Natsu called out as he waved goodbye to everyone and stepped into the gate. He couldn't have known that he wouldn't see any of his fellow Dragonslayers until many years later. 400 years in the future till the year X777 Heartfilia Family Eclipse Gate. Layla Heartfilia stood before the opened Eclipse Gate as the magic swirled within the opened doors. The strain on her magic to keep this portal open was immense, and she was already struggling even after just a few minutes. Her servants and friends Grammy and Zoldio were standing back from the gate, clearly worrying about their mistress. Suddenly 5 beams of light were launched out of the gate one after another, and they all headed in different directions before they couldn't be seen anymore when they disappeared over the horizon. Finally, it's done, Layla stated tiredly as she stopped her magic and allowed the eclipse gate to close. She collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion as Grammy and Zoldio rushed over to help her. I'll be alright, you two. I just need some rest. With this done, Lucy won't have to worry about fulfilling the Heartfilia family mission. Layla said with a smile, knowing her daughter would be free to follow her own dreams. As Grammy and Zoldio helped their mistress into the mansion and into her room to sleep, no one in the house could have known that only a few short days later they would all lose a bright shining light in their lives. The least prepared for this loss would be Layla's 10-year-old daughter Lucy, who already had a strained relationship with her workaholic father. Many miles away in a forest a few miles east of Magnolia Town, Natsu was waking up from his trip through the Eclipse Gate. He quickly looked around, noticing that he was in a forest, and proceeded to sniff the air to get a feel for his surroundings. After making sure that there were no immediate threats nearby, Natsu began to walk through the forest to see what or who he might be able to find. It was close to sunset when Natsu decided to make an improvised shelter from fallen tree branches and forest debris. After setting up his shelter, he quickly sniffed out a rabbit and blasted it with a compact fireball. After preparing the rabbit, Natsu roasted it, then ate the whole thing and finished off a bottle of water before going to sleep in his debris hut for the night. It wouldn't be until tomorrow morning that Natsu would stumble upon a road leading to Magnolia Town. It would be on this road that Natsu would meet a kind, short old man that changed his life forever. I'm hungry. What should I do? Eat first or look for a way out of this forest? Natsu questioned himself as he walked through the forest. The pink-haired Dragonslayer took a sniff of the surrounding air. I'm starving. Several more steps later, with another sniff of the air, the smell of cooking meat flooded Natsu's nose. Food, Natsu exclaimed happily as he sprinted towards the smell. He came upon a small fire with some meat roasting over it. A backpack lay against a tree a dozen feet from the flames, but Natsu's mouth watered as he slowly inched his way towards the fire. I'm sure whoever is cooking this won't mind if I take just one skewer, right? Natsu thought as he reached for one of the sticks of roasting meat. But right before he touched the stick, Natsu felt a presence directly behind him. Might I ask what you're doing, young one? A man's voice said from behind him. Nothing, Natsu replied as he pulled his hand back while sweating nervously. I see, it looks like you were about to poach some of my lunch. The person said as they moved around Natsu to get to the fire. Sorry, but I'm starving, Natsu responded as he turned towards the man. Standing beside him was a short man with white hair. He had a brown hat on his head and was wearing a blue coat over an orange shirt with matching blue pants. I think we've started off on the wrong foot, Natsu said as he held out his hand to the old man. I'm Natsu. Natsu Dragneel. The old man looked at Natsu closely before he suddenly smiled and reached out to shake Natsu's hand. I'm Makarov Drayar. The old man replied as he released Natsu's hand. How'd you sneak up on me? I can usually hear or smell someone coming towards me. Natsu asked curiously. Oh, you learn a few things here and there when you get to be my age. Being a mage helps too. Makarov answered with a grin as he held out his hand, a small ball of yellow light appearing above his palm. That's so cool, Natsu exclaimed as he looked at the ball of light. I'm a mage too. Natsu's held up both hands before one was covered in rock and the other was engulfed in flames. Then both were covered with molten lava. Oh ho, what type of magic is this? Makarov questioned while staring at the, obviously talented, boy, which earned a grin from Natsu. It's Magma Dragon Slayer magic. Natsu replied proudly. I learned it from my dad. He also showed me how to break it down into the two elements that make it up so I can use Fire Dragon Slayer magic and Earth Dragon Slayer magic too. That is impressive, Makarov said as he sat down next to the fire. Your father must be very talented to learn lost magic like that, and you must be very talented to be able to learn three-element magics so young. Makarov praised the boy with a smile before asking his next question. So what are you doing out here in the forest? I'm trying to find my way out of the forest so I can see the world. Natsu answered as he sat beside Makarov. I'm 10 now and Dad said I'm strong enough to leave the nest and go out and see the world. The nest? What do you mean, boy? Makarov asked, which made Natsu tilt his head in confusion. The place I was raised, our cave, was our nest. Natsu explained with a fond grin. Makarov couldn't help the small smile that spread across his face at the look of joy on Natsu's face, even though he was still confused. But why call it a nest? Makarov asked Natsu. Because my dad is a dragon. The Magma Dragon King, Igneel. Natsu said with pride before his stomach growled loudly. Natsu's face turned red in embarrassment. Hey, do you think I could have some of this meat? Natsu asked sheepishly while rubbing the back of his head. Makarov made a mental note to ask Natsu more about his dragon parent later before he replied to the pink-haired boy. Sure we'll eat together. Makarov said as he handed Natsu a skewer of meat. You're awesome, old man. Natsu yelled as he too. Okay, a large bite out of the meat on his skewer. Makarov laughed at Natsu's words and started to eat his own skewer. So, Natsu said after swallowing his mouthful. What are you doing out here, camping? Just taking a lunch break. I'm on my way back to my guild. Makarov replied happily. What's a guild? Natsu asked in a confused tone. Makarov looked at Natsu's confused face before replying. A guild is a place that mages join in order to find work. Many of them are full of mages that are friends and treat each other like family. Makarov explained with a grin. Really? That sounds kind of cool. Natsu said with a thoughtful look on his face. Would you like to come along with me to my guild? I'm sure you'd like the place. We have several kids around your age there right now. Makarov asked the pink-haired boy. Can I? Natsu questioned with a smile. Of course, we'd love to have you, Natsu. Makarov exclaimed with a smile of his own. All right, let's go, old man, Natsu shouted as he quickly finished his meat skewer. Soon after the two finished their lunch, Makarov showed Natsu that they were only a short walk from the road that led towards Magnolia. Natsu was excited to see Magnolia as he'd never been to a big town. After another few hours of travel, the duo finally made it to Magnolia. Even with Natsu looking at everything he could eventually found themselves in front of the Fairy Tale Guild Hall. Whoa, this place is huge, Natsu exclaimed as he stared at the building in wonder. So this is a mage guild, huh? Yep, it's called Fairy Tale, Makarov said with a smile. That's a weird name, Natsu said with a chuckle. Heh. Yes, but you see, no one knows whether or not fairies have tails, or if they even exist. So it'll forever be a mystery. Unless we try and find out, which could become an amazing adventure. If anyone wanted to find out, it would definitely be our members. Makarov explained the meaning behind the guild's name. I don't really get all of that, but it sounds awesome. Natsu replied with a big smile. Makarov laughed as the two made their way to the large front doors. They Both pushed the door open and were instantly met with the loud sounds inside the guild hall. Laughter, conversations, and even fights echoed throughout the guild. But the noise quickly quieted down as soon as the doors opened. Everyone in the guild turned to look at who had just opened the doors. "I'm back, brats, and I brought a guest, so be on your best behavior," Makarov shouted out as H.E. and Natsu walked into the building and headed for the bar. "Who is the kid?" a member questioned another. "No idea," was the response. "Is his hair pink?" asked someone else. "You think it's natural?" another member wondered out loud. Natsu heard all of these comments and was a little annoyed. If these guys started making fun of his hair, he'd show them a thing or two. Makarov and Atsu arrived at the bar and the old man quickly jumped up to sit on top of it. Natsu decided to just sit on one of the bar stools and look around the guild. He noticed mostly adults but some kids. His age or close to it, like Makarov had said. There was a brunette girl in an orange dress that was doing something with cards. There was a red-haired girl that was wearing armor and carrying a sword. Then there was also a dark blue-haired boy without a shirt on that seemed to be looking for something. "This place is kinda crazy, old man," Natsu said to Makarov, causing the old man to chew CKLE while taking a mug of beer that a waitress behind the bar handed to him. "It sure is, but that's part of the fun, right?" Makarov asked Natsu as he took a sip of beer. I think it's pretty cool. Especially all the fighting," Natsu exclaimed with a grin as he watched a group of mages start brawling with one another over something. "Hey you brats, don't break anything this time or so help me, I'll deal with you myself," Makarov yelled at the brawling group while shaking his fist at them. "Ha ha ha, this place is funny," Natsu laughed. "Hey, old man, can I check the rest of the place out?" "Sure, just don't go up to the second floor, only high-ranked members of the guild are allowed up there," Makarov stated as he drank from his mug. With a nod, Natsu jumped off the bar's stool and started wandering around the guild hall looking at anything that caught his eye. He checked out the request board, then the bar area where a nice waitress gave him a large, warm bread roll for free. After eating the roll, Natsu continued his exploration of the building. Natsu walked past a table only to see the same dark blue-haired boy from earlier, only this time he was down to his boxers and didn't seem to even notice. "Hey, what's your deal? You got a problem with me or something?" the blue-haired boy questioned as he stared Natsu down. "What if I do?" Natsu challenged with a grin. "Oh, are they gonna fight?" questioned a dark-haired man at a close table. "No way," replied his friend sporting a pompadour and wearing sunglasses. "Gray, your clothes," called out the brunette girl from earlier. The now named Gray suddenly stood up looking down at his state of undress in shock. "Oh man," Gray cried out at his lack of clothing. "Geez, what a pervert," Natsu teased the other boy. "Who you calling a pervert, Pinky?" Gray growled at Natsu, getting in his face. You loud-mouth streaker," Natsu replied with a smirk, getting in Gray's face. Gray quickly threw a punch at Natsu, which Natsu dodged before throwing one of his own at Gray. The blue-haired boy took the blow to the chest but threw a kick which caught Natsu in the stomach. E2 quickly devolved into a mass of limbs and dust being thrown up from the floor as they continued to wrestle with one another. "Well, he's a feisty one, Makarov mused as he finished off his current mug of beer. "He'll fit right in," claimed the orange-haired man in glasses sitting next to him sketching in a sketch pad. "Can you two knock it off? You're making a scene," called out the brunette girl from earlier. Both boys stood up but continued to glare at each other with auras of orange and blue surrounding them, each practically daring the other to take another swing. Sud. A hand appeared in each boy's face before they were shoved away from each other so hard their necks made popping sounds. The red-haired girl in armor that Natsu had noticed earlier had broken up the fight between them. "What, you want some of this too?" Natsu questioned with a growl as he challenged the slightly older girl. "Don't do it," Gray tried to warn the foolish pink-haired boy. The next thing either boy knew, they'd both been thrown into the nearest wall so hard they left craters in the plaster. "What total idiots," the red-haired girl said with disdain. "Why me too?" Gray groaned out from the wall. "You're not to fight, are we clear?" the redhead asked the two boys. "Yes ma'am," Gray agreed immediately. "Whoa, she's strong," Natsu exclaimed with a smile. Hey kid, what's your name? The armored girl asked curiously. Natsu. Natsu Dragneel, son of Igneel the Magma Dragon King. Natsu replied proudly. Natsu. Huh. The girl tested the name out Eel becoming curious about the son of a Dragon King part. Let's get one thing straight. Everyone in Fairy Tail treats each other like family. So this guild hall is like our home. It's not a place for fighting, do you understand? Yeah, Natsu replied, a little put out that he and Gray couldn't finish their fight. Welcome to Fairy Tail, I'm Urza. The now identified Urza said with a smile. She's strong. Natsu mumbled out to himself. No kidding. Gray whispered back, the two boys sharing a grin before realizing they were agreeing with each other and turning away from one another. Hey Urza, wait up. Natsu called out to the girl that was already a fair distance away. Urza stopped to turn back and look at Natsu running up to her. What? Did you need something, Natsu? Urza questioned the pink-haired boy. You're strong, how about a fight? Natsu asked the redhead with his fist raised, a gleam of challenge in his eyes. I just told you we don't fight in the guild hall. Urza glared back at the boy. Then if we go outside can we fight? Natsu questioned, not backing down from Urza's glare. Why do you want to fight me anyway? Urza asked with a sigh. Because you're strong. Dragons love a good fight with a strong opponent. Natsu replied with a grin. Does this have anything to do with what you said about being the son of a dragon king or whatever? Urza asked, perplexed by Natsu's answer. Yeah, I was raised by Igneel the Magma Dragon King. As his son I've taken on dragon-like traits through the magic he taught me. Natsu responded, his hands dropping to his sides as he explained. Yeah right, you weren't raised by a dragon. No one has seen a dragon for like 300 or 400 years, or something. You shouldn't lie, Pinky. Gray laughed at Natsu. This caused a tick mark to form on Natsu's head as he quickly rushed over to Gray and slammed his head against the blue-haired boy's head. You wanna repeat that, pervert? Nat. Sue growled, practically spitting fire at the other boy who was holding his forehead in pain. Ow, what is your head made of? Gray questioned, using a small application of his magic to cool the injured part of his forehead. Never tell me that Igneel isn't my father. He's the only parent I've ever had and I won't let you or anyone else disrespect him. Natsu growled out, heat emanating off his body. How do we know you're not lying? Your story doesn't make sense based on what anyone else has ever heard of dragons. You have proof you were raised by one. Gray challenged as he stood back up, removing his hand from his forehead. Proof. Let me think. Oh, yeah, I've got something. Natsu replied with a grin before looking around for a clear area. Once he spotted an area off to the side of the nearest tables, he ran over and turned back to face everyone in the guild. Here's your proof, pervert. With that said, Natsu began drawing out his magic. At first there was only a noticeable change in the temperature within a several-foot range of Natsu. The next obvious change was literal heat waves emanating off Natsu's body as the range of heat increased to encompass more of the guild hall. Shortly after that, lava began to appear around Natsu's body. The heat inside the guild hall started to rise quickly. What the heck? Gray squawked out, seeing Natsu being covered in lava. That's a lot of magic. The brunette girl mumbled out, causing the two older mages from earlier to nod in agreement. How much farther can he go? Urza questioned herself while watching the pink-haired boy. With a growl, Natsu pushed his magic further. Lava began dripping off his body and burning the wooden floor as his magic continued to rise. The inside of the guild began to feel sweltering, and the air almost seemed to tremble from the force of the magic Natsu was exuding. Natsu, that's enough. Makarov called, getting Natsu to blink for a moment before reining his magic back in. Looking at the burning floor, Natsu was quick to yelp before smothering the burning section with dirt blasted from his hands. Holy cow, the older dark-haired mage muttered. You ain't joking. His pompadour and sunglasses wearing friend replied, astounded at the amount of magic Natsu possessed. Sorry about that, old man. I'll try and fix it, Natsu said to Makarov with a bow of apology. Don't worry too much, Natsu. Worse happens often enough around here. Makarov replied from his seat on top of the bar. That was impressive, Natsu. I might just take you up on that match, Urza said with a determined look on her face. Really? You're awesome, Urza. Natsu exclaimed with excitement at the thought of a match between him and the strong girl. Yes really, but not right now. I have things to do for the rest of the day, Urza said with a nod as she turned to head towards the guild hall doors. Things to do, like comb your hair and other girly stuff. I laughed as Urza stopped and grabbed the nearest chair before hurling it at Gray, slamming into the boy and knocking him out of the chair he was sitting in. Natsu looked back and forth between the fuming Urza and the groaning Gray for a moment before speaking. Why wouldn't she take care of her hair? It's pretty, Natsu stated with the confidence of a child stating an innocent fact. What? Urza mumbled in shock before her face turned almost as red as her hair. She quickly turned around and covered her cheeks with her hands, trying to keep anyone from seeing her flustered. Most everyone else in the guild hall were either in shock at what Natsu had said or giggling about it like some of the older girls and women in the guild. Urza quickly ran out of the guild doors blushing UPA storm, leaving behind a confused Natsu. What? Did I say something wrong? Natsu questioned everyone as he looked around. No, Natsu, you're fine. Just a little shocked at Urza's reaction is all. Makarov replied, covering up his grin with his beer mug. Oh okay, Natsu replied before wandering over to the brunette girl in the orange dress. The girl, seeing him approach, looked on in confusion as he sat down opposite her at the table. Did you need something? She asked the pink-haired boy. Just wanted to meet you, so what's your name? Natsu responded with a grin. Kana Alberona, nice to meet you. Kana introduced herself to the boy. Nice to meet ya, Kana, Natsu said back as he sniffed a few times. You're pretty strong, aren't ya? Me? No, not really, replied, confused at Natsu thinking she was strong when the whole guild had just seen his crazy display of magic power. Huh, but I can totally smell it. You've got a ton of magic power. You can't hide your strength from me, Natsu said while pointing at Kana with a triumphant smile. Smell it? What do you mean by that? Are you sniffing me? Kana demanded to know as she leaned back away from Natsu slightly. Huh, not really. Well, maybe, sort of. Natsu tried to explain without freaking the girl out. Dragons have a really good sense of smell. They also have a rudimentary ability to smell magic, and you've got a lot of magic in your scent. That's all. I'm not trying to be weird or anything. Oh, well, that's good, I guess. Kana replied unsurely, still a little confused by the pink-haired dragon boy. Yep, you'll be really strong once you master your magic. I'll fight you anytime, Natsu replied with a grin as he punched the air beside him a couple times in excitement. Na couldn't help but giggle at the pink-haired boy's exuberance. So, if I'm as strong as you say, do you want me to try and read your past and future with my card magic? Kana asked with a smile as she pulled out her cards. Future? You can do that? Natsu questioned in curiosity as he looked at her cards. Yeah, but I'm still learning, so sometimes the readings are off by a little bit. Anna replied as she handed the deck of cards to Natsu. You have to shuffle them to make it work. Then I'll use my magic to set them out and read your past and future from them, she explained to the amazed dragon boy. That's super cool, Kana, Natsu exclaimed as he shuffled the cards once Kana showed him how. Kana couldn't help but smile at Natsu's praise for her growing magic skills. Alright, let's see what your reading tells us, Natsu, Kana said after she had laid out the cards properly. The past is the first card. It is the Emperor. It represents fatherhood, authority, structure. Igniel was a good father to you, right, Natsu? Yep, that all sounds like Igniel, Natsu said, excited that the first card represented his past with his father. Second card is the present. It is Four of Wands. This card represents community, home, and celebration. Looks like you'll be really happy here at Fairy Tale, Natsu, Kana said happily while smiling at Natsu. Natsu smiled back, happy that he might find friends and a home here at Fairy Tale. Third card is the near future. It is Three of Pentacles. This card represents teamwork, building, and collaboration. Maybe it means you'll make a team to go out on jobs with. Close friends that you want to share in your successes with, maybe. Kana explained, trying to get the most accurate reading with her magic. So all have a team of friends to go out and work with. That would be pretty cool. Natsu smiled, practically bouncing in his seat. Fourth card is the further future. It is reversed Four of Cups. This card represents sudden awareness. Acceptance. Choosing happiness. I think it means you'll make a choice about something that will bring you and others in your future happiness. I can't make it any clearer right now. Kana said with an, I'm sorry, look on her face. Well, if it makes my friends and me happy, then of course I'd choose whatever that option is. Natsu stated with a nod of his head. Kana giggled at his self-assuredness and easy acceptance of such a vague future. Last card is the overall future. It is the Lovers. This card represents partnerships, duality and union. Looks like you might find someone that completes you and makes your life fulfilling and full of love, Natsu. It could mean you'll have a long, happy relationship or marriage. I'm not completely sure, but it's definitely a positive future to hope for. Kana explained with a smile which Natsu returned. He wasn't sure about relationships or marriage, though thanks to Igneel and Anna and the talk they'd given him. He knew what they were and why they were important. But he wasn't super interested in trying to find a wife or anything yet. He was only 10, he had time to worry about that stuff later. That was neat, Kana. Can you do that for anyone? Natsu questioned the card mage excitedly. Mostly, but some people you can't read are divine. They're either too closed off or protected from scrying-type magics. Kana replied as she gathered her cards back up. The two spent the next hour or so just chatting, with Kana answering questions about guild life for Natsu and Natsu answering Kana's questions about living with a dragon and what dragons were like. Eventually Natsu found his way around the guild again, meeting other members like Mikao and Wakaba, the two older mages. T had commented on his power after his argument with Gray, as well as Laxus, the grandson of Makarov. Near sunset, Natsu was sitting next to Makarov at the bar again, chatting with the old man. So, how do you like the guild, Natsu? Makarov asked the young dragonslayer. I think it's great. Gray is kind of a jerk, but everybody else is really cool. I learned a lot about guild life talking to C. Anna, and I want to stay and become a member. Natsu said, looking at Makarov hopefully. Of course you can join. Welcome to Fairy Tail, Natsu. You're a member of our family now. You'll be like one of my own brats, just as the others are. Makarov said as he accepted Natsu into the guild with a big smile. Yeah, this is awesome. Natsu cheered as he jumped on top of the bar with his fists in the air. Listen up, you brats. Natsu has decided to join Fairy Tail. Since we're getting a new family member, let's party. Makarov called out to the cheers of the whole guild. Let's get you the official guild mark, Natsu. Sure thing, Gramps. How do we do that? Natsu questioned with a smile. Just got to take this stamp here and press it to wherever you want your mark to be located. Makarov explained as he showed Natsu the guild mark stamp. Okay, how about my right shoulder? Natsu asked as he turned his shoulder to face Makarov. Alright, and what color do you want it to be? Makarov asked as he prepared the stamp. Red. Igneel was mostly red, so I want it that color. Natsu exclaimed as he held his shoulder out towards Makarov. Red it is then. Makarov replied with a smile as he pressed the stamp to Natsu's shoulder. When the stamp was pulled away, a bright red Fairy Tail guild mark was on Natsu's shoulder. Now you're an official member of Fairy Tail, Natsu. Yeah, I'm a Fairy Tail mage. Natsu announced to the whole guild with his yell. Welcome to Fairy Tail, Natsu. The entire guild called back with cheers and laughter. Quest, which one should I take? Natsu mumbled to himself as he stood in front of the request board in the guild hall. It was Natsu's first official day as a Fairy Tail mage, and the young dragon slayer wanted to complete his first quest. I bet I could complete this monster slaying quest. The reward is 100,000 jewels. That would definitely last a while, right? With the request in ND, Natsu approached the receptionist behind the bar. Technically she was just the barmaid that was logging which members were taking which quests today. Hello, Natsu, what can I do for you? She sked kindly as Natsu grinned back at her. I wanna take this quest. Natsu replied as he placed the request on the bar top. I'm sorry, Natsu, but you can't take this quest. The barmaid replied after looking it over. Why not? I can totally beat the monster they're describing in the request. Natsu argued as he reread the request again to make sure he'd understood what kind of monster needed to be slayed. I'm not saying you can't, Natsu, but this is a C rank quest. she explained, pointing at a large C stamped onto the upper left of the request paper. Right now you're BR. And new to being a mage, and so you're E-ranked. You can only take E-rank quests unless Master Makarov directly selects you for a higher ranked quest. Oh, well that's stupid. I can totally destroy that monster. Natsu muttered as he placed his head against the bar top. The barmaid giggled at the pouting dragon slayer. How about I pick out a request for you, Natsu? She asked kindly. Okay, pick out a good one. Natsu instantly went back to cheerful at the offer. The barmaid walked over to the request board and browsed it for a minute before picking a request off of it and returning to Natsu. How about this one, Natsu? She smiled as she showed him the request. Let's see. Farmer is moving on to a newly established farm on the outskirts of Magnolia. Needs a trench dug through a field and towards the river to provide water for livestock. They're specifically requesting an earth mage for the job. Reward is 25,000 jewels. Natsu read off the request. You can use earth magic. Right, Natsu? The barmaid asked with a grin. Yep, my earth dragon slayer magic could get this done easy. Natsu replied with a toothy smile. This is also an E-rank quest, so you're allowed to take it. She stated as she tapped the large E stamped on the upper left corner. Alright, I wanna take this quest, Natsu exclaimed as he bounced on the bar stool he was sitting on. Sure thing, just let me put the in progress stamp on it. The barmaid replied as she took out a stamp and stamped the request paper. The Fairy Tale Guild symbol appeared on E request with the words, "In progress by Natsu Dragneel," under it. What's this about? Natsu asked as he looked at the stamped request. That request is probably in a few other guilds close to Magnolia as well. When we stamp it with the in progress stamp, it shows that a mage of our guild is currently taking the request. The mark that is on your request is now on every copy of that request in every guild within Fury. This prevents multiple mages from different guilds from taking the same requests at the same time. She explained while Natsu's eyes widened at the magic involved with taking requests. That's cool. So I'm good to go now, right? Natsu asked as he jumped down off the bar stool. Yes you are. Have a good day, Natsu. The barmaid waved goodbye before going back to tending the bar. Natsu waved back before heading out of the guild hall. After reading the directions to the farm, Natsu started walking down the main road of Magnolia to get to the outskirts where the farm should be. It only took about an hour of walking before Natsu arrived at the edges of the farm. After following the fence, Natsu found the farmhouse and walked up to the front door. A few knocks and a muffled, "I'm coming," from inside brought Natsu face to face with his client. The farmer was of average height and wearing jeans with a light brown work shirt. Natsu quick L.Y. noticed the man was also using crutches and had his left leg in a cast. The farmer looked down at the 10-year-old boy at his front door before speaking. Can I help you, youngster? He questioned. I'm Natsu from the Fairy Tale Guild. I'm here to complete this request. Natsu replied as he showed the request paper to the man. The farmer looked at it before smiling at the young man. So you're an earth mage then? The farmer asked. Yep, I can move dirt and rock easy. Natsu nodded with a grin. Well, that's good. I was starting to think no one was going to take my request. I put it up almost 2 weeks ago and my livestock are being delivered 2 days from now. Glad to have you here, youngster. Follow me and I'll show you where to dig the trench. The farmer chuckled as he started making his way to the back of the house. Natsu followed along, and once the two were behind the farmhouse, saw 2 rows of stakes marking a long line through the field. Just dig down a good meter or so between the stakes and stop. It doesn't need to be any deeper than that. Start at the area over by the hill there. Then make your way towards the river at the other end of the stakes. The man explained as he motioned towards an area that led towards a hill. Natsu noticed that the hill sloped downward from the farm and assumed that is where the water would drain from the trench. Sure thing, mister. What about when I get to the river? Natsu asked. Just make sure you're out of the trench and then breach the riverbank a bit. That will get a good amount of water flowing through the trench. That should be all the water I'll need for my livestock when they get here in 2 days. The farmer replied as he nodded to the young mage. I'll leave you to it, youngster. I'll be done before you know it. Natsu proclaimed with a grin as he ran over towards the hill. Looking down the hill, Natsu noticed another river at the bottom. Is that the same river? He wondered before looking around the fenced-in field and noticing the layout of the farm for the first time. The river flowed near the edge of the farm and went around the fenced-in fields. It then flowed down the hill and towards the huge lake that the town of Magnolia was built next to. Huh, that farmer guy really planned this out. He gets a small stream to water his lives. And the excess water just flows right back into the river it came from. That's smart. Natsu nodded before he focused his magic towards his hands. Earth Dragon's burrowing talons. Rock Bega. End to form on Natsu's hands before taking on the shape of dragon claw-like gauntlets. Let's get started. With enthusiasm, Natsu began to dig into the ground with speed and ease. It only took about 30 seconds before he was at the proper depth for the trench. With equal ease, Natsu began to widen the hole until it fit between the two stake markers. Now, with the appropriate depth and width achieved, Natsu easily started lengthening the trench, popping his head up over the edge from time to time just to make sure he was staying in between the markers the farmer had set up. Almost an hour later, Natsu had reached the river bank and climbed out of the trench. Okay, now I just have to make a hole in the bank so that water starts flowing through the trench. Seems easy enough. Natsu nodded as he channeled his magic into another spell. The stone dragon claw gauntlets cracked into hunks of rock that floated above Natsu's hands before he launched his spell. Earth Dragon's wing beat. With a wave of his arms, the rocks shot towards the riverbank at high speed and slammed into the wall of wet dirt. Natsu waited for a second to see if he'd have to hit the wall again. Within a few moments, that question was answered as the wet wall of dirt gave way and water flooded into the trench. Awesome! Natsu cheered as he started running alongside the trench, trying to keep up with the flowing water. Running the length of the field following the water as it progressed through the trench, Natsu soon came to the hill. Watching the water flow down the hill and rejoin the river again made Natsu fist pump at his success. Looking back at the trench and seeing all the dirt piles next to it gave Natsu an idea. Within a matter of minutes, Natsu had spread the loose dirt all over the field. The size of the field kept the dirt from being noticeable as it was spread so thin that it sank below the grass. Natsu had also snacked on a bit of the dirt to recharge the magic he'd expended from using his spells. With his job done, Natsu walked up to the back of the farmhouse and knocked again. The injured farmer came out on his crutches, upon seeing his completed trench with water flowing through it. He smiled down at the young mage. Well now, that's some good work, youngster. Didn't even take you 3 hours. I knew hiring a mage was the right decision. Farmer laughed as he took out the request paper from his pocket and signed it. Natsu took the paper from the man and noticed the stamp the barmaid had put on it earlier was faintly glowing. The words below the guild symbol changed from "In progress by Natsu Dragneel" to "Completed by Natsu Dragneel." Now when my farm hands get here with the livestock, we won't have to worry about how to water them. The man smiled before offering Natsu to have lunch with him and his wife. After a nice lunch with the couple and receiving his payment, Natsu made the hour-long walk back to Fairy Tale. I'm back, Natsu announced as he shoved the guild doors open and waved the completed request around in the air. I finished my first quest. Congratulations, Natsu. I thought that quest would be right for you. The barmaid smiled as she took the guild's 10% cut of the quest reward. That had taken some time for Kana to explain the day before to the Dragon Slayer. But after she told him it was to pay the waitresses and for repair costs, he'd understood. Especially after a yell from Makarov about somebody breaking a chair just a few seconds after Kana finished her explanation. After pocketing his cash, Natsu looked around the guild hall for something to do. Not seeing Kana or Grey, Natsu's eyes landed on Urza sitting at a table off to the side of the guild. Maybe she'll have that fight with me now, Natsu hoped as he rushed over to Urza. Hearing footsteps behind her, Urza turned to look at who had approached her. Hey Urza, you wanna have that spar now? He sked with a beaming smile and his fists already up. You're completely filthy, Urza exclaimed at seeing Natsu covered head to toe in dirt. Huh, oh yeah. I just finished my first quest. I got a little dirty while I was digging, Natsu explained as he looked down at his dirt-covered clothes. You need a bath immediately. Urza ordered as she stood up from her table and grabbed Natsu's wrist. What? Can't we fight first? Natsu asked as Urza started dragging him towards the guild hall's showers. I'm not going to fight you when you're covered head to toe in dirt, Natsu. Urza replied as she kept dragging him. Now get in the showers, she commanded as they stood in front of the door labeled, Guild Showers. Alright already, geez, a little dirt and she gets all weird. Natsu muttered as he walked into the shower area and started getting his dirty clothes off. The guild had robes for the members that may have to make use of the communal showers while they waited for their clothes to be cleaned. Upon noticing a sound behind him, Natsu turned to see Urza stripping her clothes off too. Urza, what are you doing? He asked, his red-haired guildmate, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to shower too and make sure you get clean, Urza replied as she strode over to one of the shower stalls and started the water. Why, I know how to bathe myself. Plus Anna said that boys and girls bathed separately, Natsu said, confused at his friend's actions. There's nothing wrong with a little skinship between comrades, Natsu. Now get in the stall and let's get you clean, Urza stated with finality. I'm not sure. This is different than what Anna taught me, Natsu replied nervously, his faint blush getting a bit darker. Urza's hand grabbing his wrist and dragging him into the stall was Natsu's first time learning that when Urza said you were going to bathe, you bathed. He wasn't sure whether he should be concerned or just accept Urza's insistence on helping him. By the end of the shower he settled on being weirded out. 2 months later. In the 2 months that Natsu had been a fairy tale mage, he'd completed 20 E rank quests and been promoted by Makarov to D rank. With more quests available to him, Natsu had jumped into work and completed 11 D rank quests since his promotion. He'd helped Kana with one of her divination quests by retrieving the item she'd been asked to find. The brunette had happily given a portion of the reward to her pink-haired friend. When asked why he was working so much, Natsu had replied that he wanted to buy a plot of land in the forest outside of Magnolia and build himself a home. The adults of the guild had been surprised, but supportive, of Natsu's desire and had even looked into some real estate for the young mage. Urza had beaten him in their first fight and Natsu was eager to have a rematch. Sadly, Urza worked a lot as well and time to fight hadn't presented itself again. Gray was around more and the two had brawled on multiple occasions when Urza wasn't around. Natsu was currently in the lead on their fights, according to him, since Gray disagreed. But he'd fight with the ice pervert whenever they met up. Today, however, Makarov had brought in 3 new children to the guild. The 3 were siblings and looked as if they'd had a rough time before being found by Makarov. The oldest sibling was a girl called Mirajan. She was about Urza's age and Natsu could practically smell the magic power coming off the girl. Especially the arm that she kept hidden, even though the limbs smelled different than the rest of her. The brother of the trio was called Elfman. He was fairly reserved and calm, almost seeming shy with the way he interacted with others. The youngest sibling was a girl called Lisana. She was sweet and kind and Natsu couldn't help but smile back at the girl when they'd caught each other's eyes as Makarov led the siblings through the door earlier. Alright you brats, listen up. We've got 3 new members joining the guild today. Make sure you treat them well now that they're a part of our family, Makarov announced, gesturing to the 3 siblings. The cheers and welcomes rang out from the various guild members as they used the excuse of new members to start partying. The T-Re siblings went to an unoccupied table and sat down together. Natsu, being curious about his new guild mates, quickly wandered over to meet the siblings. Hi, I'm Natsu Dragneel. What kind of magic do you guys use? Natsu questioned as he looked between the 3 siblings excitedly. Mira wrapped her ragged cloak tighter around her hidden arm and didn't say anything. We don't use magic yet, Elfman responded quietly, a bit taken aback by Natsu's loud greeting. But we definitely want to learn. Lisana piped up, a smile on her face. Neat. But what about you, Mirajan? I can tell you can use magic. You're pretty strong too. You wanna fight? Natsu asked with a big smile. No, Mira replied in a morose tone. What? Why not? A good fight always cheers me up, Natsu replied, almost bouncing in his seat. Believe it or not, Natsu, most people don't consider a fight a good time. Kana spoke up as she sat next to him and handed out the drinks she'd procured for the siblings. Elfman and Lysina gave thanks as they took sips from the cups, but Mira didn't move to touch her drink. Really? I love 'em, Natsu replied, getting an amused sigh out of his brunette friend. So, now that you three are here, what are you going to do? Kana asked as she took a drink from her own cup. That depends on Mira, she's still not sure if she's going to stay. Lysina replied as she looked at her sister with worry. Why wouldn't she want to stay? Fairy tale is awesome, Natsu questioned, his head tilting to the left slightly. I'm possessed, okay. Mira hissed out, holding onto her right arm with her left. I don't belong around regular people, I could hurt them. The sadness in that statement made both Natsu and Kana want to reassure the girl that she could stay. How do you know you're possessed? Natsu questioned, only having the knowledge of the term but never having seen anything like it. Because of my arm, Mira replied sadly. Are you sure it's possessed? Maybe it's magic, Kana proposed as she felt bad for the other girl who'd obviously had a very hard time before coming to Fairy Tail. What else could this be? Mira sniffled as she exposed her right arm, revealing a black demonic arm that faded back to human skin at the shoulder. It happened after a demon came to the village we were living in. The villagers all called me possessed and cursed. We had to run away from there because of me. This arm smells different than the rest of you, but the magic is the same. I think that means it's still your arm. You know, just different, Natsu stated while practically laying across the table and sniffing near Mira's arm. Are you sniffing me? Mira questioned, confused. Why aren't you scared? You'll have to forgive Natsu. He was raised by a dragon, and human customs are only partially understood apparently. Kana apologized as she dragged Natsu back into his seat and swatted him on the head lightly. Also, I'm not sure he understands fear very well, he's a bit weird like that. Hey, I'm not weird, Natsu argued with a pout, getting a deadpan look from Kana. Two giggles could be heard from the other side of the table. One bright and full of joy while the other was quieter but still cute. Kana and Natsu looked back and noticed that both of the Strauss sisters were giggling at Natsu's pouting face. I bet Master Makarov could tell us for sure whether it's magic or possession. You should ask him, Mira, Kana suggested with a smile as she pointed to the small old man sitting on top of the bar drinking a mug of beer. Yeah, Gramps knows tons about magic. He'll know what to do, Natsu encouraged Mira with a bright grin. Mira, seeing two people that didn't run in terror from the sight of her arm, could only nod slightly in acceptance as she stood up and made her way over to Makarov. She was instantly followed by her siblings as well as Natsu and Kana. Master Makarov, Mira questioned as she stood before the old man. What can I do for you, Mirajan? Makarov asked as he looked at the 5 children in front of him. Could you tell me if I'm possessed? Mira mumbled out quietly as she showed him her demonic arm. Makarov looked the limb over and without moving from his spot gave his answer. That's takeover magic, not possession in the slightest. You have the magic that allows you to take on the attributes of demons that are defeated either by you or near you. It's called takeover, Satan's soul, Makarov informed the group of children. So it really is magic? Mira questioned in shock. Yes. A little training with your magic should help you undo the transformation on your arm so that it goes back to normal. I'll help you with it if you'd like, Makarov offered with a smile, getting a small smile from Mira and a nod. See, isn't that great, Mira? I told you Gramps would know. Natsu laughed as he gave the white-haired girl a one-arm hug. Natsu, I still have the demon arm, Mira exclaimed, startled that anyone would want to be so close to her with her arm the way it was. So, I think your magic is pretty cool, Natsu replied with a grin as he pulled her in closer and even accepted a hug from Lysina with his other arm. Cool, he thinks this magic is cool, Mirajan thought to herself in shock as a blush spread across her face. Why do I feel warm right now? So, would you two like to join your sister for magic lessons? If your sister has an inborn talent for takeover magic, you both might as well. It never hurts to try. Makarov grinned, getting smiles and nods from Elfman and Lysina. I wanna try. I wanna have the same magic as Mira. Lysina giggled as she held onto Natsu. I'd like to try too. It would be nice to have the same type of magic as my sisters. Elfman grinned shyly while bowing slightly. Alright, we'll start tomorrow morning. I'm sure you'll get the hang of magic pretty quick. Makarov encouraged the siblings before taking another drink from his mug. That's great, Natsu exclaimed as he pulled Mira and Lysina close again. Myra's face went red. While Lysina giggled and squeezed Natsu tight. The quintet of children went back to their previous table to continue getting to know one another while Makarov looked on proudly at his brats. Even when they caused trouble, he still couldn't help but be proud of them. A crash from the other side of the guild hall had a vein appear on Makarov's forehead as he turned and yelled at a group of brawling mages. You brats, stop breaking the furniture. Macau, Wakaba, you two are fixing the damage to the floor. Makarov yelled while extending his arm and slamming his fist on top of Macau's head. It had been 3 years since Natsu had joined Fairy Tail. In that time he'd completed multitudes of missions and ascended from D rank to B rank. Another new friend had come to Fairy Tail in the past year as well. Her name was Levi Magarden, a friendly brunette that loved books. She used a magic called Solid Script that let her write words in the air that then took on the effects of the word in question. Natsu spent some time asking Levi about her magic and what kinds of words she could use. Flashback. So you can apply your solid script to yourself? Natsu questioned Levi as He sat at a table with Kana and Lysina. Mira and Urza were out on jobs and Elfman was training his takeover magic. Yes, though it's a bit more complicated than when I write stuff in the air. Levi replied as she flipped through her book before showing the three the page about using solid script on the caster. The more complex the word, the more difficult it becomes. Plus certain words wouldn't work at all because of how solid script functions. For example, I couldn't make myself immortal by writing the word on myself with solid script. All magic has some form of limitation. I can't see into the future with 100% accuracy no matter how good I get with my card magic. Kana replied as she sipped from her drink while holding up a card. I can't take over any animal soul that's stronger than me either. Lysina smiled as she turned her hands into cat-like claws. Otherwise I risk getting taken over myself. What about a word like speed? Natsu asked as he read over the page in Levi's book. I might be able to do that in the future. It would work like a form of speed magic, at least for a short burst. But it would fade away almost instantly if I didn't focus on it. Levi replied as she turned the page and read some more. Oh, what about the word invulnerable? You'd be able to take any attack and come out fine. Natsu cheered as he looked at the script mage with a toothy grin. I can't do that. Levi cried out in shock at Natsu's suggestion. A powerful word like invulnerable would demand an equally huge amount of magic to empower it. I'd use up all of my magic power and still fail to invoke a word like that. She admonished the Dragon Slayer with wide eyes. Really? I bet you could do it in the future though. You're a hard worker, Levi. So I'm sure you'll be an awesome script mage. Natsu encouraged with another toothy grin, getting smiles from Lysina and Kana while Levi blushed at the praise and encouragement from her friends. I'll try, Levi shyly replied as she hid her face behind her book, getting giggles from Kana and Lysina. End flashback. Today Natsu was perusing the request board and he noticed a B rank quest that made him smile, both at the fond memories it brought up and the taste he remembered from growing up with Igneal. The quest was a call for help from the other side of Fury. Near the border where the country of Bosco and the country of Seven met Fury in the east. Now this brings back memories. Natsu smiled as he pulled down the quest. A salamander has me down from the mountains and attacked the town of Falaise. Need assistance immediately. Reward is 200,000 jewels. Natsu quickly walked up to the bar and had the quest stamped with his name. Heading out, Natsu? Lysina asked as she walked up to Natsu at the bar. Yep, going to help this town on the border deal with a salamander. I can't wait, been too long since I had some roast salamander. Natsu replied with some drool at the corner of his mouth. Be careful, Natsu, and bring back some for the rest of the guild too. Lysina smiled as she hugged the Dragon Slayer. Sure thing, Lysina, Natsu replied while returning the hug. He liked getting hugs from his female friends. Though Urza often forgot to take off her armor before pulling him into a hug, hitting his head against her armor hurt. Kana was nice about it and usually hugged him when he came back from a quest. Mira always teased him when she gave him hugs. The eldest takeover sibling had Me a long way from the morose girl she'd been when she first arrived. Nowadays she was a rebellious teenager that dressed in a goth rocker style and was one of the stronger mages in the guild. He really wanted to fight with her, but Mira always turned him down, saying he had to earn it. Urza, however, could easily get a fight from Mira, as the two fought over one thing or another. Oddly enough, Natsu always seemed to be around when the two girls started their most intense brawls. See you when you get back. Lysina waved as Natsu walked out the guild doors with a wave back. Now all he had to do was ride that death contraption known as a train to get to Falaise. Maybe I could just walk, Natsu mused to himself before remembering that the quest stated immediate help. I hate trains, he grumbled as he made his way towards Magnolia's train station. One long train ride later. So this is Falaise, Natsu mumbled as he walked out of the train station and looked around. E-Town wasn't much different than Magnolia in terms of design, though Falaise did have an army garrison stationed on the eastern side of town, unlike Magnolia. The soldiers had tried to take down the salamander when it had attacked, but had been defeated and left with severe injury. Thankfully no one had died yet, but the majority of the town's livestock had been devoured. The salamander had been seen stalking around the mountains surrounding the village since the last attack, and the citizens had sent out the quest to get a mage to deal with the beast. Natsu walked towards the mayor's residence to meet with the man as well as the captain of the garrison. Shortly after arriving and meeting the two men, Natsu learned that the captain had scouts tracking the position of the salamander. When the next report came in via communication lacrima, Natsu would head out to intercept the salamander. At first both the captain and mayor had been skeptical of Natsu's ability to take on the quest. Natsu had assured them that he'd hunted salamanders before and they tasted delicious when roasted. The look on the pink-haired mage's face was all it took to convince the two that he knew what he was talking about. It was less than an hour before the scouts reported in. The salamander was near the plateau northwest of the village and would most likely be at the plateau within the hour. So where is this plateau? Natsu asked as he prepared to leave. We'll show you. The captain spoke up as the mayor brought out a map of the surrounding area. The two showed Natsu the plate. Oh, and the most direct path to it on the map, getting a nod from the Dragon Slayer. Alright, I'll head over there and take care of this. You guys get some grills and ovens ready, because I'm going to want to feast as soon as I drag this salamander back. Natsu grinned as he started running down the road towards the plateau. It only took about 50 minutes for Natsu to reach the plateau. Upon arriving to the mostly flat, rocky area, he could already smell the salamander approaching. When the fire lizard came into view, Natsu couldn't help but let out a whistle. This salamander was at least 40 feet in length from snout to tail tip. Large and strong with dark reddish scales and huge claws, the salamander had clearly lived a long time. I guess I should get its attention. Natsu grinned as he inhaled deeply. Earth Dragon's Roar. A large cone of spiraling rock and dirt was exhaled by Natsu and rushed towards the salamander. The beast only had a moment to look up before it was struck by the attack and staggered back from the force. Nice to meet you. The Pinkett laughed as he watched the salamander knock the rocks aside as it roared at him. Without a moment's pause, the salamander launched a wave of fire at Natsu from its mouth. The Dragon Slayer replied in kind. Fire Dragon's Roar. The two waves of fire clashed and filled the plateau with heat. The attacks tapered off and the salamander charged at Natsu with another roar. Magma Dragon's Piercing Talons. Natsu called forth his spell as his hands were surrounded by lava and he met the salamander's charge head-on. He dodged the snapping jaws of the salamander before striking it across the side of the head. The beast roared in pain before smacking Natsu away with its foreleg. Nats. Yu rolled for a moment along the ground before getting back to his feet. A large wave of fire heading in his direction met his vision as Natsu launched another Fire Dragon's Roar in return. Again, the two breath attacks clashed and dispersed, leaving a heat haze around the plateau for several moments. The salamander charged again before rearing up on its back legs and swiping at Natsu with its front claws. Natsu dodged around the swipes, noticing how they easily gouged out the rock of the plateau. With a quick dash forward, Natsu was inside the salamander's guard and unleashed multiple strikes with his lava-coated fist against the beast's less protected underbelly. The salamander roared out in pain before trying to drop its body on top of Natsu and crush him. The dragon slayer dived out from under the beast in the nick of time to avoid being crushed. Earth dragon's stone spears, Natsu called as he slammed his foot down on the rocks of the plateau, sending dozens of rock spears at the salamander. The fire lizard made a quick spin and smashed all of the spears with a tail swipe. The force of the swipe sent a strong gust across the plateau. "Man, you're pretty strong, aren't you?" Natsu smirked as he eyed the salamander. His response was the salamander charging at him again. Rushing forward, Natsu jumped above the salamander's bite and unleashed a different spell. Magma Dragon's Wing Attack. With a strong wave of his arms, Natsu sent a burning wave of lava at the salamander's back. The molten rock hit the salamander, causing the lizard to roar out in pain before it started rolling around on the rocky ground trying to get the lava off itself. Natsu moved in to get a better shot at the downed salamander, only for the beast to suddenly lunge at him with a claw swipe. Without time to change his course, Natsu tried to shift his body to the side to dodge. He was only partially successful. A burning pain erupted on his left side as one of the salamander's claws grazed him and left a bloody gash behind. "Damn it!" Natsu snarled as he pushed more magic into his lava-coated right hand. The lava took an even more defined shape of a dragon's teeth. Alons and flames erupted from the bubbling molten rock. "Take this!" he roared as he drove his attack straight into the salamander's eye. The lava spell didn't slow down as it pierced through the eye, broke the bones in the skull, and finally hit the brain. Natsu roared again before sending a burst of magic into his spell, causing it to erupt within the salamander's head. Natsu yanked his ARM out of the dead fire lizard's head and watched it collapse with lava pouring out of its ruined eye, its other eye, and both nostrils. Seeing his opponent dead, Natsu followed his instincts and threw back his head, letting out a loud dragon-like roar at his victory. Raw. The resounding echoes off the mountains made the roar seem even louder, and the scouts that had been dispatched to foe the salamander couldn't believe what they'd just seen. "By the gods, the kid did it. He killed it," one of the scouts stated in shock. "It was like there were two salamanders fighting down there," the other scout muttered as he reached for the communication lacrima to report the success of the quest. No one knew that this random observation would spread far and wide and give Natsu a name that would become synonymous with powerful magic and monster hunting skill. Natsu huffed as he stopped roaring and flinched as he placed his hand on his wounded side. With a grimace, Natsu applied his fire magic to the wound and sealed it with the heat. It would definitely leave a scar, but at least he didn't have to worry about the bleeding anymore. With a sigh, Natsu sat down to rest for a moment. Breaking through the salamander's magic-resistant scales had required each of his spells to have much more power than normal. All dragonkin had some level of magic resistance, and it only got stronger as they aged. Natsu wouldn't be surprised if this salamander was close to 50 years old. It probably weighed just under 1,000 pounds too. "Man, it's going to be a pain to drag you back to the village." Natsu sighed as he looked over his kill. Hearing footsteps behind him, Natsu turned and saw two army soldiers approaching him. "Amazing work, young mage. I couldn't believe my eyes." The first soldier spoke. "We're the scouts sent to track the salamander's movements. We saw your fight with it. I'd have never believed a mage your age could be so strong." The second soldier stated. "This guy was tough, but not nearly as tough as me." Natsu grinned. "A squad is being sent up here to help retrieve the carcass. The captain says you wanted to cook it, right?" The first soldier asked. "Yep. Roast salamander is tasty. Just wait until you try it." Natsu drooled at the thought. About 2 hours later, Natsu was happily stuffing his face with salamander meat while the townspeople of Falaise celebrated the success of the quest. The mayor had happily presented Natsu with his reward, and the captain, along with the garrison's weaponsmith, had asked Natsu about the salamander's scales, fangs, claws, and their usefulness as weapon material. Natsu knew, thanks to Igneal, that with proper methods a dragonkin's remnants could be forged into weapons and that the scales could make armor. The weaponsmith knew the process of magic forging and practically begged Natsu for part of the spoils. With a grin, Natsu agreed to take half the scales, 8 fangs, and 5 of the claws, while the rest would be left to Falaise. The mayor had asked if any part of the salamander could be sold to help buy new livestock to replace the ones that had been lost. A potion maker from the village had confirmed that the bones of dragonkin could be ground down into what was called dragon powder, and used in several rare potions. The money from selling the bones and a few rare potions should be able to cover the costs of replacing the livestock. It was a happy Natsu that left the town of Falaise with a wheeled cart carrying his spoils, including almost 30 pounds of meat salted and preserved by the village butchers, along with his completed quest form. He lamented the upcoming train ride but was looking forward to giving his friends some gifts from his spoils. Another long train ride later. "Young man, are you all right?" A train attendant asked Natsu, seeing the pink-haired teen on the floor of the train groaning. "Kill me, nah," Sue groaned out as he looked up at the attendant. "Well, we've reached Magnolia, so how about I help you off the train instead?" The attendant asked with a smile before helping Natsu off the train along with his cart and pack. "Solid ground. Oh, how I've missed you," Natsu exclaimed once he was off the train and on the platform. Nearby passengers gave the teen a strange look before going on their way, but Natsu paid no attention. Finally, off the death trap called a train, Natsu grabbed the handle of the cart and started heading towards Fairy Tale. A short time later and Natsu was kicking open the doors of the guild. "I made it back," he called out, getting welcomes from several members. "Good job completing the quest, Natsu." The barmaid in charge of the quest board smiled as she took the guild's 10% cut of the reward. "Thanks. It was a good fight. I brought back some meat to share with everybody." Natsu grinned as he placed the wrapped meat on the bar top. "How thoughtful of you, Natsu," the barmaid replied as she motioned for two more maids to come over and help. Makarov wandered over to get a look at what Natsu had brought back and smiled at seeing the meat. "Well now, looks like we've got ourselves something good today." Makarov chuckled, getting a grin from Natsu. "How are you doing after your quest?" "Fine. The salamander got a glancing blow on me, but I'll be fine." Natsu smiled as he moved his vest aside to show his injury. Makarov paled, seeing the scarred area and noticing that Natsu obviously hadn't had it treated properly in Falaise. "Brat, get to the infirmary while I call Perliuzica." Makarov sighed as he pointed towards the infirmary. "What? Why?" Natsu asked, confused. "Because you need to get that injury looked at, you dolt," Makarov told him, causing Natsu to nod before heading towards the infirmary. Makarov quickly followed him and assured him they'd celebrate with the meat he brought back once Perliuzica had given him the all-clear. Natsu had cheered at that while pulling the cart with the rest of his spoils behind him. "Why would you think you could take care of this yourself?" Perliuzica demanded, as she cleaned up Natsu's injury and applied a healing salve that would reduce the scarring. The pink-haired older woman was often called over to Fairy Tale to patch up the dumb brats when they got in over their heads. This Natsu had been seen by her 3 times since he joined, and this time made 4. "Can't you keep yourself from getting injured, you brat?" "Hey, this wasn't so bad. Nat," Sue tried to protest, only to get bopped on the head by the healer. "This is going to be another scar you've collected for yourself, dimwit. Stop fighting things that can kill you if you can't handle it." Perliuzica scolded him. "First it was that wyvern you fought when you became B rank. Then you go and fight a poison quill and nearly pass out by the time you get back here because you didn't get treatment for the poison. You also got another scar when you went after that dark mage last month. So you don't get to tell me what's bad and what isn't." "Yes, Ms. Perliuzica," Natsu mumbled as he looked away. "Now stay in bed for an hour to let the salve do its work," Perliuzica ordered as she began to pack up her things. "Fine," Natsu grumbled before looking towards Makarov. "Gramps, can I get some thick string or cord?" "I think we have some. Why do you want it?" Makarov asked as Natsu reached over and pulled out a few of the fangs he'd gotten as spoils from the salamander. "I want to make a necklace for Kana, Urza, Lisana, and Mira." Natsu smiled as he picked out 4 fangs and placed them on the bed. "That's nice of you, Natsu. I'll go get the string." Makar Ov chuckled as he followed Perliuzica out of the infirmary. "Thanks, Gramps." Natsu grinned as he set about making a small hole near the base of the salamander fang he had in his hands. Makarov bro. UGHT back a spool of tough string a few minutes later and then left Natsu to make his necklaces. The old man wondered if Natsu thought about the significance of making something for a select group of girls but laughed it off. Natsu had just finished making the fourth and final necklace when he heard a group of footsteps pounding towards the infirmary. A second later and the door was thrown open as Lisanna, Kana, Urza, and Mira ran inside. Natsu. All four girls called out as they stood beside his bed and started looking him over. "Hey girls, how's it going?" Natsu asked with a smile before he was bombarded by questions. "Are you okay?" Lisanna asked, worried about him. "What did you do?" Kana questioned, worry and exasperation mixing her expression. "You must be more careful, Natsu." Urza scolded with worry coloring her voice. "Stop making Lisanna worry about you." Mira growled at him, though it lost all heat with the concern practically pouring out of her eyes. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you all worry." Natsu apologized as he rubbed the back of his head. "I saw an opening and took it. The salamander just had one more good lunge left in it." "Are you sure you're all right?" Lisanna questioned with a sniffle. "I'm fine, Lisanna. Perliusica says I can get out of bed in a while. Then Gramps promised we'd party with the salamander meat I brought back." Natsu grinned at Lisanna, getting a bright smile back. "So that was you who brought back all the meat the barmaids are currently cooking?" Mira asked with a raised eyebrow. "Yep, I can't wait for you all to taste it. You'll see why I like it so much." Natsu smiled, getting Mira to turn her head slightly to try and hide the pink on her cheeks. "You never cease to amaze, Natsu." Urza smiled as she shook her head fondly. "What do you have there, Natsu?" Kana asked, noticing the necklaces in the boy's lap. "Oh right, I got these fangs as spoils from the salamander." "So I'd use them to make something for you four," Natsu exclaimed happily as he handed each of the girls a fang necklace. "This actually looks pretty cool." Mira smirked, liking how the fang fit with her style of clothing. "Thanks Natsu, I'll cherish it." Lisanna beamed at him as she held the fang necklace in her hands. "Thank you Natsu, I appreciate your gift." Urza smiled at him, a warm look in her eyes as she gazed at the fang necklace. "Thanks, Natsu, this is really nice of you. I'll wear it all the time." Kana smiled as she put the fang necklace on. The fact that it was the first gift that Natsu had given her, just because, made a warmth spread through her. "I'm glad you like them. They definitely look good on you," Natsu replied with a thumbs-up gesture and a toothy smile. None of the girls noticed the fact that Natsu's pupils had become slit like a dragon's when they all put on their fang necklaces. Even Natsu didn't notice anything, as he was happy that his friends liked their gifts. But deep within Natsu's subconscious mind, where instinct dwelled, a passing primal thought resounded. "Urza, fight me," Natsu challenged with a grin as he stood behind the red-haired girl in the guild hall. "All right, fine, but only because I don't have a quest today." Urza agreed with a sigh as she stood up from her table and headed towards the back of the guild. "Yes," Natsu cheered as he followed behind Urza as they exited out of the guild hall's back door. He still remembered their first fight. Flashback. Natsu and Urza stood across from each other, getting ready to have their first fight against each other. Natsu had a wide grin on his face while Urza was calm. Natsu quickly rushed towards Urza with flames appearing on his hands. Urza let him get closer before she swung her sword and smacked the ankle of his right leg with the flat side. Natsu stumbled from the unexpected strike and struggled to regain his balance. "Hey, what was that?" Natsu growled at the redhead. "I disrupted your footwork and stalled your charge," Urza responded as she kicked at his other ankle, getting Natsu to stumble backward to avoid the strike. "Stop that," Natsu demanded, only to have Urza fluidly dodge his sloppy retaliatory punch and punch him in the back of the head. "Ow," Natsu groaned as he stumbled forward. "If you can break your opponent's rhythm in battle, it becomes easier to defeat them," Urza explained as she ducked under Natsu's back fist and struck him in the stomach with the pommel of her sword. "It's basic tactics. I've fought salamanders and wyverns and they never fought like this." Natsu groaned as he stood up from his hunched-over position. It was a good thing he was so durable. "Of course they didn't. They're strong but still beasts. Humans will often fight with tactics against other humans. I have much more experience fighting human opponents than you do, so I have the advantage in this fight," Urza told him as she dodged his punches and kicks before slamming her sword's sheath into the side of Natsu's head. "Ow," Natsu growled. Disrupting your opponent's senses is also a common tactic. Urza informed as she used the reflection of the sun off her sword to blind Natsu for a second. That instant was all the redhead needed to close the distance and sweep Natsu's feet out from under him. Natsu crashed onto his back only to feel the tip of Urza's sword against his throat. "I win," she stated, getting Natsu to grumble as he rubbed the side of his head. End flashback. Hey, Natsu and Urza are going to fight again. Get out the betting pool. Wakaba called out as multiple mages started rushing out back to get a good view of the upcoming fight. So she finally agreed again, huh? Makarov chuckled as he followed after his brats. Once outside, Makarov took up his place as the referee of the fight. Most of the guild was now surrounding the large open area behind the guild hall in excitement. "You can do it, Natsu," Listener called out cheerfully. "Good luck, Urza. Take her down, Natsu," Mira yelled with a cackle, getting Urza to shoot her a fierce glare. "What, you wanna go, you tin can? Hey, this is my fight. No butting in, Mira," Natsu yelled back, only to get a devious grin from Mira. "Hey, Natsu, if you beat Urza I'll finally fight with you," Mira promised in a sing-song tone. "For real? Heck yeah, I'm fired up now," Natsu cheered as Mira laughed at him while Urza scowled at her rival. All right, are you two ready?" Makarov questioned, looking between Urza and Natsu. Getting a nod from both of his brats, Makarov raised his hand into the air. "Then begin," the old man stated as he chopped his hand down through the air. "You think Natsu has a chance?" Mikao asked with a grin as Natsu and Urza rushed at each other. "Probably not, but let them have their fun anyway," Wakaba answered with a chuckle. The rest of the guild was standing on the outskirts of the field, so that they wouldn't get caught up in the fight, most of the members cheering the two young teens on. Urza quickly whipped out her sword from her waist and swung it at Natsu's right leg. Natsu spun to the side out of the path of the swing, only for Urza to rush him with a thrust. "Not this time," Natsu grinned as he stomped hard on the ground. Earth Dragon's tremoring stomp. The ground began to shake and crack as Natsu's spell took its toll on the battlefield. Urza was struggling to maintain her footing while the crowd of mages were either falling over or yelling at Natsu to not get them involved. "You better not go easy on me, Urza. I want a good fight," the Dragon Slayer shouted at the redhead. "I'll manage," Urza replied as the shaking stopped. "Then I'll make you use one of those new magic armors of yours." Natsu growled before his magic spiked and a wave of heat rushed over the battlefield. Magma Dragon's roar. A blast of molten lava emerged from Natsu's mouth and rushed towards Urza. The heat of the spell making most of the crowd back away further from the fight. "Very well, if you want to see them that badly," Urza replied as her body began to glow and her clothing was replaced by armor. A swing of her new sword split Natsu's roar in two, making everyone behind Urza dash out of the way of the lava as it impacted the ground. The magic energy dispersed, revealing Urza in her new armor. Orange, red and black made up the magic armor's colors, and it even had dragon-like wings on the back. It left Urza's upper thighs uncovered for mobility and revealed the top of her breasts and her bare shoulders, while a gold band with a red design protected her neck. Her arms, legs and body were all covered by the armor and its dragon-like motif. "This is my Flame Empress armor. It reduces fire magic's effectiveness by half." Natsu felt like his eyes couldn't stop moving up and down Urza's form to take in the armor. The clear dragon styling and the colors looked amazing on Urza and her developing figure. Natsu wasn't completely oblivious to how his female guild mates had started growing in the last year or so. At 14, Urza, Kana, and Mira had all started to develop some curves, especially in the bust, as all three girls were proving to be rather blessed in that area. Heck, even Listener was starting to show some growth, and she'd been so small just over a year ago, being 2 years younger than Mira. "You look great," Natsu beamed at Urza, getting the redhead to almost stumble as she processed the Dragon Slayer's words. "Natsu, take this seriously," Urza half demanded, half whined while pointing her matching sword at the smiling Pinkett. The blush on her face almost matched the red of her armor. "Sure thing, Urza," Natsu agreed as his magic spiked again while another wave of heat spread over the battlefield. The two mages quickly met in the middle of the field as Natsu's lava-covered fist met Urza's flame sword head-on. The two rapidly exchanged blows trying to find a weakness in the other's defense. Urza found a small opening and swung her sword at Natsu's side. To the shock of everyone watching, and especially Urza herself, Natsu stopped the swing by slamming his knee and elbow onto both sides of the sword. "Got you now, Urza!" Natsu roared as his left hand was covered in rock. Earth Dragon's Gauntlet. A powerful punch coming at her forced Urza to abandon her trapped sword and dodge, taking several steps back. "I'm impressed, Natsu. I didn't think you'd block that," Urza complimented as she made her trapped sword dematerialize from Natsu's hold and reappear in her hand. "Hey, no fair. I disarmed you fair and square," Natsu grumbled, getting a giggle out of Urza before she became serious again. The two engaged each other again, with Natsu shrugging off any fire magic Urza's sword produced and Urza dodging most of Natsu's earth magic. "Man, I didn't expect Natsu to last so long," Wakaba muttered in disbelief while Mikao nodded beside him. "Kick her ass, Natsu." Mira cheered loudly. She was actually hoping he'd win just so she could have a go at him now. "You're both doing great," Lisanna encouraged as she stood beside her sister. "You're doing well, Natsu," Urza acknowledged as the two jumped back from each other. Natsu was grinning at the compliment while Urza was panting slightly. Natsu was still exuding the high temperature from before, and the heat was even starting to get through her Flame Empress armor. That realization made Urza widen her eyes as she figured out what Natsu had been doing. "You've been increasing your heat output since the beginning. You're trying to find the limit of my armor." "Yep," Natsu growled as he coated both hands in lava. Magma Dragon's Burning Claws. Natsu quickly closed the distance with Urza, sending the girl on the defensive as she blocked the lava claws with her sword. With a grunt, Urza kicked Natsu back a few steps and swung her sword at him. Natsu retaliated with a downward swipe of his lava claws, the two attacks smashing into each other with enough force to make a small shockwave of magical energy. Unfortunately for Urza, it was her sword that gave in first. A snap and the top half of her blade flew off to the side. Natsu's claw swiped down her torso and sent the teen girl to the ground. Before she was able to recover, Natsu had straddled her waist and held his burning lava claws at her throat. "I win," the Dragon Slayer claimed with a fierce grin that made Urza's cheeks warm. "Winner, Natsu," Makarov declared as several mages bemoaned the bets they'd just lost. "Great fight, Urza. Let's do it again soon." Natsu smiled, getting a small nod from Urza. Natsu, could you get off of me?" Urza asked shyly as Natsu was still straddling her waist and the position was rather intimate. "Oh yeah, sure thing." Natsu nodded as he looked down at Urza, only for his eyes to widen and almost pop out of his head. It turned out that Natsu had indeed surpassed the limits of Urza's Flame Empress armor. This was noticed by the fact that where Natsu's lava claws had struck, the armor had broken, revealing what was beneath. In this case it was Urza's bare torso, including her B-cup breasts, which Natsu had just gotten a full view of for the first time since Urza had started to develop. "Urza, shirt, Natsu warned as he leaned back over the downed redhead to block anyone's view. He was also emitting a low warning rumble from his throat at every male within his sight. "What?" Urza questioned as her cheeks burned red when Natsu leaned back over her. Their faces would only be EU centimeters apart if the boy looked down at her. Hearing Natsu mention her shirt, she looked downwards to see her breasts out in the open. With a muffled squeal of embarrassment, a glow overtook Urza's body as she re-equipped into her clothes from before the fight. "Thank you for protecting my modesty, Natsu," she managed to say after her face stopped being so red. The two separated, with Natsu helping Urza to her feet. The redhead nodded to Natsu before her face went red again, and she quickly went to sit next to Kana on the sidelines. "Natsu saw my breasts. What am I going to do? I'm glad he shielded me from everyone's view. But I wonder what he thought of them. Did he like what he saw? No, bad thoughts. Urza, stop thinking about it." Meanwhile, Kana was simply sitting beside Urza, confused at the myriad of emotions crossing Urza's blushing face. "You wanna fight now, Mira?" Natsu asked as he stared at the eldest Strauss sibling. Mira smiled devilishly as she strutted out onto the field and stood across from Natsu. "I'm not going to go easy on you, Natsu. Especially since you look so cute when you pout." Mira giggled as she teased Natsu. "Hey, I don't pout, Nat. Sue yelled back as he took a ready stance. You will when I beat you. Mira laughed as she transformed into her Satan soul form. The red leotard left a huge amount of Myra's torso visible, including her cleavage. A bit of her own B-cup breasts and all the way down to just above her pelvis. The large-scaled tail and bat-like wings that formed only further accentuated the demonic claws that Myra's hands had become. She had truly turned her form into that of a demon. Are you brats ready? Makarov questioned, looking between Mira and Natsu. Getting a nod from both of teens, Makarov raised his hand into the air. Begin. The old man started the fight as he chopped his hand down through the air once more. What do you think Natsu's chances are this time? Mikao asked, since he'd just watched Natsu defeat Urza. Not a clue, Wakaba answered while shaking his head. Go Mira. Go Natsu. Lisana cheered on her sister and her friend. You can defeat her Natsu. Urza yelled BEF. Or her cheeks went red when Natsu smiled back at her. She sat down and began to gently run her fingers along her fang necklace while trying to hide her blush. Kana grinned as she watched Urza beck. Own flustered even as she held her own fang necklace against her chest. Natsu didn't even have time to react before Mira launched herself at him, kicking him the stomach and sending him stumbling back. Not bad, Mira, Natsu growled before slamming his foot into the ground. Earth Dragon's shrapnel barrage. Dozens of large rocks erupted from the ground at high speed, aiming at Mira, forcing the teen to take to the air to avoid the barrage of rock. You think you can beat me at long range? Mira questioned, before increasing her speed and diving at Natsu with her fist raised. The draw. Gon Slayer cocked his fist back and engulfed it in lava before throwing it forward. In a split second, Natsu and Mira's fists collided. The force of the blow blew through the area, ruffling their guildmate's hair and clothes. Mira quickly responded to this stalemate by lashing her tail into Natsu's side and knocking him away. Mira then brought her hands together, forming a massive orb of dark magic, before launching it at Natsu. Magma Dragon's roar. Natsu roared out, sending the stream of molten rock against the orb of darkness. The two attacks struggled for a moment before the orb was destroyed and Mira had to dive down to avoid getting a face full of lava. I'm winning this now, Mira growled in an inhuman voice, as she formed a swirling mass of dark magic in her hands. The orb was smaller than the first but felt much more powerful. Soul extinction. She then fired it at Natsu, who only unleashed even more magic in response. Wow, I didn't know Mira was this competitive. This is awesome. Natsu cheered, his magic flaring around him as the soul extinction was flying towards his position. Magma Dragon's eruption. A massive column of lava sprang from the ground all around Natsu and launched over a dozen meters into the air. The soul extinction hit the column of molten rock and slowly forced its way through. Before the orb could pass any further than a few centimeters, it was quickly caught up in the lava's upward stream and launched high into the air, where it exploded in a black haze that temporarily blotted out the sun over the Fairy Tail Guild. With a roar, Natsu launched himself at Mira with flames coming from his feet. Mira was shocked that Natsu was suddenly in the air with her and almost failed to block the first rock-covered fist. He too rapidly exchanged blows as they fell to the ground. Every time Mira tried to disengage to gain altitude, Natsu would blast himself into her guard with his fire and force her to block another strike. The two mages landed roughly and quickly began to tumble along the ground as they threw blows at one another. For a moment Natsu would have the upper hand before being flipped by Mira. And it would be Mira flipped by Natsu as they struggled to pin the other to the ground. Evil spark. Mira cried out, discharging blue lightning from her body, shocking Natsu and letting her pin him down. Earth Dragon's seismic slam. Natsu roared out as he grabbed Mira by the waist and slammed her into the ground beside him. The shockwave that shook the ground let every onlooker know just how much magic Natsu had put into that spell. The Dragon Slayer was quick to pin the she-devil to the ground and encase her hands and feet in rock to secure her completely. Straddling Myra's waist and with a lava-coated fist hovering over her head, Natsu growled lowly. I win. Well, this is a bit more than I was ready for, Natsu. Mira blushed bashfully as she realized she was not only pinned and straddled but also tied up at the same time. This situation wouldn't be out of place in that adult novel she and Urza had taken a peek at a while back. Mira blushed even darker at that real Ization causing Natsu to cock his head to the side in confusion. Winner, Natsu, Makarov declared as more mages grumbled about losing bets while others celebrated their winnings. Natsu quickly released Mira from the rock and stood up. Mira sat up and huffed as she tried to get her blush to go away. Natsu held out his hand to help her back onto her feet and Mira gently took it and let the Pinkett pull her up. Mira stood up but stumbled slightly only for Natsu to catch her in his arms and pull her into his chest. Mira's blush returned full force as she was essentially pulled into a hug by Natsu. "You okay, Mira?" Natsu asked as he let Mira take a half step backwards so he could look her in the eyes. "Yeah, thanks Natsu, I'm fine." Mira mumbled as she tried to get the heat to leave her cheeks through sheer force of will. "That was awesome, Mira. We should fight more often." Natsu grinned, making Mira smile shyly as she nodded along with the Pinkett's request. It had been almost a week since Natsu had fought and defeated both Mira and Urza, and the Dragon Slayer was looking for something to do. Listener was walking with him through the forest, happily spending time with her friend. Natsu hadn't found a job he'd been interested in today, and Kana, Mira, and Urza were all on jobs of their own. Though he and Kana had made plans to hang out when she got back. The two had been spending time together like this since shortly after Natsu joined Fairy Tail. Oftentimes it was the two of them just practicing their magic together, but every now and then the TWO would just find somewhere peaceful and simply enjoy each other's company. "So what are you hoping to find out here, Natsu?" Listener asked as they slowed down a bit and Natsu looked around. "No idea, Listener, just something to do for a while." Natsu sighed as he looked around the forest for anything remotely interesting. "Well, we could always go fishing, that's relaxing and has a chance to get us dinner," Listener suggested with a smile, getting one from Natsu in return. "Not a bad idea, Listener, just you wait, I'm gonna catch a huge fish for you," Natsu exclaimed, getting a happy cheer from Listener. "When I catch it I'll give it one of these," the Pinkett boasted as he punched the tree he was standing next to, causing some leaves to fall from the branches. Without warning, RGE object fell out of the tree and hit Natsu in the head. "Ow, what was that?" "It looks like an egg," Listener replied as she looked the object over. "It has blue markings on it though. What kind of egg is this huge?" Natsu wondered curiously as he sniffed at the egg. "Well, the only way to find out is to hatch it, right?" Listener questioned before glowing and taking on the form of a large bird with pink and green feathers. This was Listener's animal soul bird. She often used it for scouting when she went on jobs with her siblings. With her new form, Listener gently enveloped a large egg with her soft feathered wings in an attempt to start warming it. "Yeah, that's probably the easiest way, but maybe we should make a nest for it. You know, to keep it out of the rain and stuff," Natsu suggested, getting a nod from Listener. The two spent the next few hours making a small hut out of long grasses found in a field next to the forest. It was nothing amazing, but for TWO kids without any building experience it was at least mostly watertight. They placed the egg in a nest inside the hut made from the same grasses and sat next it to warm it with their bodies. "Yo, you know, this is kinda like us being a mom and a dad," Listener giggled, getting Natsu to tilt his head in thought. "It was sort of like that, he supposed." "I guess so," Natsu nodded as he looked over at Listener to see the girl staring back at him. "I'd like to be a mom if you were the dad, Natsu." Listener smiled, getting Natsu to smile back as he blushed slightly. "Then we could be happy together." "What about Mira, Kana, Urza and everyone at Guild?" Natsu asked. "I want them to be happy too, of course," Listener replied while leaning against the egg. "But I think you could make me the happiest of all. If Mira, Kana and Urza wanted to be happy too, we could just have one big family together." "Listener," Natsu questioned as his face grew red. "What are you saying? I like you a lot, Natsu, and I know Mira, Urza and Kana do too. But I don't think we have to fight about it. Love should bring joy, not cause pain. We could all be happy together," Listener answered as she locked eyes with the Pinkett. "I'd like to have that kind of love-filled life with you." "Oh, really? Well, that's, I don't really know what to say." Natsu stumbled over his words at what Listener was saying. "I want to ask them about this, but I wanted to hear what you thought about it first." It's different than what most people normally do, but I don't want any of us to be left out. Listener continued as she looked out the small doorway of the hut. So what do you think, Natsu? What do you want? Listener, I really like all of you, but I'm not sure anybody would be willing to accept this kind of thing. Natsu replied flustered. How was it that Listener was so insightful when she was a year younger than him? But what do you want, Natsu? Listener asked again, getting a sigh from the Pinkett. I want all of you to be happy, of course, but would I be able to make you all as happy as you deserve? Natsu responded as he looked down at the floor of their hut. Natsu shifted over almost instinctively when Listener moved to sit in his lap and wrap her arms around him. You're the only one that could ever do it, Natsu, the only one in the whole world. Listener confirmed as she nuzzled into his chest. Natsu wrapped his arms around Listener's waist as he pulled her closer. But what if the others don't agree? Natsu questioned as they held each other. Just leave it to me. I'll explain everything to them. Promise. Listener promised as she and Natsu leaned against the large egg while holding each other. Natsu nuzzled into Listener's soft white hair as he breathed in her scent. I'll leave it to you then. Natsu agreed as the two continued to take care of the egg while holding onto each other. Near sunset the two were still warming the egg with their shared body heat when Listener asked a question Natsu hadn't been expecting. Hey Natsu, Listener asked from her comfortable position in Natsu's arms. Yeah, Natsu questioned as Anna pulled back enough for them to be able to look at each other. Your dad taught you Dragon Slayer magic, right? Listener queried. Yeah, why? Natsu responded. How did he teach you? Was it like when Master Makarov taught Mira, Elfman, and I? Listener asked. Mostly, but I had to go through the Dragon Soul ritual first. After that it was mostly just practicing over and over again until I got it right. Natsu explained to the curious blue eyes of his friend. What's the Dragon Soul ritual? Listener questioned. Natsu spent the next few minutes explaining everything Igneel had orked him to memorize about the Dragon Soul ritual, including how it was performed. Listener was quiet for a few minutes after the explanation before she spoke again. Can you perform the ritual yourself? Yeah, at least Igneel said I could, though it would take me more than the 3 days that it took him. I'm just nowhere near as strong as him yet. Natsu lamented, getting a smile from Listener. Will you teach me? Listener asked, getting a soft smile from Natsu as he pulled her close again. Sure, Natsu mumbled as he nuzzled into her hair again to take in her scent. So how do we start? Listener questioned Natsu as the two sat in their self-made hut with the large egg. Natsu had asked that they wait until the morning before they started, and now Listener was eager to learn this lost magic that her crush was willing to share with her. Well, first off, I feel like I should explain how the Dragon Soul ritual takes effect. Natsu began. I covered how it's performed yesterday, but that's only the how and not the why. What's the difference between the two, in this sense? Listener questioned, her head tilting cutely. Natsu couldn't help but smile back at her. The how of the Dragon Soul ritual is that with enough dragon magic infused into any human mage, they can take on the traits of a dragon and become a dragon slayer. The why of the ritual is why this works the way it does. The simplest way Igneel ever explained it to me was that even though dragons and dragon slayers emit a large amount of magic all the time, it is only capable of activating the Dragon Soul ritual when they are focused on making a human mage into a dragon slayer. The intent behind the ritual is to make the human mage in question part of the dragon's family. Natsu explained, getting a beaming smile from Listener. Like husband and wife. Listener's smile and the joy she put in those words made Natsu blush. Sort of. Any family member works, it doesn't have to be romantic or anything. Natsu scratched the back of his head. But the ritual is meant to be a bond between family members, so it's special and has a great deal of importance to dragons. Igneel told me that the first version had flaws and that some humans lost themselves to their dragon instincts. Most of them became mindless and destructive after getting strong enough. It was a bad time for both humans and dragons back then. First version. So is the one you use the second? Listener asked, since Natsu was strong and he never showed any signs of mindlessness. He was a bit destructive though. Yeah, after the first rituals showed these flaws, the dragons and human mages worked on it again. They eventually found a way to slow the progression of dragonification. It gives Human mage's body more time to build up antibodies against the dragon magic. Natsu answered as he leaned forward to hold both of Listena's hands in his own. Lisena blushed slightly before smiling at Natsu as the two squeezed each other's hands. This ritual means a lot to dragons and their human children, the dragon slayers. I care about you, Lisena, and I want you to be a part of my family. But you need to understand that a dragon slayer isn't just a mage using dragon magic. They're not. Lisena questioned, getting Natsu to shake his head. To learn dragon slayer magic, a human mage has to first go through the dragon soul ritual and become a dragon slayer. Igneel said that the mage becomes a dragon in human skin and that they change on a fundamental level. The core of your being changes to become more like a dragon, and with it comes the potential for all the power that the dragons wield. You'll still be you and even be able to use your takeover magic just like now. But your body will be stronger, more durable, and your magic power won't have the limits that a human body normally does. Natsu informed her, wanting to make sure Lisena understood the entirety of what she was asking him to do. I still want to learn. Lisena smiled at him in the way that made Natsu care about her so much. I want to be closer to you, Natsu. I want to understand you and see life through your eyes. I want to be with you, in all the ways possible. Thank you, Lisena. Natsu smiled back, his eyes expressing a sea of happiness and joy. You're welcome. Lisena chirped back as she leaned forward and rested her forehead gently against Natsu's. The two stared into each other's eyes for a time before separating. Normally when the ritual is performed, the mage takes on the element of the dragon, but the second version of the ritual allows me to leave the element blank, for lack of a better term. I'll leave your element up to you, okay? Natsu stated, getting a nod from Lisena. With a grin, Natsu leaned back against the edge of the hut and held out his arms to Lisena. With a smile, Lisena moved over and sat down between Natsu's legs. The white-haired girl sighed happily as she leaned back into Natsu's chest and felt his arms wrap around her waist. Oh, Lisena gasped as she felt Natsu's magic reach out and envelop her. The warmth was expected, but the depth of his magic was amazing. She felt like she was in deep water, the pressure being similar. There was also the feeling of something old or ancient, primal maybe. What she was feeling from Natsu's magic was amazing, like she'd been given a glimpse of the primordial origin of magic itself. With a pleasant sigh, she sank deeper into her crush's arms and let the ritual begin. The two spent all day together, taking care of the egg and performing the ritual. Natsu was actively using his magic to perform the ritual, but it would still take 2 or maybe 3 weeks before Lisena would be a dragon slayer. Lisena was more than happy to spend all the time possible in her crush's embrace. 3 weeks later. There, your magic shifted, did you feel it? Natsu asked as he stopped infusing his magic into Lisena. Yes, Tilda. Lisena almost moaned as she nuzzled into Natsu's chest. The feeling of her body fully integrating and accepting her new magic and state of being was euphoric. You need to empty your magic power to set your element. Did you decide on what you wanted? Natsu questioned as he slowly unwrapped his arms from around Lisena. He had been enjoying the last 3 weeks of being able to hold Lisena as much as possible. Lisena had happily told him that she enjoyed cuddling with him. Natsu still blushed at the look she'd given him when she said that almost 2 weeks ago. Fire. I want something a bit more offensive to balance out my agility from my takeover magic. Lisena responded as the two exited the hut. That I can provide. Natsu grinned as he stretched. Once Lisena emptied her magic power, her new dragon slayer physiology would allow her to consume any element that was made by magic. Fire was something he could provide to her in large amounts. He wondered if Lisena had just wanted to taste his magic and chosen fire to suit that purpose. Here I go, Lisena exclaimed with a wink at Natsu. She rapidly began going through her various takeover forms. While each transformation didn't take too much of her magic alone, doing them back to back one after another would rapidly deplete her current reserves. After a dozen forms, Lisena sank to the ground and panted. I'm done. Feeling hungry? Natsu asked, since her body should be craving magic right now. Starving. Lisena exhaled before showing off her new fangs as her stomach growled. Here. Natsu chuckled as his hands were surrounded by flames and he knelt down next to Lisena. With a slight hesitatio, And the white-haired girl moved closer to the flames and acting on a powerful new instinct opened her mouth and chomped down on the fire. Lysina groaned in joy. The fire actually had a taste. It was amazing. Like the best cooked steak she'd ever had. It was filling and rich and carried a bit of flavor that she couldn't identify. Looking up at Natsu's smiling face as she devoured his FL. Aims made her realize what the flavor was. It was Natsu. In the most pure and simple terms possible, this was the taste of Natsu's life and being. She could eat this forever and never get tired of it. When she finished off the fire in his hands, Natsu only smiled at her with such a warm look in his eyes that it made fire seem cold in comparison. More, Natsu asked as he reignited his hands. And Lysina quickly devoured the flames. Eat as much as you want, Lysina. He chuckled as Lysina smiled up at him before kissing his palm, making him blush. He kept the fire going for almost half an hour before Lysina leaned back and patted her stomach, fully satiated. Tilda, that was great. Lysina sighed happily. Glad you enjoyed it. Natsu grinned as he picked her up in a pre-NCESS carry, causing Lysina to yelp before giggling as Natsu carried her inside the hut. The two spent the next several hours, until sunset, resting and taking care of the egg. The next day Kana and Natsu were hanging out and just enjoying each other's company. The two had been having days like this since shortly after Natsu joined Fairy Tail. Kana had come to enjoy these times when she and Natsu could just be together and forget about everything else. Lysina had gotten Urza, Mira and Kana together about 3 weeks ago and had a rather interesting conversation between the four of them. The topic of all four of them liking Natsu had caused many blushes and some denials. Lysina wasn't having any of that though, and the youngest Strauss had laid out her desires to the other 3 girls. Needless to say, all 3 of the older girls had blushed fiercely when they'd heard Lysina's proposal about all 4 of them having a large family together with Natsu. Kana adored Lysina. It was hard not to with how sweet the girl was, but she had never pictured herself in such a relationship. Urza and Mira had almost immediately gotten into a brawl about why the other shouldn't be allowed to join, and Lysina had tried to stop it while Kana was left to contemplate how she felt about the situation. Talking it over with Natsu had made her a small, tiny, slight bit more accepting of the proposal, but she'd decided to think on it some more. Just the other day she'd decided to talk to Natsu about giving Lysina's idea a try. She couldn't deny that she had some rather wrong feelings for her pink-haired friend. He was kind, sweet without even meaning to be, helpful and just a good person all around. The only thing that was stopping her was the secret she was hiding from him and everyone else in the guild. Hey, Natsu, I have something to tell you. Kana started as she looked over at him from her place on the bench they were sharing in the park. What's up? Natsu asked as he saw the look on Kana's face. She looked vulnerable and nervous. Neither were looks he ever wanted to see on Kana's face. I wanted to tell you that I've decided to give Lysina's idea a try. Kana began, only to be interrupted by Natsu pulling her into a hug. Natsu. Thank you, Kana. This means more to me than you can imagine. Natsu cheered as he held Kana against his chest. Kana rolled her eyes fondly at his excitable nature, but it was something she liked about him. But before I do, I needed to tell you something else. Kana finished as Natsu let her out of his embrace but still kept one of her hands in his own. If we're going to try this, then there shouldn't be any secrets between us. So I need to tell you this before I lose my courage to do so. You can tell me anything, Kana. No matter what, Natsu replied, the warmth in his gaze giving Kana more support than he'd ever realize. You remember Gildarts, right? Kana asked, deciding to get right to the heart of the matter. The old man that showed up for like a week last year. He was super strong. What about him? Natsu replied, excited about seeing Gildarts again whenever he wandered back to the guild. He's my father. Kana stated dully, a deep sadness in her tone. Natsu's hand immediately squeezed hers gently. What? You two didn't even talk when he was here though? Natsu responded, confused. He doesn't know. I never told anyone. My mom and Gildarts were married, but she left him when he kept going on long quests and leaving her alone. I was born shortly afterwards. My mom got sick when I was still a baby, the healers couldn't do much for her and she ended up passing away. Kana began to tear up, remembering some of her earliest memories with her mother being sick and having to watch as she slowly got worse. Natsu pulled her into his embrace again and Kana buried her face into his chest. After several moments she was able to resume wit. Natsu holding her and gently rubbing her back. Before she died my mom told me that my father was a member of Fairy Tail. So after she passed I went to Fairy Tail to try and find him. But when I learned who he was and how important to the guild he'd become, well, I just couldn't bring myself to say anything. I didn't feel like I was even worthy of being such a powerful mage's daughter. Kana, you're amazing. Gildarts would be a fool to not want you as his daughter. Natsu comforted her, getting the brunette to snuggle deeper into his embrace. I can't tell him, Natsu. I'm only some B-rank mage from the same guild. He'd probably never believe me anyway. Kana muttered sadly as Natsu held her. Feeling Natsu's body heat up suddenly caused Kana to look up at Natsu only to see a look of anger on his face. Natsu, he'll accept you, Kana, even if I have to beat it into his head. Natsu practically growled as he tried to keep his anger in check and continued to comfort Kana. Natsu, he humored you when you challenged him to a fight last time he was here. You didn't forget that he smashed you into the ground with one hand, did you? Kana asked, not wanting Natsu to do something foolish and get himself hurt because of her. Doesn't matter. No one gets away with hurting the ones I care about. Natsu rumbled out as he pulled Kana closer and nuzzled her hair. Kana couldn't help but smile at the proclamation from her pink-haired crush. Only Natsu would willingly throw himself at a monstrously stronger opponent because they'd made someone he cared about sad. Don't do anything crazy, Natsu. I want you around forever, you know. Kana smiled up at him as Natsu blushed lightly, getting giggles out of her. The two simply sat and enjoyed each other's embrace for several minutes before an alarm suddenly blared out over Magnolia. The town itself began to shift and move and Kana couldn't believe this was happening now. Gildarts. Natsu Practica. LLY roared as he almost vanished from the bench and Kana had to sprint to try and keep up with the pissed dragon slayer. She lost sight of him not a minute into her chase. Natsu rushed through the restructured Magnolia heading for the lone path that led to the Fairy Tail Guild Hall. Gildarts was going to pay. How dare he neglect Kana? A small, still rational, part of Natsu's mind tried to remind him that Gildarts didn't even know Kana was his daughter, but the angry side pushed it away. Spotting the Oranget Crash Mage walking down the path, Natsu jumped down towards the man with a roar. Gildarts. Natsu roared out as his fist was coated in lava and he swung as soon as Gildarts looked up to acknowledge him. That you, Natsu? Whoa! Gildarts exclaimed as he blocked the lava punch headed for his face. The ground under the Crash Mage's feet cracked from the force of Natsu's blow. Gildarts himself didn't even flinch, however. What the heck was that for? How dare you hurt Kana? Natsu roared back as he launched his lava-coated foot at the man's torso. What? Gildarts responded, confused while also stopping Natsu's kick with one hand. I'll teach you not to hurt the ones I care about. Natsu growled before inhaling deeply. Natsu, don't you do that. Gildarts warned, knowing how much power Natsu had ever since he'd first met the kid. If he unleashed the spell he was preparing in the middle of Magnolia, there'd be hell to pay for the guild. Magma Dragon's roar. Natsu blasted out a huge torrent of molten rock at Gildarts, only for the Crash Mage to put a serious face for a moment and unleash his own magic. Disassemble. Gildarts stated as he held up his hand to the massive incoming wall of lava. The roar dissipated into tiny cubes no bigger than a pebble, though the heat in the area was still rising. Gildarts had only met Kana at the guild a few times and barely spoke to her. Why was Natsu so adamant about attacking him for hurting the teen girl? Dragon Slayer Secret Art. Black Sky. Natsu had begun to chant, causing Gildarts' eyes to widen. Had Natsu gone feral, the sheer amount of magic he was building up was already rising the temperature in the area so much that the ground was starting to smoke. Gildarts would have to knock the teen unconscious before the Dragon Boy destroyed a good chunk of the town. Natsu. Kana yelled out as loud as she could. Instantly Natsu's magic dropped as he aborted his spell and turned to look at Kana. The teen girl was huffing and panting as she walked towards the Dragon Slayer, ignoring the heat that was slowly dissipating. Kana, what are you doing here? Natsu asked, only for Kana to swat him upside the head. Ow! What was that for? He questioned as Kana glared at him. I told you he doesn't know anything about it. Yet you go charging off trying to fight him the second he gets here. Why wouldn't I be upset? Kana demanded as she looked at Natsu with her arms crossed. Seeing Kana upset with him cooled Natsu's head faster than one of Gray's spells ever could. Sorry Kana, I just lost it a bit. Natsu apologized, getting Kana to sigh as she gestured to the area. I'd say it was more than a bit. You were getting ready to destroy a good chunk of the town with that spell. You dummy. Kana reprimanded the pinkett, getting Natsu to hang his head and agree with the girl he cared for. I'm sorry. Natsu spoke quietly, getting a small grin from Kana as she forgave him. I just couldn't stand what you'd gone through and I lashed out. I was in the wrong. Sorry about that, Gildarts. You're still a bastard though. He grumbled out as Kana huffed and reprimanded him for insulting Gildarts. Can someone please explain what's going on? Gildarts asked, more confused than ever. Kana, did I hurt you in some way? It's not your fault. I've just been a coward for a long time. Kana tried to brush the situation off. The look on Natsu's face told a different story to the Crash Mage. I'm willing to hear you out if you're willing to talk. Gildarts offered, getting Kana to start for a moment as she realized the opportunity appearing before her. With an encouraging look from Natsu, the brunette turned to look directly into her unknowing father's eyes. Do you know if you have any children? Kana asked, since she didn't know if Gildarts was aware of whether he did or didn't have any children. What? Gildarts asked as his face paled and his eyes went wide. Are you, Kana, are you saying? Guess that answers that question. Kana sighed, seeing her father's reaction. Wait, which one is your mother? Sarah, Naomi, Clara, Mina, Mary, Liza. No wait, the hair color is all wrong. Emma, Lila, Jenny, Sydney, Kate, the Hugo sisters. Gildarts rattled off as he panicked. Sisters? Just how many women have you been with? Kana cried out in shock while Natsu's eyes widened as Gildarts listed off names. No wait, it's Sylvia. It's that face. She made it a lot. Gildarts shouted, seeing the angry look on Kana's face. Seriously, I finally tell you only to find out my old man is a deadbeat who can't keep it in his pants. Whatever. Now you know. See ya. Kana yelled as she turned to walk away. Natsu was still in shock from the list of names Gildarts had rattled off. Whoa, hold up. Gildarts exclaimed from his hunched over position on the ground. I don't have anything else to say to you. Don't worry, I won't be moving in. I would hate to ruin your game. Just carry on like I'm not around. And Kana was cut off in her tirade as Gildarts suddenly wrapped her in a hug. You're Cornelia's daughter, no doubt about it. Gildarts stated as he held his newfound daughter. Please, let go, Kana requested as her father hugged her. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Gildarts asked as he kept the hug going. Like I said, I was being a coward. I thought I wasn't good enough. Kana replied as she let her father hold her. Your mother Cornelia was the only woman I've ever loved. Marrying her was the happiest moment of my life, but she left me because all I did was work and it killed me. When I heard she'd passed, it was like a shot to the heart. To think a part of her is still here with me. I'm so sorry. I didn't know, but I should have realized much sooner. Gildarts epilogue. Ized as he felt his daughter move in his arms. Don't worry. I'm the one who didn't tell you. Kana explained as she moved Gildarts' arms away and stepped back. But it's nice to finally get the weight off my chest. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I had a daughter, all this time, and right in front of me. Gildarts mumbled dejectedly. There's no need for tears, Gildarts, I don't expect anything from you. You don't have to treat me differently. Kana stated as she looked at her father. But if you don't mind, can I say this just once? Gildarts looked up at his daughter's face and listened with unshed tears in his eyes. I'm glad I met you, Dad. I really am. My little girl. Gildarts cried as he brought Kana into another hug. I'm sorry. I'll never make you sad again. I'll always be here for you. The father promised with tears running down his cheeks. You don't have to. Kana replied, but Gildarts just held her tighter as tears began to fall from both of them. All I ask is that you give me a chance to be a loving father. Gildarts begged as the two continued to hug each other. Natsu smiled fondly off to the side, seeing Kana and G. Ildarts come together as father and daughter reminded him of his life with Igniel. He wondered how his scaly father was doing nowadays, but he wouldn't go looking for him until he was stronger than his old man. Come on, Natsu. We've got to tell the guild and celebrate. Gildarts called as he picked Kana up and started carrying her towards Fairy Tail. Put me down. I can walk on my own, Dad. Kana struggled, her face an embarrassed red. No way could she let the guild see her carried in like a little kid. She'd never live down the embarrassment. I'm coming. Natsu smiled as he watched Na eventually struggle her way out of Gildarts' arms. The trio made it to Fairy Tail, and as soon as Gildarts walked through the door he loudly proclaimed that Kana was his daughter, much to the shock of the rest of the guild. Except Master Makarov, who'd known for quite a while. You didn't live to be his age without being able to pick up on subtle cues. The party that followed was one of embarrassment for Kana as Gildarts kept her by his side and doted on her. Seeing even Natsu getting a chuckle out of her embarrassment, she smirked before walking over to him. Thanks for helping me tell Gildarts, Natsu. Kana smiled. Sorry, I kinda flew off the handle. Natsu grinned only to go red when Kana leaned forward and kissed his cheek in the middle of the guild hall with everyone watching. Natsu. Gildarts yelled as he rushed over from the bar to threaten the boy his daughter had given a kiss. He may have taken a liking to the boy, but this and that were two different things. Kana. Both Urza and Mira exclaimed as they rushed towards the other girl who was grinning at them unrepentantly. While Natsu was being interrogated by Gildarts and Kana, Mira and Urza were devolving into a three-way argument about Natsu. The doors to the guild were thrown open and Lysina rushed in carrying the large egg. Natsu. It's hatching. Lysina called out. Suddenly Gildarts was king to empty air and Natsu was beside Lysina watching the egg move and the shell start to crack. What's that? Mikao questioned, looking at the large egg. No idea. Wakaba replied, staring at the hatching egg. Natsu. We aren't done yet. Gildarts called, only for the egg to burst apart and reveal a tiny blue kitten with wings. The little blue kitten exclaimed before it lazily floated down and landed on Natsu's head. It's so cute. The entire guild exclaimed, looking at the tiny creature. Even Kana, Urza and Myra's argument was forgotten as the three girls moved in to get a closer look at the small creature and coo at its adorableness. It made everyone happy instantly. Lysina cooed as she watched the guild turn from rowdy and argumentative to happy and curious in seconds. Just like a blue bird of happiness. Happiness, huh? Natsu thought as he pulled the small blue kitten off his head. Sounds like a good name to me. How about you, Happy? Happy mewled back, getting even more cooing and squeeing over how cute the cat was. This will make a great painting. Ritas chuckled as he quickly set up his easel and started sketching out the figures of everyone. I'm ready, Natsu. Let's start, Lysina stated with determination. Her magic had settled from the Dragon Soul ritual and she was a fire dragon slayer now. Technically a dragon slayer that was also an expert takeover mage, but she digressed. It was time to learn how to use her newfound lost magic. Who better to train her than her boyfriend? Just thinking it makes me happy. Lysina giggled in her mind as she thought back to the day after Happy was born. Flashback. So you two want to make this official now? Natsu asked to make sure he understood what Lysina and Kana were saying. Yep, you've accepted our feelings and we've accepted yours, so we should make our relationship official. Lysina smiled while Kana giggled. Natsu grinned brightly at the two before nodding. Alright then, Lysina, Kana, will you be my girlfriends? Natsu asked as he held their hands in his own. Lysina's smile could have lit up the night and Kana's was equally as blinding. Yes, 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 Natsu. Lysina cheered happily. Yes, you goof, of course I'll be your girlfriend. Kana giggled before they were both billed into a warm hug by their new boyfriend. Both girls happily snuggled into Natsu's embrace while he squeezed them gently. Thank you. I can't even describe how happy you've made me right now. Natsu mumbled as he nuzzled his face into their soft locks and breathed in their unique scents. He was the happiest dragon slayer alive, without question. Nothing could beat this feeling of acceptance and love. My old man wants to try and teach me his magic. So I'm afraid you'll have to start your dragon slayer training without me. Kana informed the pair with a soft smile before turning to Natsu. But once I get a hand Laon Crash Magic'll be coming to you for some of that Dragon Slayer magic of yours, mister. Whenever you're ready, Kana. It'll always be here for you. Natsu promised as he held her hands and gave them a soft squeeze. Kana blushed prettily before enveloping Natsu into a hug. Listener couldn't help but smile while watching on. It was nice to know that she and Kana would share something else in common soon enough. Their little family would continue to get closer and happier in the future, she was sure of it. End flashback. Alright listener, let's get started. Natsu grinned as he stood in front of her. I'll show you the basic forms of the Fire Dragon Slayer spells, the stances you'll need to take as well as the movements necessary to cast them. Then we'll practice for a while before trying them out in a spar. Sound good? Great. Let's get started. Listener nodded as Natsu moved beside her and moved into the first stance. This is the most basic of the Fire Dragon Slayer spells, Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. You cock back your fist and push your magic into it. Flames will cover your fist and then you punch forward. With practice you'll be able to pack more magi. See power into the punch and the flames will get hotter. Natsu explained as Listener copied his stance. Okay, I think I've got it. Listener focused as she moved her magic into her right fist. It took a few seconds for the white-haired girl to get the feeling right. This was rather different than transforming her body with takeover magic. But after a minute she felt her magic take hold and her fist was engulfed in flames. Not bad, Listener, you got it pretty quick. Natsu praised his girlfriend as she looked over her flame-covered fist. I did it, Listener celebrated ONL. Why to watch as the flames dispersed almost instantly once she stopped focusing. Ah, I thought I had it. You're just starting out, you have to keep your focus or the fire goes out. Natsu grinned. Try it again. Just remember to focus. Right. Listener smiled as she focused on her fist again. This time was a bit easier and she had the spell ready much more quickly. Okay, should I try using it? She asked while looking over at Natsu. Sure thing. That's why I drew a target on that boulder over there. Natsu grinned as he pointed to the large rock at the edge of the field. The two had agreed to practice on the opposite side of the field that their self-made hut was in. Little Happy was currently napping in said hut and the two had moved far enough away to, hopefully, not disturb the slumbering kitten. Here I go, Listener called out as she took 6 quick steps forward and launched her first Dragon Slayer spell. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. With the spell in full swing, Listener's fire-coated fist hit the center of the large boulder. Flames erupted from the point of impact for a second before dying out. Listener pulled her hand back and looked it over. She felt some resistance from the rock, but it hadn't hurt her hand to punch the rock. Looking at the results of her spell, she saw a small scorch mark on the large stone. That was good, Listener. The spell worked out. We'll keep practicing a couple more times before we work on the next one. Natsu praised, getting a happy blush from his girlfriend. Usually punching a rock like this would hurt, why doesn't it when I use the spell? Listener questioned as she reignited her fist and got ready to punch again. Dragon Slayers are a bit more durable than normal. Plus it wouldn't be much of an iron fist if it didn't use some of your magic to strengthen and protect your hand, now would it? Natsu explained with a chuckle as Listener's face lit up with recognition. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Listener called out again before punching the boulder again. The flames erupted like last time and a similarly sized scorch mark was left behind. Now try it with your left hand. Natsu instructed as Listener nodded and shifted her stance. This time she focused her magic into her left fist and ignited it. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Listener called out for the 3rd time before punching the boulder. The flames erupted once more while leaving a similarly sized scorch mark again. A few more repetitions of this and Natsu called Listener over to show her the next spell. Copy my stance and movements. This next spell is Fire Dragon's Wing Attack. It uses both arms in a large circular motion to send a wave of fire across a wide area. Natsu informed as Listener slowly copied his stance and then followed his motions. I'll need to practice the movement a few times. This seems like it'll be difficult to aim if I mess up the rotation of my arms. Listener mused as she went through the motions of the spell again. You're really smart, Listener. I didn't figure that out for almost 2 hours when I started learning it. Igneel just laughed at me when I missed where I was aiming. Natsu finished with a small pout at his father's teasing from back in his training days. Listener couldn't help but giggle at seeing Natsu's adorable, in her and Myra's opinion, pout. Listener practiced the motions of the spell again and again, making slight adjustments to better the rotation of her arms and keep them from swinging wide. Trying it from different directions and stances, she found that her flexibility came in handy for this particular spell. After a few more practice tries, she felt ready to try the spell out for real. "Okay, here I go," Listener announced, as she summoned fire to her hands and began the full rotation of her arms. "Fire Dragon's Wing Attack," she called out as she brought her arms down towards the boulder, sending 2 waves of flame towards it. The waves of fire hit the boulder as well as the grass around it. Listener almost panicked when she saw that a fire started, only for Natsu to breathe in deeply and devour the flames. Your fire tastes great, Listener," Natsu praised with a grin. Listener had a hint of pink on her cheeks and shifted her body back and forth slightly at the compliment. If Natsu liked her fire as much as she liked his, then she wouldn't mind just lazing about every now and then, feeding each other their fire. "Thank you, Natsu," Listener smiled while Natsu grinned before urging her to try again. With a nod to her boyfriend, Listener got back to work. Fire Dragon's Wing Attack. Listener evoked the spell again, sending the waves of flame at the boulder. Once again she started a fire, but with Natsu there to devour it, there was no real issue. Adjusting her stance and bringing her arms in slightly closer to her body, Listener tried again. Fire Dragon's Wing Attack. The waves were much closer together this time and struck the boulder in a tighter grouping to her previous attempt, but the grass at the very base of the large rock still ignited. "You'll get there, Listener, no need to worry," Natsu reassured as he devoured the small fire. "But let's move on to the next one." "Right," Listener cheered as she stood in front of Natsu. "This is the 3rd of the 5 basic spells," Natsu informed as he placed his hand on the boulder. With a boom and gout of flames, the boulder under Natsu's palm exploded. When he removed his hand, a large black scorch mark was left where his hand used to be. Fire Dragon's Grip Strike. You grab an opponent and set off a blast of fire wherever your grip is on their body. It's a good move to both attack an opponent or to escape a grapple, he explained as Listener nodded along with his explanation. Natsu showed her how to pull the fire into the center of her palm and then release it as a blast. Listener had to make a few attempts to contain the flames in a set point before she was ready to try it for herself. All right, I think I've got it," Listener exhaled as she placed her hand on the boulder. When she had the fire build up in her palm, she tightened her grip on the rock and unleashed it. Fire Dragon's Grip Strike. The blast was loud and Listener was sent tumbling backwards. Natsu was quickly behind her and catching her in his arms. Listener shook her head slowly before looking up at her boyfriend. "Too much, maybe a little," Natsu grinned back, causing Listener to giggle as he helped her back to her feet. "Watch me again," he requested and slowly went through the formation of the spell. Listener watched carefully before she mimicked Natsu's example and tried again. Fire Dragon's Grip Strike. Listener called again as the boulder was blasted by the flames in her palm. She used less magic this time and wasn't sent reeling from the blast. Looking over the results of her spell, both she and Natsu were satisfied at the scorched area on the rock. "We'll practice one more before we take a break, okay?" Natsu suggested. "Sure, what's the next one?" Listener questioned as he gave Natsu her full attention. "This one isn't too difficult. It's sort of like a kicking version of Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. It's called Fire Dragon's Talon," Natsu explained as he demonstrated the spell. His foot was surrounded by flames and he let loose a roundhouse kick into the boulder. Small pieces of rock broke off from the boulder from the force of the spell. "Like that," he grinned at her. "I think I can do this one." Listener's bubbly personality came out with her excitement. With a bit of adjustment she was able to ignite her foot just like her fist. It took a little longer to get her foot to ignite than it did her hand, but she was sure she'd get used to it with practice. "Should I hit the boulder?" she asked, since if the spell failed she'd probably need a healer. "No, just in case the spell fails, I'd rather you practice with it by kicking at the air. Healing magic is expensive," Natsu replied as Listener chirped out an "okay" in response. The healing magic in use today had been salvaged from what records could be found from a great war that had happened on Ishgar around 300 years ago. It had actually become classified as a lost magic for over a century until a few books and scrolls on different healing magics had been found. Unfortunately, there were no complete records or tomes that explained any one healing magic in full. So magical researchers had worked for the better part of the last 50 years putting together working spells from what they did have. Nowadays a healer that was proficient in healing magic could heal up cuts, scrapes, bruises, lacerations, and simple broken bones. But it was a costly service as modern healing magic was still being refined and the current spells were huge magical power drains. Thankfully healing potions, drafts, and tonics had never been lost as the recipes were written down and sold to any amateur herbalist or potioneer in scroll or book forms since ancient times. Perliusica, Fairy Tale's resident healer, didn't practice healing magic. But her potions, tonics, and drafts were of far better quality than anything you could buy in town. Unfortunately, they didn't fix broken bones like healing magic could. Though they did promote and accelerate the healing process, a fracture that would normally take 6 or 8 weeks to heal would be good as nay. In 3 or 4 weeks with a potions regiment from Perliusica. That's good, you have nice kicks Listener. Natsu praised his girlfriend as he watched her kick the air with flame-covered feet. Really, I just copied you, Natsu. Listener smiled as she threw another kick. Yeah, they're good kicks, you chamber them well and everything. Natsu assured as he watched her throw another one. Those legs aren't just for show. Do you like my legs, Natsu? Listener questioned with a blush as she slowly extended her right leg and stretched it. Watching Natsu's eyes rove up and down, and her extended leg made her want to squirm in pleasure. I'll wear more skirts and shorts if Natsu likes my legs. Listener thought to herself with a blush. Yeah, they're nice, Listener. They're toned and strong but still cute and feminine. Natsu mumbled as he rubbed the back of his head trying to keep the red off his cheeks. He was using terms he didn't normally use but he had wrote them in Fairy Tale so he knew he was using them right at least. Thank you, Natsu. Listener giggled with her face red as she lowered her foot back to the ground and tried to keep herself from fidgeting in happiness. You're welcome, Listener. Natsu grinned back, his blush fading. So what's the last of the 5 basic spells? Listener questioned as she walked over to Natsu. One of my favorites, the breath attack. Natsu fist pumped and Listener clapped happily. She'd been hoping that the roar spell was a basic spell. It was the kind of offensive firepower she was looking for to balance out with her high agility that her takeover magic favored. So how do you perform a roar? Listener questioned, eagerly, sparkles in her eyes. Hey now, I said we'd take a break for a bit first, remember? You're probably starting to run low on magic. Natsu reminded her before quickly scooping her up in his arms, much to her surprise. Natsu, Listener squeaked out before realizing her boyfriend was carrying her across the field to their hut, the same hut where their son was currently napping. She couldn't help but giggle as she wrapped her arms around Natsu's neck and snuggled into his chest. The two arrived quickly and Natsu set Listener down next to the sleeping blue kitten. Wow, he slept through that big blast earlier and everything. Natsu stated in amazement. They had been a bit louder than they intended. You hungry? He asked his girlfriend, getting a nod back. Well, let's see what the barmaids packed for lunch. If it's not too much trouble, could I have some fire first? Listener requested with puppy dog eyes. Natsu had absolutely no resistance to that look and immediately caved to her request. Sure, Listener, here, Natsu replied instantly as he held up his hands and ignited a large fire in his palms. Thanks for the food, Listener quietly cheered so she wouldn't wake Happy. Without hesitation she quickly set about devouring Natsu's flames. It was still just as amazing as the first time she'd tasted it. I could eat this every day, Tilda. She mused happily, her mind daydreaming of the future as she ate. After a few minutes, Listener pulled back, having eaten all of the fire, and motioned towards the basket containing their actual lunch. As the two ate, the sleeping kitten woke up and flew towards his mother. Listener quickly settled Happy in her lap and helped the small kitten drink from a saucer of milk. The barmaids, having known Happy was going to be with them, had made sure to pack a bottle of milk for the couple. It wasn't long before their lunch was over and Happy had fallen back asleep. Listener smiled gently as she covered the kitten with a tiny blanket before heading back out into the field with Natsu. You ready to learn how to roar like a dragon? Natsu questioned with a grin that showed off his fangs. Show me, show me, show me. Listener bounced up and down in her excitement. First, you pull your magic power into your stomach and lungs. You don't convert it until you exhale it out during the roar itself. Natsu explained as he demonstrated taking in a large breath and holding it. Listener mimicked him and they practiced deep breathing and holding her breath for a few minutes before moving on. Once you've pulled your magic power and taken your deepest breath, then you exhale with a roar and convert the magic power into fire as you launch it. That completes the spell and is how you utilize a breath attack. He explained as Listener followed along. I'll demonstrate one for you and then you'll try. Okay. Listener nodded in understanding as Natsu turned to the side and aimed at the boulder from earlier. Fire Dragon's Roar, he exclaimed after taking a large breath. From Natsu's mouth a torrent of flames rocketed forward and slammed into the boulder. The grasses under the spell ignited near instantly and Natsu held the roar for about 15 seconds before ending the spell. I want to try. Listener cheered after seeing the spell up close. She was sure she could perform it. Just let me eat that first. She grinned before jogging over to the till burning grasses and consuming all of the fire. Alright, just like I showed you. Natsu instructed as Listener prepared for her first attempt. Listener gave a nod before inhaling deeply and holding it for a moment. Fire Dragon's Roar. Listener roared out as her own torrent of fire raced across the field. Unlike Natsu's however, Listener's roar had missed the boulder and lit up the field of grasses behind it. I missed, she cried out in dismay as Natsu rushed forward to consume the spreading fire. Might have to put a hold on the sparring for a bit. Natsu called back as he NHA led the flames as quickly as he could. Through all of this Happy slept on inside the hut, completely oblivious to his parents and their practice troubles. Meanwhile, Fairy Tale Library. Okay, why did you call us in here? Mira demanded of Kana while Urza simply sat next to her brunette friend before looking towards her expectantly. Because you two need to talk to each other. Kana EPLIED getting both Urza's and Mira's eyes to widen before they turned to glare at one another. I have nothing to say to the tin can. Mira huffed as she turned away. The harlot finally speaks reasonably. Urza sniped at the she-devil getting a growl from Mira. Stop. Kana demanded intentionally raising her magic power to press down on the other two girls' senses. This was one of TH's first tricks Guildarts had shown her in preparation for her crash magic lessons. It usually shuts people up for a second. Guildarts had told her with a smile while she stared at him with a raised eyebrow. Internally though she was beyond happy to be able to finally interact with her dad and learn from him. None of that bullshit. She growled out as she stared the other two down. You two need to talk to each other. A real conversation. No insults, no barbs, no comments about each other's looks, hair, or clothes. You can't keep going on like this. Why not? She just hates me because I'm stronger than her. Mira growled back while pointing at Urza. You're not stronger than me. You're not prettier or more talented and Natsu doesn't like you more. None of the drivel you constantly spew forth is true. Urza roared back glaring fiercely at the white-haired girl. Well he certainly doesn't like you more than me, you rusty tin can. Mira snarled as she got in Urza's face. Enough. Kana thundered her magic power almost exploding out of her body causing the two arguing girls to go silent. If one looked closely they would even see small tremors traveling up Urza's and Mira's spines as their eyes widened in unconscious fear. This is what I'm talking about. You two have never had a real conversation with each other. You instantly decided you didn't like each her almost as soon as Mira came out of her shell and got comfortable at Fairy Tale. I know you both care for Natsu just like Listener and I, but he won't accept either of you if you keep acting like this. The brunette grumbled as Mira and Urza both slowly sat down across from each other. He won't. Urza breathed out quietly as she looked down at the table. I didn't think about that. Mira solemnly stated as she stared at the table too. Finally, Kana sighed as she sat back down. Natsu won't show interest in dating either of you if you're both at each other's throat all the time. He cares about you both, you know. He does. Mira perked up as she locked eyes with Kana. Truly? Urza asked as she met the brunette's eyes. Duh, why else would he have given you one of these? Kana asked as she held up her fang necklace. Both girls immediately placed their hands on their own necklace that they wore near constantly. But you two need to stop this hatred for each other. Natsu has problems speaking up against what you two do because he cares about you. Your rivalry with each other is fine. A lot of mages in Fairy Tail have a rival member, but you two have gone way past that and actually started to hate one another. Just talk to each other, please, for Listener, for me and for Natsu, okay? The brunette sighed as Mira and Urza turned to look at each other. Both girls took a deep breath before exhaling, the tension in their bodies visibly relaxing as they looked back at each other. I'm sorry, they said at the same time, only to blink at each other owlishly for a moment. I don't hate you, Mirajan. I never did, it was just your attitude and the way you dressed that rattled me. I've done things a certain way since I came to Fairy Tail. And you didn't do any of them the way I did. I guess I just had problems dealing with that. Urza admitted to what had started her dislike of the eldest Strauss sibling. I wasn't any better. I knew my style and abrasiveness bothered you, and instead of toning it down or trying to talk it out with you, well, I just turned it up to 11. Your strictness just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And the only way I thought to respond was with more of the opposite. But I don't hate you either, Urza, I just thought you hated me. Mira admitted to her own mistakes in dealing with the redhead. See, you two don't hate each other. In fact, I think you two actually respect each other's strength. Why not try and make a new start together? You don't have to give up your rivalry, just keep it friendly. A playful barb here and there or teasing each other isn't bad. You two wouldn't be who you are if you didn't disagree and clash a little from time to time. Kana mediated as the teen girls turned to each other with questioning gazes. She's right. I do respect your strength, Mira. Shall we try this again? Urza asked as she broke into a small smile. I can respect your strength too, Urza. You're one of the few that can actually keep up with me in the guild after all. Mira smiled back softly as she stuck her hand out. My name's Mirajan Strauss, it's nice to meet you. I'm Urza Scarlet. The pleasure is all mine. Urza responded as she took Myra's hand and shook it. Kinda wish I had a vision lacrima to take a picture. Kana smiled as she watched her friends finally get along. Don't you dare. Mira glared at the brunette. This is personal. Urza agreed as she and Mira both stared Kana down. Relax, it was a joke. Kana replied as she held up her hands. More importantly, you and Listener made your relationship with Natsu official. You're sure he feels the same way about us? Mira questioned as she looked deep into Kana's eyes. Yes, you just have to show him you've stopped hating each other. Tell him you're interested in trying out Listener's idea and he'll welcome the both of you with open arms. We'll have to let each other know when we want some one-on-one time with Natsu, but you know he'll run himself ragged to make this work. So let's take the pressure off him and work this out between us, okay? Kana expressed, getting nods from the two other girls. Do you think more girls will want to be with him in the future? Urza suddenly asked as her eyes went wide. Myra's and Kana's eyes also widened at thought before Mira summed up their thoughts in a single word. Fuck, really? You two are trying to get along now? Natsu asked Urza and Mira as the two teens sat across from him in the clearing. Inghe and Listener had constructed their hut in. Yes, we've come to understand that we don't hate one another. We simply have different ways of doing things. But we respect each other and we're members of Fairy Tail. So we're family and we should get along better. Urza explained with Mira nodding at Natsu in confirmation. We're still rivals though. I'm not letting Urza try and take the spot as strongest from me. Mira smirked, only getting an eyebrow raised in challenge from Urza. I'll fight you anytime, Mira. Urza grinned as an air of challenge filled the space between the two mages. That's awesome. Natsu cheered before both girls practically melted at the warm and caring smile he gave them. I really like that smile. Urza thought to herself as her cheeks became red. Ah, Natsu's smile is so cute. I just want to eat him up. Mira squealed in her mind, her body wiggling slightly as her head was filled with lovey-dovey thoughts. Natsu, Kana has told us you would be willing to give Listener's idea a try if we agreed to it. Is that true? Urza asked while Mira stared at Natsu in anticipation. Well yeah, I care about you two a lot, I don't want anyone else to have you. Natsu stated before rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. That sounded way better in my head. Sorry Mira, sorry Urza. It's fine, Natsu, I feel the same. Mira stuttered out with her cheeks burning, though the wide smile on her face showed her joy. Ha ha ha, Natsu. That sounds so naughty. Urza's face was as red as her hair while our mind took a sharp turn straight into the gutter. She should probably stop sneaking adult novels into her room. Sorry. Natsu started to apologize before Urza interrupted him. I accept. Urza shouted out, her face burning red while she leaned forward and got in Natsu's face. Okay. Natsu replied as he leaned back a bit. I'll accept too, Natsu. You're not getting away from me so easily, mister. Mira smiled as she leaned forward as well. As if by some unknown signal, both girls leaned forward and kissed one of Natsu's cheeks. The Dragon Slayer felt his own face heat up as the two sets of soft lips left his cheeks, and Mira and Urza leaned back while looking at him expectantly. Urza, Mira, will you two be my girlfriends? Natsu asked before instantly getting tackled by the two teens. Yes, Mira accepted with a smile, wrapping her arms around Natsu. Yes, Natsu. Urza agreed as she wrapped her arms around Natsu's neck and the two girls lay on top of the stunned Dragon Slayer. A few seconds passed before both girls felt Natsu's arms move to wrap them in the most warm and comforting hug they'd ever experienced. You two, I can't tell you how happy you've made me right now. I swear I'll do everything possible to give you all the love and happiness you can take. Natsu promised as he nuzzled into the red and white locks of these two amazing girls. Both Urza and Mira shivered pleasantly as they snuggled further into Natsu's embrace. They knew without a doubt that Natsu would keep his promise to them and they'd never know a day of loneliness or neglect. Careful with those promises, Natsu tilde. Mira teased as she tightened her arms around her new boyfriend. I might need more loving than you can imagine. She finished with a giggle. Don't hog Natsu, Mira. Urza mumbled as she tightened her hold and nuzzled against Natsu's neck. Natsu pulled both girls tighter against him as he breathed in their scents. Just like with Kana and Listener, he was going to burn their unique scents into his memory forever. They were his girlfriends, his loves, his mates. Dial it back, their instincts were still a bit young for that. Natsu mentally scolded himself as he pushed his hormones aside and focused on giving Mira and Urza all the affection they wanted right now. So, how do we become dragon slayers like Listener? Mira asked as she pulled back from the hug. Urza pulled away and sat back as well, letting Natsu sit up himself. Listener wants us all to be a big, happy family together. Why not make it a family of dragon slayers? I wouldn't mind. Urza trailed off with a smile. It would bring us closer together. The Requip mage sighed happily, getting a warm grin from both Natsu and Mira. Right, so how about it, Natsu? You want to teach me and Urza too? Mira questioned her boyfriend with a grin. Of course, whatever you want. Natsu smiled before he started explaining the Dragon Soul ritual to both girls. So we get to snuggle with you every day for 3 weeks? Mira asked, her eyes shining at the thought. Urza had similar stars in her eyes at the thought of all the cuddling she and Natsu would do together. Pretty much. It took about that long for Listener to make the change. Though I can only do one person at a time. The Dragon Soul ritual is about family, it's not something that can be done in mass. Natsu explained before an eruption of magical power surrounded the two girls in front of him. You heard him, Mira, only one at a time. Urza stated as her power spiked. Yeah, and we both want to go first. So how about we settle it right now? Mira responded, her own magical power rising to match Urza's. I probably should have expected this. Natsu though. To himself as he scooted back several meters to get out of the line of fire. Ready? Mira asked as she took a stance. Always. Urza replied as she took her own stance. Maybe I should stop this. Natsu thought to himself, but Urza and Mira were already moving. Rock, paper, scissors. Again. Rock, paper, scissors. Again. Rock, paper, scissors. Mira and Urza shouted as they engaged in what had to be the most magically powerful game of rock, paper, scissors in Magnolia's history. Natsu face planted in shock as he was completely certain that he was about to see another brawl between Mira and Urza. Well, at least it's peaceful, Natsu stated before one of the trees closest to the match was toppled over from the magic being exuded from the two girls. Mostly peaceful. Several minutes later a cry of victory rang out through the clearing. Urza stood with her arm raised in triumph, her index and middle finger extended in the scissors position. Mira was pouting and D had her arms crossed while kicking the dirt. I'm first, Natsu. Let's begin immediately, Urza declared, only for Mira to dash forward and wrap Natsu in a hug. Natsu, I lost. Comfort me. Mira UTED with tears threatening to spill from her pretty blue eyes. Natsu, who had absolutely no resistance to any of his girlfriend's puppy dog eyes, caved immediately and wrapped Mira in a hug and his fingers through her platinum hair while whispering sweet nothings in her ear. Mira sighed and snuggled into her boyfriend's embrace while Urza stood in front of them and pouted at Mira for ing her loss to get more snuggle time with Natsu. After several minutes of snuggling, Mira finally removed herself from Natsu's embrace and winked at Urza playfully before waving and heading back towards the guild. She wanted to tell Kana the news and see what her siblings were up to anyway. Ready, Urza? Natsu asked as he stood up and held out his hand to the beautiful redhead. Yes, Natsu, let's begin. Urza smiled softly as she took his hand and let him lead her inside the hut he and Lisanna had built. Once they were inside, Natsu leaned against the wall of the hut and gestured for Urza to sit with him. With red cheeks, Urza sat between Natsu's legs and laid her back against his chest. Natsu gently wrapped his arms around her waist before grimacing at her armor. Hey, Urza, can you remove your armor? It's kinda in the way, Natsu requested, and after almost a full minute Urza complied, requipping her armor away and lying back against Natsu in her normal white button-down blouse. That's better. Thanks, Urza. He grinned as he held her softly and initiated the ritual. Urza gasped as she felt the magic envelop her and finally understood what Lisanna had tried to explain to them after her own ritual. This primordial magic that resided within their boyfriend couldn't be accurately described with words. Urza sank back into the feeling and rested her head on Natsu's shoulder. It was almost an hour later when Natsu noticed that Urza was fidgeting slightly. Perplexed by his girlfriend's movement, Natsu readjusted his arms around her waist. Za jerked slightly at the motion and Natsu felt the tremor that racked her body. With gentleness one wouldn't normally associate with Natsu, the Dragon Slayer nuzzled Urza's soft scarlet locks and whispered into her ear softly. What's wrong, Urza? Natsu whispered, wondering why Urza was so fidgety. Nothing, Natsu. I'm just not used to being out of my armor for this long during the day. Za replied as she tried to stop her shakes. You do only take your armor off every once in a while, I've noticed. Do you want to tell me why? Natsu asked as he held her. Urza drew in a breath. Natsu could practically hear the internal debate she was having with herself. After a minute, Urza nodded to herself before turning around in his embrace so they could look each other in the eye. I think I should tell you, Natsu. Especially if we're going to be together like this, Urza quietly said before looking up and meeting Natsu's gaze. Take your time, Urza, I'm not going anywhere, Natsu assured his girlfriend, getting a weak smile in return. All right. Urza sighed before taking a steadying breath. I was raised in a place called Rosemary Village. Almost an hour later, Atsu was holding Urza close as he rubbed gentle circles on her back while she cried. So help him if this Jelal guy was still alive out in the world somewhere and he ever ran into him, well, murder wasn't quite strong enough a word to describe what he'd do to the bastard. No one made Urza cry and got away with it, no one. But for now he had a much more important job, comforting Urza and letting her know how much he cared for her. To let her know he wasn't going anywhere and would never leave or betray her. He held her close and poured all the love and affection he had for Urza into his EMB race and the magic he was using for the ritual. Natsu tilde. Urza breathed softly with a pleasant tingle going up her spine. She didn't know what her boyfriend had just done, but she was overcome the feelings of love and acceptance that seemed to be coming from Natsu endlessly. I'm here, Urza, I'll never leave you, Natsu promised as he held her and nuzzled into her hair, breathing in scent and relaxing at the peace he felt from having her so close. Thank you, Natsu. Thank you, Urza mumbled as she dozed off, emotionally exhausted from sharing the terrors of her past with the one who held her in his arms. Natsu continued to hold her, pouring all his love for her into the magic of the ritual, immersing the sleeping redhead in a feeling of joy even in her dreams. 3 weeks later. Oh Natsu tilde. Urza let out a moan that sounded lewd even to her own ears. The blush that graced her face was at least hidden from Natsu's gaze as she buried her face into his chest. I guess you felt your magic shift. Natsu chuckled, getting a nod against his chest from Urza. So you still want earth as your element? He asked, making the redhead look up at him. Yes, I see and use it interchangeably for both offense and defense, so it fits with my style of reequipping into the most appropriate armor and magic for whatever job I'm on. Urza explained her choice. With our amount of magic power, if her reequip magic wasn't enough to defeat an enemy, then her Earth Dragon Slayer magic would finish the job. Though she'd almost never use it against a human opponent if she could help it. This was magic meant to kill a dragon. Using it against a human without absolutely proper control would almost assuredly kill them. Are you sure you just don't want to taste my magic like Lysina? Natsu teased, making Urza shake her head in denial. Lysina had tried to describe the taste of Natsu's magic to them before as well, but the younger Strauss girl would often start drive. Ooling slightly before going to look for Natsu instead of finishing her explanation. Lysina had a perfectly valid point for choosing a heavily offense-oriented element, Natsu. I'm simply choosing the element that I feel fits best with my style of magic. Urza justified her friend's choice, while also trying to get Natsu to stop looking into her own decision. Alright, I'm just teasing. Natsu smiled as he helped his girlfriend stand up and they walked out of the hut together. Spending almost 8 hours a day here to perform the ritual made it hard to go on quests, but it was the fastest way to get the ritual completed. Urza stretched as she loosened up her muscles and prepared to drain her magic reserves like Natsu had told her about. Stand back a bit, Natsu, I am going to let loose and try and drain my reserves quickly. Urza warned as she reequipped into her Lightning Empress armor. Quickly jumping into the air, Urza unleashed a massive lightning bolt at the ground. Switching to a different armor, Purgatory if Natsu remembered right, Urza came down swinging the massive mace-like weapon and cratered the ground from the force of her strike. I shall make her refill that hole once her Dragon Slayer magic stabilizes. Natsu thought with a grin as he watched Urza reequip again and again. With each new armor she let loose a powerful strike or spell that had as much magic as she could put behind it. In less than 10 minutes Urza had stopped and reequipped into her normal clothing before sinking to her knees in exhaustion. So I just eat magic-infused earth now, right? Urza asked as Natsu walked up to her. Yep, I can make you plenty of that. Natsu grinned fondly at his scarlet-haired girlfriend as his hands filled with dirt and rocks. It might seem gross for a bit, but your new physiology will take care of that. Thank you, Natsu. Urza smiled, revealing her newly formed Dragon Slayer fangs. With a small bit of hesitation, Urza took a bit of the dirt Natsu had made and placed it in her mouth. Chewing slightly made the taste spread in her mouth and she struggled to swallow it. About 30 seconds passed before Urza reached for the next piece and ate it as well. Another dozen seconds and Urza had taken another piece. After that Urza was quickly picking out dirt and small rocks by the handful and eating them almost as fast as her favored strawberry cakes. Natsu chuckled as he continued to produce more earth for his, apparently, ravenous girlfriend. So good tilde. Urza moaned internally as she tasted Natsu's earth magic for the first time. Like a delicious cake that tantalized the taste buds she couldn't stop eating. This richness, the satisfaction, the outright pleasure tilde that came from just the taste of Natsu's magic was enough to get Urza hooked. No wonder Lysina could never try describing it without going to get more. Will I ever enjoy consuming earth that isn't Natsu's? Urza wondered, as she practically inhaled the earth magic her boyfriend was producing for her. Wow, you must have even more magic than I thought you did. Natsu commented several minutes later. Urza was still eating to replenish her own magic reserves and didn't seem inclined to stop. Another few minutes passed before Urza slowed down and eventually stopped eating. With a happy sigh and an almost delirious look of joy, Urza rubbed her full stomach before blinking and smiling up at Natsu. That was delicious tilde. Urza smiled before grabbing Natsu's hand and pulling him down next to her. Cuddle me, she requested with only a hint of pink on her cheeks. Sure thing, Urza. Natsu chuckled before pulling his girlfriend into his lap and holding her close. The two spent almost an hour in that position, murmuring sweet things to one another and basking in their affection for each other. Hey, it's my turn now, Mira called out, breaking the two apart and making Urza pout at her rival. Mira, we were in the middle of something. Urza grumbled with her arms crossed. Yeah, but your ritual is done and I want to start mine. Mira glared back with her own arms crossed. You haven't been able to take any job outside of Magnolia for 3 weeks and rent at Fairy Hills is due next week. Do you have the 100,000 jewels or are you a bit short? She questioned her rival. I might need to take a larger job, Urza mumbled while looking away. Don't do it until tomorrow at the earliest, Urza. Natsu interjected, getting looks from his two girlfriends. Your magic will be unstable from the ritual for several hours. It's best to just sleep it off and see how you're feeling in the morning. Alright, Natsu, if you say so. Urza nodded before kissing his cheek with a smile. You know where I'll be if you want to talk, hang out, or whatever. Natsu smiled before kissing Urza's cheek, making the redhead eep cutely before she walked away with her face red. Okay, mister, my turn, Mira stated as she stood in front of her boyfriend. Natsu chuckled before pulling her into his arms and kissing her cheek as well. I'm ready if you are, Mira. We've still got a few hours of daylight to get started with. Natsu agreed as Mira smirked before grabbing Natsu's hand and leading him into the little hut. The fact that her face was just as red as Urza's had been was something she was going to ignore. Over the next few days, Listener had made it her duty to bring Natsu and Mira lunch every day. While the two took a short break on the ritual to eat, Listener would take the opportunity to snuggle with her boyfriend. She would also get him to give her some fire with her puppy dog eyes, and Mira couldn't help but laugh at the happy grin Listener got whenever she ate Natsu's fire. Sadly, Gildarts had taken Kana to an out-of-the-way spot far from any town or village now that she was practicing actually casting crash magic. Mostly because Makarov flat-out refused to pay for the inevitable damages that would occur with such a destructive magic. They were all hopeful that Kana's latent potential for magic would see he getting crash magic down soon so that she could return to them and go through her own dragon soul ritual. Natsu also spent these breaks playing with Happy as the kitten was growing and becoming more active. Where the flying cat used to sleep most of the day, now he was up and awake except for a short nap or two during the day. Listener had been teaching Happy some words and the blue cat could now say Listener, Natsu, Mira, Urza, Kana, fish, hungry, milk, and I. Natsu chuckled when Happy started pestering the barmaids at the guild with the word fish near constantly. The end of Myra's ritual. Yes Tilda, Mira moaned out as she clutched tightly onto Natsu and buried her face into his neck. Why didn't Listener or Urza warn her that the end of the ritual felt like that? She'd just moaned into Natsu's ear. She could feel the heat in her cheeks spreading across her face and even down her neck. You feel that? Your magic just shifted, Natsu murmured into her ear softly. How could she not have felt that? It was euphoric. Why did it feel so good? Whatever, she had a surprise for Natsu. He'd been asking her what element she'd wanted so that he could prepare it for but she'd only told him she had it taken care of. She'd been talking to almost every member of Fairy Tail while Urza was going through her own ritual, trying to find something that would balance out with her takeover magic. She was a huge force to be reckoned with but had little in the way of defensive ability. She could take most hits with barely a flinch in her Satan soul forms after all. After talking with nearly every member of the guild, she'd found what would give her more balance with her style of magic. Now the two she requested should be here soon enough and she'd surprise Natsu with her choice of element. Natsu, Mira, you two in there, a voice called from outside the hut. Was that lackey? Natsu asked, wondering why the wood-make mage would be out here at all. Mira did say to be here today, right? Another voice asked the first one. Natsu's eyebrow quirked up as he looked at Mira, confused. Droid too. Why are they both here? Natsu asked as Mira grinned and stood up. The two walked outside and met their guild mates and Mira thanked them for coming. Now that you two are here, stand back. I've got to exhaust my magic reserves and you don't want to get caught up in it. Mira smirked as she transformed into her Satan soul and flew off into the forest. Explosions were heard shortly after as Mira let loose her magic. So why are you two here? Otsu asked the wood mage and the plant mage confused. Mira asked us to come here today. We didn't want to question Mira. Droi replied with a nervous look on his face. I like staying on Mira's good side if at all possible. Lackey nodded as a large explosion went off deeper in the forest. On her good side, she nodded again. Okay. Natsu shrugged and waited for his girlfriend to return. Almost 15 minutes passed before Mira walked out of the woods looking spent. Natsu pulled her into a hug until her breathing evened out. Once she caught her breath, Mira smiled at Natsu before kissing his cheek and leaving his embrace. All right, you two. I have a favor to ask. Mira pointed at the two mages. Can you grow edible food with your magics? I can grow almost any plant. But the thing is, any vegetable or fruit that I grow with magic is really bland. It'll fill your stomach but it'll be almost tasteless. Droi explained while Mira nodded. I can grow a tree. But it'll be about the same as Droi's when it comes to taste. No matter the fruit or nuts that grow, they'll be almost tasteless. Lackey shrugged while Mira smiled at the perplexed. That's fine. Just grow as much as you can in this field please, I'm going to need it to finish my ritual. Mira requested and Droi and Lackey looked at each other before shrugging and beginning to cast spells. So this is what you chose for your element, Mira? Natsu asked his girlfriend. Mira turned and smiled at him before nodding. Having plant and wood magic would give me defensive options. So found out in the guild library that the higher levels of plant-based magic can grow fruits and vegetables with mild healing properties, and some of them can even help restore magic faster when you eat them. So not only do I get some defense to go with my takeover, but I get a bit of support magic once I learn enough too. 2 birds, 1 stone. Mira explained with a grin as Natsu nodded along with her explanation. Wow, you really thought this out, didn't you, Mira? Natsu questioned with an impressed grin. Mira felt her cheeks warm at her boyfriend's praise and she turned away a bit before she responded. Of course, I didn't want to have a magic that did something my takeover could already do after all. Mira stated with her hands on her hips. Though I'm not sure if this will make me a plant dragon slayer or a wood dragon slayer. Neither actually, Natsu answered, getting Mira to turn and face him with a confused head tilt. With both plant magic and wood magic you'd be a forest dragon slayer. Igneal told me about a few different types of dragons he'd met in his life. Forest dragons are somewhat rare as they're usually more docile than other dragons. Until you piss them off, of course. Then they'll lay waste to entire regions until they calm down again. Igneal said that the oldest forest dragon sleeps on the northern continent, Giltena, and that own people had started to call him a dragon god or something like that. Supposedly he's so massive you could build a huge city on his back if you wanted to. Natsu grinned at Mira's shocked face. That's crazy. How could something that big exist? Mira questioned as she tried to wrap her mind around the supposed size of this dragon. No idea. I guess forest dragons just keep growing. Nats. You shrugged before Lackey and Droi called out to them. Whoa, that's a lot. Mira stated while Natsu nodded in agreement. Lackey and Droi had filled a large section of the field with trees and plants, all bearing something edible on them and looking ripe. Is this enough, Mira? Droi asked while Lackey looked on with curious eyes. I think so. Mira started only to be interrupted by her stomach growling loudly. I'm starved. Let's eat. With that the pretty teen walked over and picked one of the vegetables off the vine. With a grin she took a bite and ate. I see what you two were talking about. This tastes more like water than anything else. She commented, getting shrugs from the 2 mages. Thanks for helping me out, you two. I'll return the favor later. Sure thing, Mira. Lackey nodded as she began to head back to the guild. No problem, Mira, just helping a friend. Droi gave a thumbs up before walking back to the guild hall as well. Now let's eat until I'm not hungry anymore. Mira cheered with a laugh as Natsu watched his girlfriend with a smile. Mira ate and ate, picking every fruit, nut, and vegetable from the plants. When they were all gone, her stomach had still been growling, and so, with a shrug, she started eating the plants themselves. Stalks, leaves, vines, and even the wood of the small trees Lackey had grown. It all disappeared into Myra's growling stomach until, at last, the platinum-haired girl sighed contentedly and let out burp. "Excuse me," she mumbled as she walked over to Natsu with a smile. "Hungry were you, Nats?" You teased only for Mira to stick her tongue out at him. "You hush, mister. Now, how long do I have to wait before I can start practicing with Dragon Slayer magic?" Mira asked as she licked one of her new fangs inside her mouth. Thanks to her takeover magic, she was at least partially used to having fangs, so at least she'd be able to get used to them quickly. "Wait at least a full day before we start using it. Your magic should have stabilized by then, and I'll be happy to walk you through some spells. Though I'm sure adjustments are going to have to be made for your Forest Dragon SLA. Magic compared to my Magma Dragon Slayer magic," Natsu responded as Mira sighed at not getting to try out her new magic yet. "You doing anything else today?" Mira asked with a small smile. "Not really. Why?" Natsu replied with a tilt of his head. "Because that means you can take me on a date." Mira giggled only to gasp when Natsu took her hand in his and started leading her towards Magnolia. "Great idea, Mira, let's go." Natsu cheered as Mira grinned and quickly matched his pace so that she could wrap her arms around his left arm. Needless to say, the two turned quite a few heads as they entered Magnolia proper. It wasn't every day that the townspeople got to see the she-devil of fairy tale acting so giggly and girlish. A week later, "Hey Elfman," Natsu called out as he walked up to the three Strauss siblings. The siblings were all sitting together and chatting when Natsu approached, waving a quest from the board over his head. "Hey, what's up Natsu?" Elfman G. greeted with a wave while Mira and Lysina smiled at their boyfriend. The male of the Strauss siblings had been a little leery of the pink-haired Dragon Slayer when Lysina and Mira had shown romantic interest in the teen. How could he not be? He was the brother of two pretty girls. He'd done quite a bit of intimidation, something he'd actually picked up by watching Natsu, to keep punks away from his sisters. But he'd known Natsu for a few years now and knew he was a good guy. Truth be told, Elfman had only really come out of his own shell by interacting with Natsu through Lysina and Mira. He wouldn't be the man he was today if not for the Magma Dragon Slayer. "Got a quest and you're coming with us to help out," Natsu proclaimed as he slapped the quest down on the table so the siblings could read it. "Wyvern slaying request." Elfman read the top of the paper. "A small flock of wyverns has appeared near Forwa's village. They've destroyed some of the fields and attacked the livestock of the village. In total 7 wyverns have been counted and the villagers have retreated to Aubane village to escape. Reward for elimination of the flock is, whoa, 350,000 jewels. Nice. We'd have the next 3 months of the house payment taken care of." Mira exclaimed with a grin. It would be another thing she wouldn't have to worry about when it came to caring for her siblings. Not to mention the grocery budget would be set for a while too. Plus you and Lysina can get real experience with your Dragon Slayer magic. Wyverns are dragonkin after all, even if they are probably the dumbest of the lot. Natsu grinned, getting a cheer from Mira while Lysina got a determined look on her cute face. Plus, Natsu turned to Elfman. "Wyverns are still considered beasts. Right, your takeover should work on them and you'll get a new form, one that can fly at that." "That would be pretty great." Elfman nodded. "All of my forms so far have been land-based beasts." Elfman turned to Natsu with a confused look. "But why are you inviting me? This seems like a quest that was made for a Dragon Slayer." "Why wouldn't I invite you?" Natsu questioned, his head tilted to the side slightly. "You're my girlfriend's brother, twice over in fact, that makes you family to me as well." Lysina and Mira both absolutely beamed at the IR boyfriend for his words and the fact he considered Elfman family too. They'd have to give him a reward for being such a good boyfriend. The next thing Natsu knew, he was being kissed on both cheeks by 2 happy platinum-haired girls. "You're so sweet, Natsu." Lysina smiled as she pulled her lips back. "You're so kind." Mira cooed into his ear softly. "I'm glad you think of Elfman as family." Natsu just grinned as he wrapped an arm around each of the girls' waists and pulled them into a hug. Both of them quickly snuggling up and enjoying the warm embrace. "I would have invited Urza, but she's still on her quest to escort that merchant caravan, so I figured we could make this quest a family hunt." Bring down this flock and Elfman can take over one of the wyverns, then we can all eat the remaining 6. I guess we should probably bring some back for the guild too. I don't want Urza to miss out, or Kana if she and Gildarts come back while we're gone. Natsu explained, getting nods from the Strauss siblings. Elfman was smiling at the thought of this quest now. A family hunt, huh, I like the sound of that. The large teen thought to himself as he got excited about the upcoming quest. How big do wyverns usually get? Lysina questioned as the group of 4 sat down at the table to discuss the details of the quest. Usually not more than about 4 or 5 meters from snout to tail. Natsu answered, long having learned about almost all dragonkin from Igneal. Unless they're old enough to have reached alpha status, then they can be around 7 or 8. A flock this size might have an alpha that's trying to establish territory. Be careful if you see one that's larger than the rest. Alpha wyverns are old enough that they've learned how to utilize their magic. Though the worst we should have to deal with is their bullet-like breath attack. Bullet-like? Elfman asked, having seen both Lysina and Myra's dragon roar spell. That was just a stream of destruction for whatever it was aimed at. Yeah, a wyvern's body isn't capable of sustaining a long, deep breath. So they can't execute a breath attack like a dragon can. EAD an alpha wyvern will fire off a compressed breath attack, like a bullet. Natsu replied and Elfman nodded. It seemed logical that a smaller dragonkin wouldn't be able to output the same attacks as their larger distant relations. What kind of magic are we looking at though? Mira questioned as she looked at her boyfriend. What element is most common among wyverns? Either wind or fire. Wyverns are most commonly known to use those 2 elements. Though if it has bright coloration, stay further away. It might be a poison wyvern and they can poison their prey with their breath attack, their fangs, or their claws. Natsu explained. Better to limit its attack options by keeping our distance then. Lysina nodded, getting a proud smile from her brother and sister. They were both pleased by Lysina's quick deduction. Exactly. Natsu grinned as he pulled Lysina into another hug, getting a happy giggle from his girlfriend. Well, let's go put our names on the quest so Song. Anyone else from another guild doesn't take it, Mira stated as the group nodded together and headed over to the bar to get the paper stamp with their names. Let's meet in the morning, after breakfast, at the train station. The sooner we get there the faster me and Lysina can try out our Dragon Slayer magic for real. Mira grinned excitedly, getting quick acceptance from her siblings. Natsu sighed and hung his head. He really hated trains. Mira and Lysina may not have a problem with them yet, but eventually they'd come to hate them just as much as he did. Happy chimed in as he floated down onto Natsu's head. Natsu grinned as he petted the small blue kitten. Did the barmaids finally stuff you with enough fish and milk, buddy? Natsu chuckled, feeling a slight incria. Say in his little feline friend's weight on his head. Happy exclaimed as he glided from Natsu's head and into Lysina's arms. The younger sister smiling beautifully as she held onto the blue kitten. Within a few moments the cat had snuggled into Lysina's arms and dozed off, getting coos from both Strauss sisters about how cute it was. Well, I guess we'll see each other in the morning then. Natsu smiled before raising his fist and softly, so he wouldn't wake Happy, proclaiming. To our first family hunt. Yeah, the Strauss siblings, quietly, cheered as they also raised their fists in agreement. I hate trains. Natsu groaned as he and the Strauss siblings stepped off the train at the station closest to the rural Aubane village. I didn't have a problem. Mira stated with a tilt of her head. Did you, Lysina? Nope. Lysina chirped happily. Though from the large smile on her little sister's face, Mira would bet money that it was because she'd let Nats. You rest his head on her lap the whole train ride. Mira would have to call dibs for taking care of Natsu on the ride back. The sign says that Aubane village is 3 kilometers west of here. F-man informed everyone as he read the sign just outside of the station. This station in Florent town was the closest train station to Aubane and the slightly further out Forwaz village where the wyvern flock had attacked. Well, I guess we should get walking then. Mira commented as the group of 4 made their way down the road and were soon on the dirt road leading towards Aubane village. In just under an hour the group of mages found Aubane and entered the small village. They were shown to the village elders for both Forwaz and Aubane to explain the most recent updates on the situation. So they haven't left Forwaz yet. Natsu questioned, getting shakes of the head from both elders. Not yet. They don't seem interested in leaving the village. The elder of Forwaz stated. So they are trying to establish territory. Natsu mused. This behavior fit with what he'd learned about wyverns from Igneel growing up. They'd run out any competition for prey from their chosen area and begin to settle in. After the territory was secured, the flock would then focus on nesting and reproduction to grow their flock's numbers. So we can keep the bodies correct. You don't care what we do with them. Mira clarified with the elders. Getting nods of agreement from both brought a smile to her face. Ever since Natsu had started bringing dragonkin meat back from his missions involving the beasts, she developed a liking for it. Wyvern wasn't bad when cooked, and a bit of seasoning went well with the meat. Salamander was thick and filling with richness that Mira enjoyed. She was looking forward to eating her fill on this mission. Then we'll be happy to dispose of them for you. Natsu smiled widely. A bit of drool from the corner of his mouth was visible though. Please be careful, young mages, we'd hate to see you injured or worse because of our request. The Forwaz elder sighed, not likely the thought of young teens fighting those terrors that had attacked his village. Don't worry, old man, we've got an advantage over them already. Mira smirked as she and her siblings stood up, followed by Natsu. We'll see you soon. Lysina S. Miled as she and Elfman gave a polite bow to the elders before the four left the Abane elder's house. Well, let's get started. Natsu stated, his normally cheerful demeanor becoming a bit more serious. This was quickly copied by Elfman, Lysina, and Mira. One thing Natsu had impressed on all of them from his experience was that you never went into a fight against dragonkin carefree. A single misstep against a dragonkin would more than likely see you becoming its next meal. Natsu had the scars to prove what happened when you made mistakes on a hunt. Right. Elfman nodded as they headed towards Forwaz. Okay, Lysina stated as she tightened her fists. We've got this. Mira stated, her eyes sharp and determined. The group only had to walk 2 kilometers to get to Forwaz from Abane. In that time they discussed strategy for how to deal with the wyverns and whatever magic the alpha wyvern might possess. Making strategies for dealing with fire, wind or poison were all discussed, and Natsu would take point against the alpha regardless. Upon getting near the village, Natsu halted the group under the shade of a large tree and pointed to the closest house from their position. Perched on top of the wood and stone building was a wyvern. Green scales covered most of the beast's body, but the underside was colored sky blue with smaller scales. It was a bit difficult to tell since the wyvern was perched, but Natsu estimated it to be around 5 meters in length. A lookout? Lysina questioned as she looked the wyvern over. It is new territory. They're probably still on alert for predator competition. Mira suggested, while Elfman nodded in agreement. Mira, think you can get a bit closer and let them know we're here? Natsu asked his forest dragon slayer girlfriend with a fanged grin. Mira grinned back, fangs and all, before nodding and slipping away from the group. The platinum-haired teen quietly made her way through the shadows of the trees, slowly getting closer and closer to the perched wyvern. She stopped just over 15 meters from the wyvern when she noticed it perk up and start scanning the forest. Either it had heard her or her scent was different enough that the wyvern had picked up on it amid the normal scents of the village and forest. Time to say hi. Mira grinned before taking a deep breath. Forest dragons roar. Mira roared out as a swirling vortex of wood, leaves, thorns and other bits of plant material were expelled towards the wyvern at high speed. The wyvern barely had time to try and roar before the spell hit it. The wyvern was engulfed by Mira's roar and sent flying backwards into the village. The shrieks from the wyvern letting Mira and the others know her spell had done some damage. Let's move, Natsu ordered as he, Lysina and Elfman dashed into the village, followed quickly by Mira. Finding the lookout wyvern struggling back to its feet wasn't a surprise, but the 6 loud roars they were met with indicated they'd gotten the flock's attention. Another green-scaled wyvern came rushing around the nearest corner with a roar. It was roughly the same size as the lookout, and Elfman leapt into the fray to engage it. Take over. Beast arm. Black bull. Elfman chanted as his arm was covered in yellow squares before turning into a large, heavily muscled arm covered in dark skin and black fur. The wyvern attempted to snap its jaws on Elfman, only for him to sidestep the bite and slam a punch into the side of the wyvern's head. The beast was sent mbling across the dirt road and staggered to stay upright. A third wyvern launched itself up from further in the village with its wings. A few beats and the wyvern spotted the 4 mages and dived towards them. Lysina dashed past her brother and activated her own takeover magic. Takeover. Animal leg. Colossal rabbit. Lysina chanted her spell and her legs turned into large rabbit legs with purplish fur. With her legs transformed, she leapt upwards and met the wyvern in the air. Only Mira can fly with her takeover and still fight. I need to make this wyvern unable to fly and keep it on the ground. Lysina decided quickly as her right hand erupted into flames. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. She roared out and slammed her fist into the wyvern's wing. The blast of fire, sharp crack of a breaking bone let Lysina know she'd succeeded in her plan. The loud shriek of pain as the wyvern dropped to the ground informed the rest of the mages. The wyvern crashed down onto the dirt road as Lysina used her transformed legs to land safely behind the fallen wyvern. Where is the alpha? Natsu questioned himself as he scanned the village looking for his primary target. 3 more wyverns launched themselves into the air from around the small village and were quickly upon the 4 mages. Finish this first, and then find it, he stated with a growl as he met his foot into the ground, breaking the dirt and rock of the street. Earth Dragon's Shrapnel Barrage. Dozens of large rocks and pieces of compressed dirt launched at the incoming wyverns, but Y struck 2 of the 3 as the furthest one had time to dodge. The other 2 fell to the ground and Natsu rushed them both. Magma Dragon's Eruption Fist. Natsu chanted as both of his fists were covered in magma. He punched both wyverns before they could separate themselves from the pile they'd landed in. Both punches exploded into miniature volcanic eruptions, sending the wyverns reeling as they shrieked in pain. The last wyvern that had dodged Natsu's spell dived towards Natsu. Forest Dragon's Roar. Mira roared out as she launched her breath attack at the diving wyvern. Fire Dragon's Roar. Lysina launched her own breath attack at the same time, aiming to protect her boyfriend. The 2 roar spells impacted the wyvern simultaneously, causing a large explosion as Mira's roar fueled Lysina's roar. The wyvern was sent careening into a small firewood shack from the blast and smashed through the structure. Smoke rose from the downed wyvern and even from a distance. Natsu could see that a large patch of scales had been blasted off the wyvern's flank. You're welcome, Mira yelled to Natsu before dodging a bite from her wyvern. Thanks, Natsu yelled back as he breathed deep and unleashed his next spell on the 2 injured wyverns he'd brought down. Magma Dragon's Roar. The 2 wyverns were instantly engulfed in the molten rock and sent tumbling down the dirt road. When the dust cleared, a burning pile of lava coated the 2 very dead wyverns, sending smoke into the air. Elfman was having a bit of trouble as his punches, even enhanced by his takeover, weren't able to knock out the wyvern he was fighting. The wyvern swung its tail at him, forcing Elfman to jump over the swipe and watch it smash into the wall of a house. The wall shattered and the wyvern roared at the mage. Elfman transformed his left arm into the black bull form as well before slamming both fists together. Guess I'll have to hit you harder then. With that he rushed the wyvern. The wyvern lashed out with another bite, but Elfman dodged by sliding under the beast's jaws. Take this, he yelled as he launched a barrage of punches into the less protected underbelly of the wyvern. The wyvern stumbled as its body took blow after blow, and Elfman felt at least 2 ribs break under his transformed fists. Thinking quickly, Elfman grabbed one of the injured wyvern's legs and heaved with all the strength his partial takeover granted. The wyvern shrieked as its leg was jerked out from under it and it hit the ground on its side. Rarg, Elfman roared as he moved to stand by the downed wyvern's head and lifted both of his transformed fists over his head. The mage slammed both fists into the wyvern's head with a sickening crack. The wyvern flailed, while Elfman grunted at the pain in his hands. One more, he roared as he brought both of his fists down on the wyvern's head again. Elfman felt part of the beast's skull give way to the second blow and the wyvern went still. Looking down, he saw blood starting to leak out of the wyvern's nostrils and eyes. I did it, he panted out before he winced as he looked at his transformed hands. They'd been cut by the wyvern's hard scales and he'd probably need Mira or Lysina to bandage them up after the fight. Turning to look for his siblings, he made his way over to his sisters, seeing that they were wrapping up their fights. Fire Dragon's Talon, Lysina called out as she brought her foot down on her wyvern's leg. The scales broke and sheared off after some resistance, the bees. T's magic resistance unable to block Listena's spell. The wyvern shrieked as another of its limbs was debilitated. I have to finish this quickly. We still don't know where the alpha is. If we get got off guard it'll be bad. Lisena thought as she picked her target. Moving forward, Lisena dodged a tail swipe easily, the attack slowed greatly by the damage she'd just done to one of the wyvern's legs. Spinning to the right to avoid the snap of the wyvern's jaws, Lisena curled her fingers into a claw position and both her hands burst into bright flames. Fire Dragon's Claw, shish, E roared as she slashed both of her hands across the wyvern's less protected neck. A weak point Natsu had pointed out, the wyvern's neck couldn't be as armored as the majority of its body without high entering the movement of the dragonkin's head. This made it a vulnerable spot and an ideal target for a dragon slayer. The wyvern's neck spewed blood from the two lacerations and the beast flailed as it backed away from Lisena. Sorry. The platinum-haired teen apologized to the flailing beast before moving in to finish it off. She moved in, avoiding the flailing of the wyvern's one good wing and its tail before grabbing the lacerated area of its neck. Fire Dragon's Grip Strike. With a boom, the wyvern's neck lost a huge part and nearly decapitated the beast. Lisena felt the blow. OD splatter onto her face and clothes but chose to ignore it. She'd used more magic than she'd intended, but she wanted to end the wyvern's suffering quickly. Turning her head to survey the surroundings, Lisena's eyes landed on her brother jogging towards her, his own wyvern completely still further down the main dirt road of the village. You okay, Lisena? Elfman questioned as he stopped in front of her. Yeah, I dodged its attacks, Lisena answered. Are you okay? Your hands look hurt, she fretted as Elfman smiled sheepishly. I'll be fine, just some small cuts and maybe some bruising. These things are tougher than they look, Elfman assured his worried little sister. Both siblings turned to look over at their older sister's fight when they heard the shriek of the first wyvern. Forest Dragon's Horn Strike, Mira called out as her hands and arms were encased by wood that spiraled into sharp points. The first horn was used to stab through the wyvern's wing, permanently grounding it. Before the second was stabbed into its less protected underbelly. Blood poured from the body stab and Mira pulled her hands from both of the wooden constructs, leaving them stabbed into the wyvern. The eldest Strauss sibling kicked off the horn left in the wyvern's body and launched herself at its head. Forest Dragon's Talon, Mira roared as her right foot was covered by a thick wooden spike which she drove straight up in a high kick. The wooden spike pierced the bottom jaw of the wyvern and punctured straight through into the inside of its mouth. This effectively nailed the wyvern's jaw shut and stunned it simultaneously. One more shot, Mira determined as she removed her foot from the spike and charged her next spell. Forest Dragon's Roar, another spiraling vortex of wood, thorns, and leaves slammed into the wyvern and forced it to the ground as its underbelly was torn up by the breath attack. Mira stood before the now dead wyvern while taking a few heavy breaths. Natsu hadn't been kidding about Dragonkin's magical resistance. She'd had to put a good amount of magic behind her spells to take advantage of the natural strength Dragon Slayer magic had against Dragonkin. Mira, watch out, Elfman roared as he shoved his sister out of the way of an incoming bullet of wind. The attack hit the already transforming Elfman and sent him smashing through the house behind him. Elfman, Mira and Lisena yelled as they looked to where their brother had been launched. Earth Dragon's Roar, Natsu yelled as he came charging across the village. The blast of rock and dirt raced toward the much larger wyvern only for it to flap its large wings and ascend out of the breath attack's range. That's the alpha, he roared, out letting Lisena and Mira know they needed to keep their eyes on the beast. The house that Elfman was launched into suddenly had debris tossed out of it as a large, black-furred minotaur emerged from it. Beast Soul, Black Bull, Elfman huffed from his transformed state. Both Myris and Lisena's eyes teared up slightly in happiness seeing their brother alive and, mostly, unharmed. You did a full-body takeover, Mira stated before her face broke out into a grin. I knew you could do it. Elfman, you're great, Lisena cheered as she hugged her much larger brother. This minotaur form made him almost 3 meters in height with the durability to shrug off attacks that would kill a normal man. Earth Dragon's Land Flip, Natsu called out as he appeared between the Strauss siblings and the wyvern. Jabbing his hands into the ground, Natsu suddenly lifted a huge slab of earth and flipped it into a standing wall which blocked another wind bullet. I'm glad you're okay, Elfman, but you guys have to focus. Natsu yelled to the siblings as another wind bullet slammed into the earthen barrier. Right. Sorry Natsu, Mira replied while Lysina and Elfman refocused. So that wind bullet was the Alpha's breath attack. Lysina confirmed as another blast rocked Natsu's wall. Yeah, we need to ground him too. Mira, can you take care of his wings? Natsu asked and Mira nodded before using her takeover, Satan's soul. Mira rocketed into the air, drawing the Alpha's attention. Alright, Elfman, when Mira grounds the Alpha, can you hold it down? Leave it to me, Natsu. I should have enough strength in this form to keep it from getting away. Elfman nodded as he clenched his fists. Great, Lysina, you and I are going to torch him as soon as Elfman has him pinned. Focus on the head and let's try and blast it before the Alpha can retaliate with another breath attack. Natsu instructed, getting a nod from his girlfriend. Got it, Lysina nodded as she looked up to watch her sister try and deal with the wyvern's flight. You've got to have a limit for those. Mira yelled at the Alpha Wyvern as it launched another wind bullet at her. She easily evaded in her Satan's soul form. This form was the one she was most familiar with of all of her takeover forms, so she had no problem bringing out 100% of her power while in it. The Alpha paused the breath attacks to actually breathe. Mira shot towards it and at the last second launched herself up and over the Alpha with a strong flap of her demonic wings. Evil explosion. With a huge blast of dark magic, the Alpha roared out in pain as its wing joints were damaged and it began falling out of the sky. Mira huffed as she watched the large dragonkin fall. That was almost everything I had left, and it only broke a few scales and cracked the joints. How old is this thing to have such high magic resistance? The Alpha slammed into the ground, sending up a plume of dust and dirt as it cratered the area it crashed into. Elfman charged forward and threw the full weight and power of his Minotaur form into grabbing the Alpha's damaged wings and holding them tightly. The wyvern was still too stunned to process the pain of having its damaged wings roughly jerked backwards. Natsu and Lysina moved in to finish it off before it could even hope to recover. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Lysina and Natsu roared from either side of the Alpha's head. Their flame-coated fists slammed into both the left and right side of the Alpha's head and exploded into a blast of flames. The sheer pressure of the two spells created a shockwave that penetrated the wyvern's skull and concussed its brain so badly that multiple hemorrhages occurred throughout the vital gray matter. The Alpha collapsed dead near instantly as the flames died down and Lysina and Natsu withdrew their fists. Ow! Its head is so hard. Lysina groaned as she held her right hand softly, seeing a bruise forming already. Natsu vaulted over the dead wyvern to get to Lysina and look over her injury. Let me see, Natsu requested, and Lysina let him take her injured hand into his. Doesn't look like you broke anything. We'll put some ice on it and get you some food. We dragon slayers are pretty durable, so you'll heal up quickly, I promise. Natsu smiled as he softly kissed the back of Lysina's hand, making her giggle happily. Thank you, Natsu. Lysina smiled as she kissed her boyfriend's cheek. Natsu grinned back while Mira landed near them and transformed back into her human state. Elfman climbed down off the Alpha's back and cancelled his transformation as well. The four grouped up and looked over the battlefield. A few spots of damage. The house Elfman's wyvern had smashed the wall out of. The firewood shed the wyvern Lysina and Mira blasted out of the air, crushed. The hole in the one house Elfman had been blasted through, and of course the ROAD throughout the village was torn up and cratered. Quest complete. Natsu cheered as he pushed down his instincts for a moment. Yeah, the Strauss siblings cheered as they raised their fists into the air. Is it weird that I feel like roaring out my victory? Mira asked a second later. You feel it too? Lysina questioned, looking at her big sister. That's normal. Just let it out. Natsu grinned before taking a deep breath. Mira and Lysina copied him, and then all three threw back their heads and roared to the sky. Rura. The trio of dragon slayers announced their victory over another dragonkin with their own draconic roars. The celebratory roars ended a few seconds later, and both sisters looked shocked at how good they felt. Feels better, right? Natsu asked with a toothy grin. It really does. Mira laughed as Lysina nodded with bright smile. Mira, can you help Lysina find some ice? She bruised her hand helping me finish off the alpha. Natsu asked, and Mira was instantly beside her little sister and checking her over. Come on, Lysina, one of these houses should have some ice left. The people haven't been gone for more than 8 or 9 days. The magic ice box can keep ice frozen for 2 weeks according to their advertisements. Mira said as she guided Lysina to the nearest house to search for ice. What can I do, Natsu? F-man asked as he looked over the alpha's body. Help me drag these wyverns over to the edge of the village. We'll find some butchery tools in the village and get to gutting and cleaning these guys afterwards. We'll take as much meat, scales, and bones as we can. We can eat the meat and share it with the guild. We can sell the scales to the armorsmith in Magnolia that Urza goes to and we see. And grind the bones down into that dragon powder, stuff they use for potions and elixirs, and sell it too. That'll be bonus money on top of the reward. Though I think we might be losing about 50,000 jewels for the damage we did to the town. Natsu explained, getting a nod from Elfman. That seems about right. Elfman sighed as he looked over the damage to the village. Well, better get to it. We can have one heck of a lunch once we're done with these guys. First you need to take over this big guy though. Natsu grinned at Elfman's shocked look. The alpha is the only one that can utilize magic. So it'll be a stronger form for you. Flying and wind bullet breath attack, 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Are you sure? You and Lysina brought it down. Elfman questioned. Do it, Elfman, it's okay. Lysina smiled as she and Mira walked towards the guys. Lysina had a cloth filled with ice resting on her right hand, and Mira was beaming at Natsu for thinking of Elfman's benefit. Go for it. Natsu nodded and Elfman couldn't help but smile. Thanks, you too. All right, here it goes. Elfman stated as he placed both hands on the dead alpha. Take over. With that command, yellow light slowly engulfed the wyvern. When the light got its brightest, the alpha wyvern's body disappeared and merged into the light flowing into Elfman. The male Strauss S. Ibling's form suddenly grew large and changed into an almost perfect match of the defeated beast. How's it feel, Elfman? Mira asked as the light faded. This is going to take some getting used to. Elfman's distorted voice came from the wyvern form's jaws. It's like I'm crawling, but I also have wings for arms at the same time. It's really weird compared to my other forms. Actually learning to fly is going to take a while. I can already tell. He sighed as the glow of takeover enveloped him and he returned to his regular state. Well, I'm ready to get to work on the rest of these guys now. Anyone else getting hungry? Natsu asked, getting rumbles from 3 other stomachs. Starving, now that you mention it. Mira grumbled as she rubbed her stomach. I could go for some wyvern with a side of fire. Lysina smiled at Natsu, making the Magma Dragon Slayer sigh playfully. I guess. Natsu grinned as Lysina cheered. Well, let's get them over to the edge of the village then. Lysina, can you find the village butcher shop? We're going to need some tools to carve these things up. Elfman stated as he made his way over to the nearest wyvern body. I'm on it. Lysina chirped as she went looking for the butcher shop. Pick up the pace, Natsu. I'm hungry. Mira called back to her boyfriend. She was already dragging the wyvern she'd slain towards the edge of the village. Coming. Natsu responded as he jogged over to the wyvern on top of the smashed woodshed. I think'll rotisserie you, buddy. He grinned as he yanked the wyvern off the wood pile by its tail. Ha ha ha, we made a killing. Mira cheered as the Strauss siblings and Natsu finally returned to the guild hall after finishing selling the last of the wyvern bones, scales, fangs, horns, and claws. They were keeping all the meat they brought back for the guild to share and eat. They'd lost 70,000 jewels from the wyvern slaying quest reward, because of the damage to the village. But since they'd gotten to keep the slain wyverns, the group had come out well into the black. The total they made for the 6 wyverns they'd broken down and sold came out to 450,000 jewels. Adding that to the remainder of the quest reward made the group of 4 a profit of 730,000 jewels. Needless to say, they were all ecstatic. Let's go stuff ourselves with wyvern meat. Natsu cheered and got laughter from the siblings, though none of them disagreed. Suddenly Natsu's nose twitched and he straightened up just outside of the guild hall. Seeing his actions, both Mira and Lysina looked at their boyfriend. Are you all right, Natsu? Lysina asked, concerned for the one she loved. What's going on, Natsu? You're acting funny, Mira questioned as she looked her boyfriend over. She's back. Natsu grinned before kicking the guild hall doors open. Kana, we're back. Kana, the Strauss siblings blinked before looking into the hall and seeing the pretty brunette sitting at the bar next to her father, Gildarts. Natsu, welcome back. Kana grinned at her boyfriend. The Magma Dragon Slayer dashed across the hall and Kana stood up to meet him. The brunette smiled happily as she opened her arms and Natsu enveloped her in a hug. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders, hugging him back for all she was worth. Natsu took it a step farther and lifted her up to spin her around happily. You're back. Natsu beamed at her. I missed you. I missed you too, you goof. Kana giggled before being set back onto her feet. Kiss. She smiled as she pulled Natsu's lips to hers and engaged in a soft lip lock for a few moments. When the two pulled apart, Gildarts was staring right at Natsu with a look that promised severe injury should he do anything to hurt Kana. Natsu just grinned back before the Strauss siblings caught up and welcomed the card mage back. Hugs were exchanged between Kana, Lysina, and Mira while Elfman and Natsu welcomed Gildarts back. So did you get your old man's magic down? Mira asked and Kana smiled before her left hand glowed white and she placed it on the bar stool next to hers. The stool instantly glowed before separating into cubes of wood and falling to the floor. I'd say I've got a good handle on it. Kana grinned as Makarov looked at the destroyed barstool. You're paying for that, Gildarts. Makarov informed the Crash Mage. Gildarts almost choked on his beer before turning to the old master. What? Why me? I didn't do it. Arts argued only for Makarov to huff at him. She's your daughter and you're the one that taught her that magic. So it's your responsibility. Makarov informed the orange-haired man. Gildarts raised his right hand, index finger extended, to try and say something against it. But he ended up closing his mouth and lowering his hand without saying a word. Fine. Gildarts agreed before finishing off his mug and asking for a refill. The group of teens spent the next few hours chatting and catching up with each other. It was during this time that the group found out that Kana had learned to drink alcohol from Gildarts. The brunette even had a taste for it, and preferred wine to beer or hard liquor. Gildarts was thankful to find something he and Kana shared in common, even if that was the love of the drink. Though Kana was sweet enough to reassure him they had plenty enough in common, she even demonstrated by calling up the white glow of her crash magic, which brought a smile to Gildarts' face as the father and daughter shared a hug. So, when do I get to have my own Dragon Soul ritual and learn some Dragon Slayer magic, Natsu? Kana teased the pink-haired Tinda. She was still snuggled close to on the bench at the table their group had sat at. Whenever you're ready, Kana, just like I told you. Natsu grinned at his girlfriend while he pulled her closer into a sideways hug. Mira and Lysina both grinned at Kana, already deciding not to tell her about the end of the ritual and the feelings it evoked. A little prank between dragon sisters, as Lysina, Urza, and Mira had taken to referring to their group as, how about we start tomorrow morning? Kana smiled and Natsu agreed. Now I want to sample some of this wyvern meat you guys brought back. So let's eat. The brunette cheered and the rest of the teens followed suit. It was a fun, laughter-filled dinner among the group and by the end of it Kana could agree that wyvern was tasty. Especially grilled with a good seasoning rub and some smoky flavor. Next morning Tilda the hut. This is where I've done all of the Dragon Soul rituals for everyone. Natsu smiled at the fond memories. I'm thinking about buying this whole area and building my house near here. That's sweet, Natsu. Kana smiled at him as she let him lead her towards the hut. Once the two teens had gotten inside the hut, Natsu leaned back against the edge of the hut and opened his arms for Kana. With a soft smile Kana moved over and sat down between Natsu's legs. The brunette teen sighed in content, as she leaned back into her boyfriend's chest and felt his arms wrap around her waist. Ooh, is that dragon magic? Kana asked as she felt Natsu's magic move and envelop her. She had been expecting the warmth, but the depth of his magic was surprising. She felt a warm pressure all around her. It brought her happiness to be wrapped in Natsu's magic like this. There was also the feeling Lysina had tried to describe. The feeling of something old or ancient, primal and wild. With a happy sigh she sank deeper into her boyfriend's embrace and let the ritual begin. The two spent all day together performing the ritual. Natsu had told her that it would be about 3 weeks for the ritual to be completed. Kana had smiled and leaned her head back onto his shoulder. The brunette was fine with spending all of that time snuggling with her boyfriend. They'd been apart for far too long in Kana's opinion anyway. 3 weeks later. Did you feel it? Your magic just shifted. Nats. You murmured into Kana's ear as the brunette tightly clutched onto him. Tilda. Kana pleasurably sighed into Natsu's neck. The feeling of her body and magic changing and fully assimilating the draw. Gone magic she'd been basically bathing in for 3 weeks was climactic, to say the least. Kana made a promise to herself then and there that she was going to get her sisters back for not warning her about this. Right after she stopped feeling like her cheeks were on fire, of course. So are you going to tell me what element you've decided on now? Natsu asked his brunette girlfriend. Kana giggled before standing up and, reluctantly, leaving her boyfriend's arms. Yeah, Kana grinned. After I deplete my magical reserves. You're just as bad as Mira. Natsu pouted Kana couldn't help but giggle at his expression. Come on, powder, I'll show you some crash magic for making you wait. Kana teased her pink-haired boyfriend. Cool, Natsu exclaimed as he followed her out of the hut. Kana stretched a bit as she stood in the field and prepared to use her magic. Noticing Natsu's eyes on her stretching form, the pretty brunette got a naughty idea. Without giving any signal at all, Kana bent forward and touched her toes. This just so happened to give Natsu, who was standing behind her, one hell of a good look at her capri-clad booty. See something you like, Natsu? Kana smirked wickedly as she caught her boyfriend's eyes as she straightened back up. Yeah. Natsu nodded dumbly as the image remained in his mind's eye. I'm glad you find me such a sight for the eyes. Kana giggled as Natsu snapped out of it and turned away, rubbing the back of his head embarrassed. You can stare some more later, perv dragon, for now I've got some magic to do. Hey, I'm not a perv, Natsu shouted, sending Kana into another round of giggling at the indignant look on his face. It's fine as long as you're only perving on us. Kana winked at him before her hands glowed white and she picked out a nice spot. Crash. The area she was looking at was suddenly covered in a grid of tiny white lines. The marked area then burst into pebble-sized cubes of dirt and rock. The result of her spell was a large hole in the ground about a meter deep. Awesome. Natsu cheered as he watched his girlfriend use her crash magic. K it a bit wider and it'll be a good size. Kana nodded thoughtfully before directing her next spell. Break. The area around the large hole suddenly glowed and shattered, sending more dirt and rock flying. The space affected by her spell was much shallower this time. Perfect for a private outdoor hot spring bath. Kana nodded at her handiwork before turning to Natsu. You ready for the biggest one I can do? Heck yeah. Go Kana, go. Natsu cheered her on, his eyes sparkling at her magical display. Kana smiled at seeing Natsu so excited by her magic before raising both of her hands towards the sky. Fracture. Kana called out and the very air several dozen meters up in the sky appeared to crack. This was followed by a loud booming sound and gales of wind blowing every air, sending the trees swaying from the force. Kana put her hands on her knees as she took deep breaths before exhaling slowly. That was the strongest crash magic spell she could use right now. She was so powerful it could even break the air for a short time. Guildarts had warned her to only use it as an absolute last resort. There was no reassemble spell capable of restoring anything hit with the fracture spell. So whatever she destroyed with it would remain in pieces after it was used, including people. Ow! My ears are ringing. Natsu hissed as he held his ears. He hadn't been expecting the boom at all. After several moments the ringing went away and he approached Kana, who had finally gotten her breathing steady again. That was crazy, Kana. He congratulated the brunette. Thanks Natsu. Kana smiled at him. But it takes almost everything I have to cast that spell. So it's not something I can do more than once, at least not right now. So you're ready to set your element, then? Natsu asked and Kana nodded before moving over to the box she'd brought with her this morning. She'd forbidden Natsu from opening it to find out what was inside of it until she was ready. Opening the box, Kana pulled out a bottle. Natsu looked confused as he saw the label on the bottle. Vin d'or brassé par Maggie was printed on it. Is that wine? Yep, Kana replied. Popping. The P. This particular variety is brewed with magic. So it's perfect for this. She grinned happily as she pulled out 2 more bottles. I'm going to be an alcohol dragon. Natsu's face faulted straight into the ground at his girlfriend's declaration. That's what you decided? Natsu questioned, and Kana smiled widely. What? I have a perfectly valid reason, mister. Kana stuck her tongue out at him. I looked into it during my training with Dad. Alcohol magic exists and it's full of status affliction spells. You can leave enemies so tipsy they just pass out, mess with their sense of balance, cloud their minds and slow their thinking. You can even mess with their senses. It's something not many mages can do, especially not in our guild. Plus being able to use status affliction spells covers up one of the last things my current magics can't do. Aside from healing magic, I'm basically an all-rounder. She explained, and Natsu slowly started to see her reasoning. This is also so you can drink whenever you want and not have to worry about hangovers, isn't it? Natsu inquired with a small smirk. No, Kana denied, unconvincingly, as she looked away. But now that I think about it, alcohol dragon sounds kind of stiff. How about booze dragon? She looked at Natsu for his thoughts. Igneel never told me about any kind of alcohol dragon. Natsu replied before turning a bright smile on his girlfriend. You might actually be the first. Heck yeah, Kana cheered with a delightful laugh. Get ready for the first booze dragon. All hail the booze dragon slayer. Natsu teased, and Kana blew a raspberry at him. Time for a drink. Kana smiled as she uncorked the first bottle and started drinking. Natsu walked over and sat beside the box before motioning for Kana to sit next to him. The brunette smiled as she sat next to her boyfriend before leaning against him. Natsu's arm wrapped around her waist and pulled her close. Kana sighed and relaxed as she enjoyed her boyfriend's warmth and the tasty wine. You're amazing, Natsu whispered into her ear after she'd finished her drinks, all 6 bottles, and felt her drag on Slayer magic take on the element she wanted. Technically, alcohol magic was a derivative of plant magic, which in and of itself was one of the subsets of earth magic. So Kana's unique choice mad. Her element, a derivative of a derivative element. How long does it take to get used to the fangs? Kana asked as she turned to show off her new fangs and the slit pupils that all dragon slayers possessed. Shouldn't be too long, they're a part of you now. Natsu smiled at her. Only took Urza about a week to stop hurting her tongue. Kana snorted before bursting into laughter. The two sat with each other for a while longer, just enjoying their closeness. Then Natsu's stomach growled and Kana raised an eyebrow at her boyfriend. Hungry? Kana teased. Natsu simply nodded. Want to get something to eat together? Natsu asked with a grin. Like a date? Kana inquired, a cute little smirk. Not like a date. A date, Natsu responded, moving his face closer to Kana's. I'd be happy to, Kana murmured as their lips met for a soft kiss. The two slowly broke their lip lock before getting up and heading for Magnolia together. Ackerland tilde northwest of Crocus. It started with a light tremor. A small rumble of the land. Everyone blew it off as a rare minor earthquake. It was time to tend to the vast fields that produced upwards of 40% of Fiore's agriculture. The many farmers that made the large, flat grasslands their home continued on without a care. It wasn't until a much larger tremor passed through the area and sent people stumbling and the animals into a panic that people started to get worried. By then it was too late. The ground erupted and a massive creature emerged with a deafening roar. None of the younger farmers had ever seen such a beast. But one of the old-timers stood from his seat and yelled the first warning of the disaster. WYRM. The old man yelled as loud as he could, and that sent people scrambling for cover and trying to get as far from the beast as possible. The worm roared loudly again before locking its eyes onto the fleeing people and panicking livestock. With a speed that belied its massive size, the dragonkin slithered along the ground and tore into the herds of livestock and any person that was unlucky enough to be in its path. A few of the farmhands knew some magic and launched spells at the beast. The worm barely noticed, and when it did, it reared up high and opened its mouth wide. Breath attack. One farmhand yelled out, but he and the others nearby were silenced. When the worm blasted the area they'd been in with its rock-based roar, the land hit by the roar was devastated. A massive trench tore through the land and ended well over 100 meters away from the initial point of impact. With the nuisances gone, the worm continued its meal of livestock. When the first area was cleared of animals, the large dragonkin practically dove back into the grow. And tunneled through the earth before emerging near the next farm and continuing its feeding rampage. One farmer and his family were hiding in their home as the land shook and the worm roared loudly. The man slowly made his way to the communication lacrima in the house and input the number for the closest branch of the Rune Knights. The land shook again and screams were heard as the worm launched another roar. Rune Knight Squadron 14, what seems to be the issue? The woman on the other end of the communication lacrima inquired. We're under attack, the farmer yelled, and he woman on the other end flinched at the volume. Under attack by whom? Dark mages, the woman questioned. No, a worm came tearing out of the ground. It's destroying everything. It's killed I don't know how many people already. The farmer exclaimed, and the Rune Knight on the other end stilled for a second before snapping herself out of it. How large is the creature? Is it possible for you to run? She demanded, and the farmer shook his head, even though the Rune Knight wouldn't be able to see it. No way, the farmer denied. It has to be well over 30 meters in length. 30. The Rune Knight stuttered before forcing herself to calm down. We'll be sending the whole squadron. Just try to hold out. Where are you located exactly? Ackerland, District 26. BU. The worm is burrowing through the ground to travel. It's emerging all over the place. The farmer informed the Rune Knight. District 26, got it. The squadron is on the way. The female Rune Knight promised as she slammed her hand down on the emergency button next to her. A loud, blaring alarm sounded out across the Squadron 14 building, and every Rune Knight present immediately stopped what they were doing and started suiting up. What the hell? One Rune Knight questioned. Emergency. Everyone get ready, an officer yelled as he ran through the building. Rune Knight Squadron 14. A 30-meter worm has attacked Ackerland District 26. All knights are to mobilize at once. The female Rune Knight announced over the intercom lacrima. A worm, one female Rune Knight questioned. A type of dragonkin, another informed her. Big as hell when they get older and deadly as well. We're going to need the cannons. Within 15 minutes every run. Knight of Squadron 14 was assembled and the magic cannons were loaded into the one airship they were in possession of. The squadron moved with all haste towards District 26, hoping they'd be in time to save as many people as possible. The female Rune Knight on communications had called up all the surrounding squadrons and informed them of the situation. Squadrons 15 and S-16 reported that they'd be moving to assist them in subduing the worm. Squadrons 13 and 17 would be sending some of their members to cover the patrols of the three squadrons while they were away. Upon arrival, the Rune Knights of Squadron 14 were shocked at the devastation below the airship. Huge swaths of land were torn asunder. Large trenches hundreds of meters long littered the area. The farms they could see from the air were all destroyed. Many of them couldn't even speak at the level of devastation they were witnessing. Finally, the leader of Squadron 14 spoke up. Yes, it's horrible, but that's to be expected with a worm of this size. The leader spoke loudly. We'll be disembarking to look for survivors. The airship will scout the area to try and locate the worm. Here he turned to the 2 pilots and the crew of 6 gunners. If you spot the beast, you are cleared to fire. Take it down as fast as possible. Make sure you're in constant contact with Squadron 15 and 16 so their airships can meet up with you. I want this monster to look like hamburger meat when you're done with it. Yes, sir. The pilots and gunners saluted as the airship descended. The Rune Knights disembarked and immediately set out in teams of 4 to scout the farms for survivors. The airship quickly ascended back into the air and moved to follow the trail of devastation. As the search went on, over a dozen survivors were found and were being escorted to a relief station that the Rune Knights had set up and concealed with magic. On the off chance the worm returned to this place, they didn't want to be spotted. Explosions were heard off in the distance and the Rune Knight leader contacted the airship. What's going on? The leader demanded. Sir, we found the worm. One of the pilots responded. We've engaged the beast. Good. Fire at will. The leader replied. Sir, it's not looking good. One of the gunners came over the lacrima. The cannons are barely damaging this thing's scales. Where are Squadrons 15 and 16? The leader questioned. Both are inbound. The pilot responded again. Shit. Evasive maneuvers. Breath attack. The Lacrima went dead for several seconds and the leader stood there in shock. Only when the Lacrima blinked back on did the leader realize he hadn't been breathing. Sir, we're pulling back a bit. We need Squadron 15's and 16's support. This thing's more durable than the capital's walls. Retreat to a safe distance. The leader ordered. Continue the assault once the other 2 airships get there. Yes, sir. The pilot acknowledged before the line went silent. The leader took command of the ground forces and expanded the search area a bit more. Another dozen survivors were found before the Lacrima in his pocket blared to life again. Sir, get the hell out of there. It's burrowing through the ground and headed in your direction. The Seacon D pilot screamed into the Lacrima and the leader's face went white when he felt the ground rumbling. The eruption of the earth and the massive roar had him looking up at the towering serpentine dragonkin. Oh shit, the leader mumbled as he saw the 3 airships in the distance trying to catch up with the beast. The worm's wide-open jaws and the explosion of rock launched towards the group of mages in the area was the last thing he saw before everything went black. 3 days later Tilda Magic Council, Fury Branch. So that's the situation, a messenger frogman reported. The entire council looked a bit perturbed at the news. We've lost almost 3 squadrons of Rune Knights and we're not even sure how many civilians, and we still can't kill this worm. Councilwoman Belno K. Styoned and received a nod from the frogman. That is what has been reported, ma'am. The frogman bowed somberly. Please tell me we've at least managed to confine it to a single area. Grand Doma, chairman of the Magic Council, asked and the frogman looked through a few papers before nodding. Yes, chairman, the airships have to keep their distance, but they've managed to drive the worm int. Oh, the foothills of the Centro mountain range. It seems the beast doesn't move as well through the stone of the mountains. Currently it's being contained within District 29 of Ackerland. The frogman informed. That's very near to the capital. Councilman Leiji commented, a look of worry on his face. What can we do to stop it? Should we call in the wizard saints? It seems we may have to. Grand Doma looked worried. A voice spoke up and the council turned to another member. We could call on Makarov. Councilman Ujima spoke up. Several faces were made at the thou. GHT of asking the rambunctious fairy tale guild for help. He's filed some rather interesting paperwork over the last several months to the council about some of his members. You mean besides the damage reports? Belno groaned at the mere memory of some of the things she'd had to read regarding that guild. Yes, actually, a rather specific, lost magic, user joined up with fairy tale around 3.5 years ago. Ujima started and seeing the looks on the faces of his fellow council members, he continued. This same, lost magic, according to the updated paperwork Makarov has filed, is now known by 5 members of his guild. What magic are you talking about? Grand Doma inquired. Dragon Slayer. Ujima replied and all of the council members perked up at hearing the name. After all, God Serena practiced the same magic. If they could figure out where the eccentric man had run off to, they wouldn't be in this mess. If we sent Makarov and his 5 Dragon Slayers, I'm sure this incident can be resolved before any more lives are lost. Hopefully before the worm can destroy any more of Ackerland as well. If it continues to make its way through the heart of Phi Or's farmlands, we'll be looking at food shortages come harvest time. That would be a calamity. Grand Doma nodded before turning to the rest of the council. All in favor of sending Wizard Psi, NT Makarov Drayar and the 5 Dragon Slayers of Fairy Tale to deal with the worm, say, aye. Aye. The council voted unanimously. Bring me a communication Lacrima, we have no time to waste. G. Randoma ordered and 2 frogmen hurried into the council chambers with the requested item. Makarov and the rest of Fairy Tale had no idea they'd soon be receiving direct orders from Ishgar's Magic Council. That these orders would be the only viable recourse the council had to prevent a literal calamity for the country of Fury. The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.